Welcome to the Brscc Thruxton round here at what is a bit of a wet Thruxton. To be honest, I've been thinking of that intro all week. Anyway, it's unfortunately a little bit damp. We did have a bit of a damp morning, then it dried up a bit, and all of a sudden the heavens opened a couple of minutes ago. You might be able to hear the fact that I've got a whole host of TCR cars behind me, because they are not only the main event this weekend, but they are also the opening race that we've got here. And to be honest, it's an exciting lineup we've got, isn't it? I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the drivers aren't out of their car. But we've got Steve Laidlaw in third position, just poking out a little bit. I don't think he's quite confident enough to reverse Bay Park into between Sam Laidlaw and Carl Boardley. But a whole host of drivers. Callum Newsham inherited the pole position. Adam Shepherd was the fastest in qualifying, but got a little bit of a penalty. He was moved behind Callum, and will start in second place. I was hoping to have a chat with Callum, actually, because he's chasing down a driver who's qualified in third, Carl Boardley. Carl Boardley leading the championship. It was by 16 points, but now after qualifying and the amendments made, it's now by 14, which is pretty much nothing. Carl was very happy to be sat in third place. Very chill driver, actually. He didn't really seem bothered at all when we were doing interviews with him about potentially getting under pressure or anything like that. He just seemed that he was quite happy to just crack on and see how close he can take it to Callum Newsham. He's already got the lead. He said he'd rather be chased than be the chaser. Steve Laidlaw, Sam Laidlaw. Now, if you want to go and have a look at the TCR UK social media pages, then you'll see a bit of a joint interview that we've done with those two. And it was a very entertaining interview, actually, as a total. It looks like drivers are actually going out of the assembly area. So I think it's about that time we start thinking about the grid. We start thinking about what we got to go for at the Brscc here at Thruxton. But the TCR UK is coming up next.
Thank you very much, Jack, doing a sterling job out there in the rain here at Thruxton, although, actually, as the cars are released out onto the circuit, the puddle that is very handily placed outside the commentary box window is showing very little rain, if any, actually falling at the moment. So track conditions hopefully won't be getting any worse in the imminent future, which is good news for the drivers, because Thruxton is an intense driving experience at the best of times. It's a challenging enough circuit in the dry, let alone in damp and sketchy conditions. And here we get our first view of the track conditions out at the far side of the circuit there, through the left-hander at Noble, into the first of those long sweeping right-handers out the back of the circuit at Goodwood, that particular one. And as you can see, there is a bit of a puddle on the inside line there, but generally the drainage here at Thruxton is pretty good, and it needs to be, because it's not the kind of place that you want to be hitting standing water and aquaplaning off the circuit. This then, the first of 3 races this weekend for TCR UK. Those of you who have been tuned in all season long will be familiar with the format now. Qualifying a 1 race on the Saturday, 2 races on the Sunday. And this, a particularly important event. It's the penultimate event of the season. The championship, remember, will conclude on the Silverstone International Circuit, only the second time that TCR UK has raced there in a few weeks' time. But this is the last round that drivers can count as a dropped score. You're not allowed to drop your scores from the finale at Silverstone, which is excellent news, because it makes our lives an awful lot easier trying to do the sums at the final round of the year. So if you're going to have a drama, now is really the last time that you can do it and sort of get away with it. Lots of drivers, of course, have had the odd bad results so far this season. If you look at the drivers in championship contention, Carl Boardley is dropping 51 points, because he's had by far the most consistent season of any of the front-running drivers. In fact, any driver on the grid. 51 points he's dropping means that he's had lots of sort of top 5 finishes. In fact, has never yet finished outside of the top 5 in any race this year. Compare that to Callum Newsham, his nearest rival, as Jack quite rightly said before, only 14 points behind Carl Boardley after those drop scores are calculated. Well, he's only dropping 7 points. Brad Hutchison, third in the championship, is dropping 5, and Adam Shepherd, fourth in the championship, is dropping 3. So that goes to show the consistency that Carl Boardley has had all season long. And, well, you'd think that might be hurting him, but actually he's outscored everyone so handsomely that even by dropping so many points, he finds himself 14 points clear, arriving here at Thruxton. So that is the margin, 14 points after qualifying between Bordley and Newsham. What of the other contenders? Well, Brad Hutchison, he's had a very eventful day, actually. He hadn't even turned a wheel this morning, and he'd scored himself several championship points because he had a penalty that was given to him at Silverstone last time out overturned. You may remember at the start of the third race, he and Callum Newsham tangled at the first corner, for which Hutchison was penalised for squeezing Callum Newsham towards the pit wall. Well, that penalty has now been overturned. He was given some penalty points on his licence for that incident, and penalty points on your licence equal a deduction in championship points in TCR UK. Well, with the penalty rescinded, the licence points went away and those championship points came back. So Brad Hutchison very much still in contention. He's on 386 points, which by my rough maths is 45 points back from Carl Bordley, championship leader. And 20 points further behind him, realistically the last of the title contenders, is Adam Shepherd, who has made a very last-minute decision earlier on this week to come and race here at Thruxton, and hopefully we'll have him back out for the Silverstone Showdown as well at the end of the year, because you never know, he could still find himself fighting for a championship, and certainly deserves to be, really, given the pace that he has shown on course to a handful of victories, 4 race wins so far this year for Adam Shepherd. So the cars then lining up on the grid. They will have a moment or two here, the teams, to rotate the tyres, send them back on their way. Wet tyres, I would imagine, all round. It's a damp and greasy circuit, not fully wet out there, but certainly too wet for the slick tyres, you would imagine. And they'll have to maybe manage those tyres a little bit over the course of the race, the 20-minute race, because as the track dries out, the tyres will start to overheat. It's renowned for being an abrasive circuit, a bit of a tyre killer, Thruxton anyway, and the drivers will have to be mindful of that over the course of the race. It's Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, by the way. We've heard, or seen, in fact, Jack Oliphant already out in the rain. He has taken shelter now in the commentary box alongside me to help me talk through the TCR UK races and indeed the Civic Cup races this weekend. And Jack, you have sampled the conditions out there. It does look like it's stopped raining now, but I think the damage is done, isn't it? The track is pretty greasy.
Yeah, I think the track's probably going to be similar to what it was earlier this morning, which is exactly when these guys went out and did their qualifying times, actually. So they're probably used to the conditions. Obviously, greasy is a very, very broad description of what can be a range of grips out there. It just basically means it's not completely dry and it's not completely wet. So there is still a spectrum that the driver's going to have to get out and figure out, because that rain came down during the lunch break. This is the first race after lunch. So no cars have been out there when it's been since it's been raining, sorry. So it is going to be a bit of a fact-finding mission for them. It's also going to be a fact-finding mission for all the rest of the circuit, because the Fiestas, the TTs, the Civics and everything like that, they're also going to be watching this, interested to see if that dry line appears and if it's the same dry line that appeared earlier this morning. Yes,
indeed. So spoke to a couple of TCR drivers earlier on this morning who said they wouldn't mind it being fully wet. They wouldn't mind it being fully dry. The one thing they don't want is this damp, greasy, in-between conditions, because like you say, there is kind of one kind of dry circuit, there's sort of one kind of wet circuit, but when it's greasy, it could be anything. It's a huge spectrum of grip that you may or may not have, and you've got to get the setup right. It's almost impossible to get that setup right when it is a bit like this. Certainly Brad Hutchison, I spoke to earlier on, he said that, you know, the setup they had on the car in monsoon conditions yesterday for testing just didn't work in qualifying. That's why he's ended up down in 6th position, whereas other drivers quite clearly were able to wrap their head around that, the conditions in qualifying. The Laidlaws in particular springing to mind. Stephen Laidlaw, twice a podium finisher now, of course, in the championship after a really solid Silverstone. He's got Sam Laidlaw starting not far behind him. So will be interesting to see, won't it, Jack, who's got the setup right, who can manage the tyres, and who can avoid making mistakes in what are undoubtedly tricky conditions.
Well, you would think as well, going into this race, going into this round, to be honest, that the two drivers that would feel the most pressure, you would imagine, Carl Bordley and Callum Newsham. Those are the two drivers that I've spoken to that are the most relaxed here this weekend as well. I mean, Carl is always relaxed. He basically has this mantra of, you know, if I was stressed and I wasn't enjoying it, why would I be here? Which I can completely get behind, to be fair. And Callum Newsham it just said he's really enjoying driving the circuit. He's never driven it before. And even yesterday in testing, this morning in the greasy stuff, he was just like, I'm just loving it. It's a fantastic circuit. So really those two haven't got any pressure, whereas I think, yeah, the Laidlaws, you felt like they were a little bit more amped up. They were excited. They felt like they did really well in qualifying, which of course they did. And I think Steve Laidlaw particularly, after those podium finishes, he feels like he's almost warranting these high positions. it looks like a fantastic opportunity for them to potentially get another podium, and they feel like they deserve to be there.
Absolutely so. Although if I were Callum Newsham or Carl Bordley, I would be not particularly happy to hear what you just said, that the Laidlaws are revved up and ready to go, because they have nothing to lose. They're not in the championship battle, but they quite clearly have an opportunity here to mix it with the front runners, fight for a podium. That means they'll be going toe-to-toe with those drivers who have got a lot more to lose.
And they've got ambitions, they were telling me, of next year being champions, potentially.
Really?
So if you're ever going to start practicing, at the end of your first season is probably going to be when it is. And so Carl, they don't care. Like you said, Carl Bordley, Callum Newsham, they could be a spanner in the works for them.
I would say, though, it would be easier for them to win the championship next year if they don't annoy the current championship front runners, because these things do have a habit of coming back to bite you, don't they? So cars then, it's very wet, isn't it, out at the back of the circuit? I was just about to make that point. There's a lot more standing water through here, Goodwood, and on the approach to Church Corner, just where you don't want the standing water, really, than we have around the rest of the lap. But lots of weaving going on. They'll want to generate some tyre temperature, but they may well be trying to cool those tyres down if that surface water starts to disappear. The grid then sees Callum Newsham qualify on pole position yet again, and Callum Newsham, who has already found himself winning races this year, of course, 4 times a pole position sitter as well. This was his 5th pole position. That puts him 3rd on the all-time qualifying pole position list for Callum Newsham, so he's not been here for as long as some other drivers, but starting now to notch up these poles and race wins pretty rapidly. Adam Shepherd starts alongside him, and the reigning champion, current championship leader, Carl Bordley, starts from 3rd. Ahead of the pair of fired-up Laidlaw, Stephen ahead of Sam, 4th and 5th respectively, with Brad Hutchison disappointed in 6th place, and he won't be very happy, I don't think, with the conditions that he's faced with for this first race. Then it's Darren Lewis and Will Beach. They share row number 4. Will Beach, remember, is also engaged in a very close battle for the Goodyear Diamond Award between he and Rick Kerry. They start together, 8th and 9th on the grid, with Mark Smith completing the top 10. Luke Sargent decided on Friday he was going to race this weekend, he said. His exact words were, "I've made many a stupid decision over the years, this perhaps the most stupid of them all." He qualified last, he said. Actually, that's not quite true, because the car Stuart Lyons will line up behind him. Stuart Lyons with a 1:29.0 in the end, which was the slowest time of the session. Also, should point out, he's not here. He's already correcting me. Paul O'Neill is listening in from wherever he is. I did just say Will Beach is in the Goodyear Diamond Trophy. I meant the Gen 1 Cup, of course, for the all respect Gen 1 cars. Paul actually listening more closely to me now than I think he does when he's sat next to me in the commentary box, Jack.
Don't blame him for that. No, I think the Goodyear Diamond Award, of course, as well, is actually being run out by Darren Lewis, by quite some distance as well. So we probably wouldn't chat about that too much. But that Gen 1 Cup, you're right, is absolutely nailed on to be a nail biter. And well, it looks like the cars are lining up and getting ready to go.
Here we go then, 20 minutes the distance. First race of 3 here at Thruxton, the first ever TCR UK race here at Thruxton, and the 90th race in the championship's history. Who will get the maximum points? Let's find out. The red lights go out. Good start made by Darren Lewis mid-grid. The front runners scrabbling for grip. It is Newsham who will hold on to the advantage into turn 1, and Steve Laidlaw already taking the fight to the points leader Carl Bordley, and sweeps around the outside of car number 1 to grab the lead, heading grab 3rd, I should say, out of Allard's corner. It's Newsham leading the way. It is Shepherd in 2nd. Bordley trying to get back up the inside of Laidlaw, couldn't do it, and that opens the door now for Darren Lewis, who finds a gap on the outside line, hammers the curb, all 4 wheels airborne briefly, but he won't find a way past Bordley, and might now, Jack, be under threat from Brad Hutchison.
Oh, I was about to say, I think he might have good drive out of it, but he went too wide, didn't he? He went on the green slippery stuff, and Darren Lewis, who had an absolutely ballistic start, I think may well end up going through Noble, coming behind Brad Hutchinson. It's brave stuff to go side by side there at the best of times, let alone in conditions that you're not fully aware of going through it. But Carl Bordley, yeah, will be very disappointed. Callum Newsham will be absolutely ecstatic. They don't have radio in their car. They have no idea where everybody else is. There's too much spray to figure it out. But if he could know Callum Newsham, he'd be breathing a big sigh of relief, because that's now 2 cars in between him and his championship competitor.
Oh, deep breath through Church for the first time. A very wet circuit. You can see the spray out at the far end of the track. Visibility down in the field will not be great, but Callum Newsham does not have to worry about that. He's got a completely clear view of the chicane, because he arrives there as the race leader at the end of lap number 1. Then Shepherd in 2nd position. Shepherd had a fuel pressure issue in qualifying. He apparently had the same issue at Silverstone last time out, and they're not convinced that they've got that issue fixed, or at least they weren't about an hour ago when I spoke to him. So hopefully that car keeps itself together. It's running in second place at the moment. Steve Laidlaw is third. Boardley down to fourth. Boardley can't really afford this, can he? He's got a few drop scores that he can sort of fall back on. Remember, he's dropping a lot more points than Newsham, for example, but he would like to be up there fighting Newsham and not having to rely on those drops.
Yeah, well, I think off the top of my head, obviously drop scores aside and everything like that, because that's far too complicated to work out in my own head, as you know, Andy. I think the difference between themselves right now is 13 points that they're going to be scoring out of this race. And what's the difference in the championship?
14. Yes.
So this could really close things up. It is pressure on for Carl Boardley, and despite what his interviews say and everything like that, he will want to win this championship. He will be desperate for it to come as a returning champion to retake the crown as well. He won't want to see Callum Newsham walk away from this particular weekend going into Silverstone, and all of a sudden Carl is the one chasing him.
I would say that I think if the checkered flag were to fly now, which it won't, thankfully, this would become a drop for Carl Boardley, but it wouldn't make a huge difference. Only a couple of points either way. Will Beach there very wide through Church Corner, but look, he is ahead of Rick Kerry, so that's crucial. Will Beach, who was out-qualified by Rick, getting ahead in the Gen 1 Cup. Callum Newsham's made a big mistake at the chicane, though. Outbreaks himself. Here comes Adam Shepherd with a run, and may well be able to challenge for the lead as they cross the line. They are almost side by side, but Newsham just about keeps the Hyundai in front. That mistake, though, is music to the ears of Adam Shepherd, who now really feels that he's got a chance to seize the lead. Yeah,
Adam Shepherd, I don't think has done a full race run without his car braking and testing, so that's not, I'm trying not to put the curse of the commentator, but that's the realistic perspective he was looking at. He's clambering all over the curbs, he's all over the back of Callum Newsham, and he could do a good job here if he gets out of the complex cleanly. Going into Noble and towards Church is going to be difficult, but yeah, you're right, Steve Laidlaw's got them right back up. Yeah, that little bit of side-by-side through the first couple of corners has allowed the third-place man to close in. So Hyundai Cupra, two championship contenders. You'd have to say Shepherd is still an outside bet for the championship, and then Steve Laidlaw with nothing to lose. They've dropped Laidlaw slightly through Noble into Goodwood Corner. This is where that Cupra is so stable at high speed, and I think a run is being generated here by Shepherd. I would not be surprised to see him attack into the chicane. Yeah, he just needs to get a clean exit through Church, doesn't he? Don't get any slides on, get the power on nice and smooth as well. They're so wide. Callum Newsham, I can't believe it. It's like heart-in-mouth moment as they almost touch that grass, but Shepherd trying to hunt down the Hyundai. It's not going to be this time round, is it? We know Callum Newsham's late on the brakes. We know Adam Shepherd are, but being late on the brakes is exactly what hurt Callum Newsham, just a lap ago, so he does need to be careful on that. This time, if anything, it's Shepherd who missed the apex ever so slightly. There, meanwhile, is Carl Boardley. He's creeping back into this as well, not that far behind Steve Laidlaw now, so top four all in one shot as they cross the line. Brad Hutchison a little bit lonely in fifth. Then you've got Darren Lewis ahead of Sam Laidlaw, so Sam Laidlaw struggling a little bit compared to his qualifying form anyway, slipping down into seventh place. Then it's Beach ahead of Kerry, the top two Gen 1 Cup drivers, and they were separated by just under a second as well at the end of that previous lap. But all eyes quite rightly on this lead group because they're very close together, and it has championship implications, pretty major championship implications if Newsham were to lose the lead. Yeah, Sam Laidlaw, just by the way, is right on the back of Darren Lewis actually, so there is a little battle there, but it's not really for anything particularly massive in terms of championship, but it is particularly massive for Sam Laidlaw's confidence and obviously look to go into the future as well. Darren Lewis, who started on 7th place, was well up to 5th, I think, not quite getting into 4th. He was challenging for 4th against Carl Boardley, wasn't he? But he didn't quite make it around the outside of the complex. So Darren Lewis having a really good race regardless, but Callum Newsham is absolutely on it, isn't he? He's got this pin that he seems to find some consistency now, as well as Adam Shepherd's car seems to have broken down once more. I wonder if that's a return of the fuel pressure gremlins that have been plaguing him of late. You have to suspect it is, and those problems don't really seem to resolve themselves, so I reckon he may well have to dive for the pit lane. And that's probably now realistically championship over. Well, he doesn't bail for the pit lane just yet, hoping maybe that it was just a temporary blip, but he's slow across the line again, and Adam Shepherd now losing touch with the leading group. Well, that obviously takes the heat off Callum Newsham. It promotes now Stephen Laidlaw, though, into second place, and Stephen's had a reasonable bit of pace. Also worth pointing out that the fastest lap it was actually Adam Shepherd who set the fastest lap, wasn't it? I thought it was Brad Hutchison. There is Hutchison, if anything, slipping back into the clutches now of Darren Lewis and Sam Laidlaw. But Adam Shepherd, well, the car now seems okay, Jack, but what experience have you had of things like fuel pressure issues? Is it an intermittent thing, or is it something that tends to just lose your pace and take you out of the race? Well, to be honest, I never really had any problems with the fuel. I had a lot of problems, often self-caused. You said that, not me. Yeah, but to be fair, My team always set up a car. Not to say that Adam Shepherd's team haven't done this, but it just seems to be struggling.
Now.
I mean, I think he said going into yesterday that they had a fuel pressure problem, so they put a high fuel pressure pump in or something, and then it was a low fuel pressure problem, and then they keep swapping and changing, and they just cannot seem to find the gremlin that's actually causing this so often. So Adam Shepherd, I think, will probably, just for his own frustration and sanity, I reckon, just retire and come in and see if he can find out what's going on, because it's just going to get worse from out there.
Yeah, I think so. If they come in and maybe make a bit of a temporary fix, they can send it back out, do a bit of testing, find out if it's worked. Whereas if he keeps on plodding around, then there's a good chance he'll end up breaking down completely and get stranded out on track. So I would not be surprised if he heads in this time. Bad news for Shepherd then, not only for his own championship hopes, but also it really now helps one of his big rivals, Carl Bordley. Bordley inheriting third position, with it 30 championship points, and this would no longer therefore become one of Carl's dropped scores either. So this is now genuine. So he's losing 10 points at the moment to Callum Newsham, who just set a personal best lap last time around, but that wasn't quite the fastest lap of the race, so no bonus point for Callum there. But actually, I'd say, Jack, that Carl staying in third place is no certainty, because at this point in the race, he looks a little bit quicker than Laidlaw.
Yeah, I was going to say, and as soon as they start fighting each other, obviously, then you start to think about maybe they're going to slow each other up. I don't think they're going to get caught by Brad Hutchison, though, because Brad is well off the pace. We can't even see him in the shot there, to be honest. I think he's about 5 seconds behind these drivers, which is, from Brad's high standards, not really where he wants to be. I did interview him earlier on, actually. You might be able to find that on the TCR social media pages and stuff like that, and it was the most somber I've ever interviewed Brad. I mean, he still had a big smile on his face, you know what he's like, but he was definitely not one for wanting to talk too much about how qualifying went. I doubt he'll want to talk too much about the race. I mean, it's still a strong finish, 4th place, but he just doesn't look like he's got any kind of shape or pace to move forward from there.
And he picked up some really nice momentum through Silverstone, hadn't he? Which you worry now he's... And Croft, indeed. Yeah, you're right. So the last couple of events, he really had scored well and had emerged, very much so, as a title contender. He still is, but really could have done without scoring Newsham and Bordley in this race. But these, as I said, pre-race, these were exactly the conditions that Brad Hutchison did not want to be dealing with, because the car just didn't seem to work in these conditions yesterday. Down towards the complex he goes, under real threat now from Darren Lewis and Sam Laidlaw. Steve Laidlaw under a bit less pressure maybe now from Carl Bordley than he was a lap ago, but the gaps really seem to be ebbing and flowing, don't they? Because I think drivers are making a couple of mistakes out there. The conditions, of course, changing by the lap, and those tyres, Jack, are going to get worse and worse and worse with every lap that they run. Yeah,
and the rain is not coming down anymore either, so the track gets drier, the tyres get hotter, they're wet tyres obviously, so like we said, they're just going to get worse and worse. What is good for the rest of the paddock, though, is the fact that they're kicking up all this water behind them and then potentially pushing it onto the grass rather than onto the circuit. But from our perspective, it may well dilute the action a little bit, mightn't it? It depends on who can find the wet parts of the circuit. Carl Bordley's experience might well come into play there, because he has ran in these sort of conditions plenty of times before, whereas Steve Laidlaw is new to this championship and maybe new to sort of managing these tyres. So it's one of those things. I think we've got about 10 minutes to go. So we're only halfway through this race, and this is probably the battle that we really should be focusing on, because Darren Lewis versus Sam Laidlaw, of course, is really very, very tight indeed. And Brad Hutchison is probably just hoping and praying, to be honest, that these two keep falling over each other.
Well, yes, on that lap, Hutchison was actually faster than Darren Lewis behind him by about half a second. So perhaps with the arrival of Sam Laidlaw on his tail, Darren Lewis is getting a bit distracted. That's just allowing Brad Hutchison to stretch his legs ever so slightly. They all take a very wide line there into the complex, the Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave complex of corners, scene of many a drama over the years. Good overtaking opportunity, but quite difficult to run side by side through there. And crucial, Jack, that you get the exit right, because in dry conditions at least, you don't really lift off the throttle between here and the end of the lap at the chicane.
Well, that's it, exactly. So people are often so keen to try and get the move done before they even get to the second apex, because they want the third apex to have a nice clean exit, because you're pretty much flat all the way into the final couple of corners, that they end up sort of flying over the curbs or sort of trying to nudge themselves in where potentially noses don't belong. Luckily, we haven't had any of that so far. I mean, we did have Carl Bordley having a cheeky look up the inside of Darren Lewis, but he actually waited to do the move a little bit later on than that. So, yeah, we haven't had too many commotions, which, to be fair, in these conditions is actually quite admirable.
It is, really, yes. Although you wonder whether maybe in the dry they might be a little bit punchier. It is the first race of the weekend as well, sometimes the quieter of the three. Remember, tomorrow morning, our second race of the weekend, we'll have a top 10 reverse grid. That's basically the whole grid, so that could definitely spice things up a little bit. Through the Club chicane we go then. Hutchison through the second half of this lap, losing a little bit of time to Darren Lewis, and by the end of the lap the gap has come down, but only by a tenth or so. So Brad Hutchison still secure-ish in that fourth position, and really does need to try and keep hold of this fourth position at the very, very least. Bank some points and go into tomorrow still halfway at least in the championship fight. They turn their way through Campbell and Coburn. Look at Darren Lewis. That Hyundai just seems to be changing direction so much better than the Cupra. He's got a run now out of the complex, but what can he do with it?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, this is the part where the Cupra should be strongest, in theory, with the high-speed corners. We saw it at Silverstone quite a lot, that the Hyundai, very, very pokey front end, very, very keen to change direction. It could get on the power nice and early because of it, but when you actually get to sort of medium to high-speed corners, the Cupra just looked so much more planted. It had a lot of power, it could get gone. So, yeah, the Hyundai looks like if the move is on, potentially, if it can stay within a couple of metres going into a corner, you would expect Darren Lewis to potentially be able to make the move out of it. It is just staying within those couple of tenths going into the final complex and then going into the first complex.
And not getting too greedy as well.
Yeah, look at the gap.
Exactly, yeah, the gap goes back out again through Church Corner, and if you are a little bit too eager on the throttle, you lose traction, lose momentum, and lose your chance to attack into the next corner. Adam Shepherd surely now losing his chance at competing realistically for a championship. He's in the pit lane, the team there to receive him, but the bonnet's going up, and I don't think we're going to see a lot more of Adam Shepherd over the remaining 7 minutes.
Well, we might see him out there on circuit just to see if there are any little fixes that they can do. They might as well go out there and try and circulate. Does it fix it? No. Come in, try something else. Because if you just take it back to the grid, take it back to the paddock, you can fix something. You don't know if it's going to be fixed by the time you get out there in the second race. So, yeah, it's crucial testing time for him, but that is now, unfortunately, all it is.
I think so. Right then, Darren Lewis again likes using that curve, doesn't he, through the left-hand part of the complex, then peaks to the inside at Seagrave, but that's not really the quick line through the corner. It looks good on the way in, but on the exit, Hutchison will have an extra mile an hour or so, climbing up now towards the left-hander at Noble. Again, Darren Lewis hammering the curves.
Yeah, he just clatters it, and it's a bumpy area of the circuit as it stands is Noble. I mean, I sort of understand he's trying to take the shortest route possible, but, and to be fair, he's a little bit closer than we saw a lap ago, so maybe he knows something that I don't, but I just think it looks a little bit unsettling as they go through there. But he is in with a really good shout here. If he can stay in that distance coming out of Church, that's the crucial thing. This is where the Cupra looks stronger than the Hyundai, but it looks like, yeah, there we go. Brad Hutchison's probably bailed out just enough of a gap to secure himself another lap in the position.
Yep, stays ahead then by a good few lengths by the time they arrive at the chicane, and very late on the brakes, Darren Lewis. They really do take a wide line in. Look, the rain is coming back down again now, so that will help with tyre management, certainly. Cool the circuit down a little bit. Adam Shepherd closes the door, doesn't want to get wet. Genuinely doesn't want to get wet because that will lead to condensation inside the car. If he does go back out, that wouldn't be ideal. There, meanwhile, Steve Laidlaw and Carl Boardley. And notice now that it's starting to rain again, they were staying well off the racing line into the complex. They don't want to go onto that rubbered up bit of the track. Darren Lewis, though, not deterred, takes a wide line in. He's closer than ever. Does he stay off the curb this time? Sort of. He's almost pushing Brad Hutchison through the complex, but there is just nowhere to go with all of that momentum.
Yeah, he's taking the karting wet line, isn't he? Not around the outside necessarily, but clattering over the curve to try and just use that to bump in. Adam Shepherd has gone back out, that we saw just in front of our commentary box, to try and use this as a test session. Darren Lewis almost going sideways, but he's looking at the inside through Goodwood. This could be absolutely monumental, and it's very, very brave indeed, and he's almost going sideways as he leans on Brad Hutchison.
Fantastic racing though. Hutchison saw him coming at the last minute, opened the steering up. There was a tiny bit of paint traded, but through goes the Hyundai, and Darren Lewis is into fourth position, and that was a long time coming. However, this is the part of the circuit, seemingly, where Hutchison's Cupra has a little bit more pace up the hill into the chicane. Can he challenge to reclaim the position under braking? The sun is shining, but the rain is coming down heavier than ever. Hutchison's back on the inside, supremely late on the brakes. If he gets that car stopped, that's the move of the day already, and he does, and he's back into fourth position. Brilliant.
Yeah, I don't think Darren Lewis really expected that to be that late on the brakes, with the rain coming down as well. It's the problem when you're following someone. You can learn their lines, you can learn potentially where you're faster, and as soon as Darren Lewis went back through, conditions change. All of a sudden, he has to be the one to find the braking zone, as Carl Boardley and Steve Laidlaw are throwing themselves off the circuit through the first complex.
Definitely starting to get tricky out there now, isn't it? Just under 4 minutes to go. Look at the rain coming down. This could lead to some mistakes, so keep your eye on that lead group as well. Out through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave we go again. Darren Lewis almost tapping onto the back of the Cupra, which understeers out wide. They've brought Sam Laidlaw back into play as well. but Hutchison will now surely know, Jack, that an attack may be coming in a couple of corners' time.
Yeah, we know. There we go. Darren Lewis's attack is to go over that curve to try and bounce it, to launch himself up the inside here. It hasn't happened. Steve Laidlaw, it's Sam Laidlaw, actually, my apologies, is there we go, ready for a cutback. Darren Lewis squeezes wide. Sam Laidlaw squeezes himself up the inside. In fact, there was no squeezing really necessary. There's no crowbarring. The gap was there. Sam Laidlaw filled it.
Very opportunistic driving that from Sam Laidlaw then, who's up into 5th position. Now what can he do with Brad Hutchison? Or is this the lifeline maybe that Hutchison was waiting for? Because there's those two battle. He starts to pull away again. Up into the chicane we go then. The leader, Callum Newsham, has just crossed the line, by the way, to start his 13th lap of the race. 3 minutes to go. There, the battle for second. Stephen Laidlaw and Carl Boardley. And some more valuable points on offer here for Boardley, who takes a wide line through Allard, trying to find the grip, and he is close heading into the complex.
So this is interesting. I was chatting to a few of the drivers earlier. I think it was Mark Hughes in the Civics, and he was saying that because they've relayed certain parts of certain corners, they're actually avoiding those bits of tarmac because they just don't have any grip in it. In the dry, they rip the tyres to shreds, and in the wet, there's just no grip offered. So Carl Boardley just going off that line, off that tarmac, that's the reason why, because he thinks that's potentially he can carry a couple of miles an hour quicker than the other cars, even though he's not taking the optimal racing line. And here goes Carl Boardley. No! My days, I thought both of them were going to slide. Carl Boardley is right on the inside. Steve Laidlaw may well see his second place disappear, but look at the momentum that he's managed to gain around the outside there.
Much more grip on the outside. Boardley took the shorter route through the corner, but didn't have the speed off the corner, and so it is still somehow Stephen Laidlaw in second position, but Carl Boardley is right behind him. We're going to have 2 more laps to go, I reckon, at the end of this one. The conditions are not getting any better, that's for sure, but Carl Boardley is not going to back down from this. He knows how important these extra 5 championship points could be when we get to Silverstone at the end of the year, so he's got to try and go on the attack here. If there's a chance to finish second, that is better than finishing third, and Stephen Laidlaw is not going to make it easy for him. Very defensive through the chicane, but that defence is successful for now, and he hangs on to second position as they cross the line and go on to the penultimate lap of the race. Again, Boardley takes the wide line through Allard, tries to carry the momentum up the hill, but he's going to have to regroup here and think of something else.
Yeah, is he going to have a little lunge into the complex? No, Steve Laidlaw, good car positioning there, making sure that Boardley was forced to go around the outside. Laidlaw taking all the apexes. It looks like Boardley's trying to go for that wider line to carry some momentum, but as they go through the final apex there through the complex, Steve Laidlaw played that one to perfection. This is going to upset. Oh, hello. We'll talk about stat in a minute, Andy, because Brad Hutchison versus Darren Lewis is back on, which means Lewis has gotten past Sam Laidlaw once more.
Yes, he has. He wants to get past Brad Hutchison, who quite clearly is the cork in the bottle here, but they just can't find a way past the Cupra. The Bondit liveried car, also supported by Elland Roofing. They've got some sponsors here this weekend who are no doubt getting very excited trackside, watching Brad Hutchison in the thick of the action. Oh, that's Adam Shepherd crawling around the track, going through Church Corner, staying well out of the way of the second place battle, which accelerates uphill for the penultimate time.
Tell you what, we both had a heart attack there, didn't we? Honestly, we were about to jump out of our seat. Oh, it was Luke Sargent, I see, in front of our commentary box, has come into the pit lane and has parked. Now, very quickly on Luke Sargent, his qualifying was the first time he'd ever touched the circuit, never driven it, never done anything. In fact, he only decided yesterday at 4:30 that he was going to come and drive, and that was at the pub, so I don't know how intoxicated that decision was, but it was only 4:30, so I'd sort of hope not very.
Perhaps. Down towards the complex we go then for the final time. Rain continuing to come down, and still the pressure is raining down on Steve Laidlaw here from Carl Boardley, who takes a wider than ever approach into the complex, but just nothing doing. Can't wriggle away past the very similar Cupra. Of course, Boardley's car will be heavier because of his championship success weight, basically, that gets added on because he is the championship leader. He's been scoring well all season long. That won't be helping him. There is Luke Sargent, by the way, in the Parc Ferme area, getting his helmet off. His day is done. He doesn't look particularly happy about that, but then what else would you expect? Sideways for Laidlaw, and Boardley had a real swipe at him there, but just couldn't quite find the space.
I don't know if he took a swipe or if he just slid out wide more than anything, but he had a lot of momentum as soon as he got back on the power. He knows the grip's out there. He had a little nibble maybe at Steve Laidlaw. Now it looks like they're going very wide, and I think Carl Boardley is going very wide. He's going grass cutting. Look, that is dangerous territory going out of Church. even at the best of times, Andy, you see someone touch the grass there, your heart goes in your mouth.
Yes, very, very lucky boy is Carl Boardley, but Callum Newsham has managed this race to perfection. He is going to see the checkered flag and claim another race victory. And Callum Newsham will close the gap on his big championship rival Carl Boardley. Steve Laidlaw hangs on to second, and Carl Boardley ends up on the bottom step of the podium. Now, what about fourth place? Has Hutchison held on? So far, so good. He's ahead as they approach the exit of the chicane, and I think he will stay ahead to the line. Yes, he does. Brad Hutchison then comes home in fourth, Darren Lewis fifth, Sam Laidlaw in sixth, and then we wait for the Gen 1 Cup leaders. We haven't had the chance to check in with them, but I can tell you they've been having a sensational battle all race long. Will Beach and Rick Kerry, they've been nose to tail pretty much since the start of the race. Will Beach has had the lead there. They are almost pushing each other through the chicane. It will be a drag race to the line, but Will Beach in the Golf will just about hang on to claim a really important win in the Gen 1 Cup. He beats Rick Kerry, and Mark Smith will eventually come home third place in that Gen 1 Cup class, but championship-wise, that is very good news indeed for Will Beach. Will Beach with this championship battle ongoing with Rick Kerry. Will came into this weekend just 9 points behind Rick. Well, he's just taken 5 points back out of him, so that gap more than halves, and they will be almost neck and neck going into tomorrow's second race of the weekend. So, very exciting stuff in the end. A slow burn of that race, really. Started pretty quiet, but then certainly picked up as we went through the rest of the race. Some good battling up and down the order, but none of it really involving Callum Newsham, who in the end came out a pretty comfortable race winner of TCR UK's 90th race and their first ever race here at Thruxton. Newsham then the winner. Stephen Laidlaw comes home second, and Carl Boardley, the championship leader, will be satisfied with third, but probably not particularly happy with the point situation after that race. Brad Hutchison, what a defensive drive that was to hang on to fourth position, keeping the feisty Darren Lewis and Sam Laidlaw at bay. Will Beach comes home in seventh place, claiming the Gen 1 Cup victory. Eighth for Rick Kerry. He was second in the Gen 1 Cup, so only, what now, 4 points, I reckon, between the two of them in Gen 1 Cup Championship. Then it's Stuart Lyons in ninth, and Mark Smith in 10th position will be provisionally your pole sitter for race 2 tomorrow morning. Luke Sargent, as we said, retired to the pit lane, and Adam Shepherd, the luckless Adam Shepherd, another non-finish notched up, and that now really is, I think, the final nail in the coffin for his championship hopes. So, dramatic stuff in race number 1. As I said, more TCR UK racing to come later on in the weekend, and their second race will be tomorrow at 3 o'clock, actually, their second race, and then the third race at 5:20, so a very short turnaround time between races 2 and 3 tomorrow, and that second race will feature that reversed grid, as I said, so always the potential for some drama in that one. We believe it might be even wetter as well for the races tomorrow, so that will be an extra little challenge thrown the way of the drivers, but one that I'm sure they will be up to facing. And actually, I have to say, driving standards in that race, very, very impressive. We didn't really have any off-track excursions, major ones anyway, no contact, no drivers losing control, the odd little error. But generally speaking, they handled those conditions very, very well indeed, and none better, perhaps, than Callum Newsham, who picks up his 5th career win, does Callum Newsham. So one more, and he will be joint 4th on the all-time wins list alongside Jack Constable, Alex Lee, and Adam Shepherd, actually. So when you consider that, what, 4 of those victories have come this year, Callum Newsham really coming of age in 2024. Has always been quick, I think it's fair to say. The team have done a great job of prepping the car to make sure he's had far fewer of those mechanical issues that have plagued him in the past. Well, we can hear all about how his race went, because we can head down now to Parc Fermé to join Callum and Jack.
It's a race win for a very happy Callum Newsham, posing for photos as he deserves to do. We'll wait to let him get his helmet off, get the Goodyear hat on, get all the branding, as we're seeing Carl Boardley in the background start to park up as well. He sees his championship rival take the top step of the podium. Will be a little bit painful for him, but he's a cool, calm character. I'm sure he won't mind too much. There's obviously the Diamond Goodyear Awards as well, and the Gen 1 Cup. I didn't know whether you actually got me in the footage there, but I was just trying to read that off my phone. We'll have a chat to all of those drivers. And Callum Newsham, a massive congratulations. I mean, the pressure from Adam Shepherd early on, and he withstood it all. That was pretty mega.
Yeah, he was all over me at the start, wasn't he? I was making a few mistakes. But yeah, no, I'm happy with that. I drove pretty well. I was just managing the tyres, so I didn't want any blowouts or anything. So, but yeah, it was good.
You got a big amount of fans as well, just stood behind the camera. A big wave from the Newsham Nutters. I mean, it's brilliant to have that kind of support going into the crux of a championship, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. These guys are mega. They come to every single one, and yeah, I couldn't do it without them. But yeah, it's good result.
We got to touch on the changing conditions. I mean, it was obviously started out very greasy. It then tipped it down. Now the sun's out. You just don't know what it's going to do next, do you?
I thought it was drying up. It was drying up, and then it started raining. And I was like, oh, that's good. I thought
did the tyres help with the when it started raining? It cooled it down.
Yeah, it cooled it down. Yeah, there's a bit more grip, but yeah, it was good.
I was going to say, did you have any idea that Carl Borley was overtaken by the likes of Steve Laidlaw as well? He was actually 3 places off he was off the podium, 3 places behind you at one point. Did you have any awareness of that?
No, I could just see Shepherd in my mirrors, Phil in my mirrors, but I saw Steve behind me. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, that's fantastic, Callum. Well done on the race victory. We'll have a chat to you shortly, I'm sure, on the socials as well, on the podium. Right, I believe we've got to shoot to another race because the cars have just got out. It's some more, I think, historic racing.
Thank you very much, Jack. Sterling work down there to catch up with our podium finishers. And we can now move on then to our second race of the day. And, well, it's a bit of a touring car festival, this really, here at Thruxton, because we're joined by the Classic Touring Car Racing Championships. And the first of their grids to take to the track is the Classic Thunder and Boss series. So multiple classes. We'll get into that as the race gets underway. But the grid headed by the BMW M3 of David Blackie. He will have Nick Vaughan's Audi A3 alongside, and another BMW M3 of David Jefferson starting from third. Then, the first of the Boss cars, and it's one of 2 Ford Sierra Cosworths that start together. Mike Manning in the RS500 ahead of AJ Owen, with Ian Craig in his BMW starting 6th. Piers Grange in the Ford Escort. We see Piers racing with modified Fords quite a lot alongside Brscc. He starts 7th alongside Ross Craig in a Honda Civic Type R. Joey Binks and Ollie Allen together on the next row ahead of Josh Lawton and Martin Reynolds, row 6. 7th row, Ian Bauer and James Allen, with Melvin Hooker in the Jaguar XJS starting alongside Cliff Pellin's Ford Fiesta. Then it's Sean Morris and Oliver Owen on row 9. The 10th row, Tim Mizzen and Colin Boyce, with Todd Hawkins in another Ford Fiesta ST150, bringing up the rear of the grid. Now, we've got a safety car at the front of this grid, which tells me that this will likely be a rolling start. So I think we're probably going to get another green flag lap here before we actually get into the race. That is often the case with particularly powerful classic cars such as these. They prefer a rolling start over a standing start, which gives us more time to build up to the race and also gives me some time to introduce my co-commentator for this one. It's been a long time since I've shared a commentary box with Martin Haven, but Martin, thankfully, that long wait to work with you again is over. Great to have you here for what is set to be a great weekend.
Good to be a great weekend, I think, yeah, absolutely, and particularly for the classic touring cars. I think the other reason they're probably going to get an extra formation lap is they qualified on a dry track, and it is no longer a dry track, although it can't make its mind up, can it, even remotely? So, yeah, that's all part of that, is to try and give them an opportunity to sort themselves out in terms of what have they done with tyres.
Well, good question.
Yeah.
Good question. I suspect that some of them would have had an option of a slick tyre. Would you be brave enough, though, given what you've seen from that TCR race?
I don't know. RS500, yeah, proper full-fat RS500 slick tyres. You'd want to be Steve Soper, wouldn't you? I think before you went for that option. I think that the sensible option, particularly given in mind the pace here at Thruxton, and that some of these drivers may even be here for the very first time, may have had a test day, may not have done, may have loads of experience. But I think for a lot of people, Thruxton is an occasional visitor to race calendars. So I know quite a lot of the guys in the CTRC are coming out for the final race weekend of the season just for some fun, and what they really don't want is the fun of having to repair the car afterwards. So there will definitely be a degree of caution there, and I think, yeah, if it was you and me, I think we'd definitely be going for slicks. And actually, we're not talking about factory drivers. We all are talking about guys that run their own car, pay for their own car, prepare their own car in a lot of cases. So it's very much going to be a little bit of caution. And that means then maybe that the big horsepower cars at the front aren't necessarily the ones that are going to end up staying at the front. It really does depend on what the weather does in the next half an hour.
Indeed so. Looking at the grid sheet, the weather officially for that qualifying session was drizzle/wet. Well, I'd say that's very similar to what we've got now, but I do remember it being a little bit drier than this perhaps for the qualifying session earlier on today. So, yep, slight change of conditions. It might not be a good day to have a huge amount of horsepower at your disposal, and perhaps some of the smaller capacity cars from mid-grid might be able to pick their way through. There's a little bit of shuffling going on here. I think we might be about to lose the AJ Owen Sierra RS Cosworth. He certainly is the blue and yellow car that is just poking out of line there with a yellow flag waving next to it. Not normally a good sign.
Although that does seem to be moving. And I wondered then whether it was in fact the BMW in front that might have had an issue.
Which still has its door open.
David Jefferson's M3, yeah.
Good point. So that car may not be going anywhere when the green flag lap begins, which is imminent.
Yeah. Well, that would make sense. Hence the Sierra already trying to make space to move around, because once they start moving, of course, they're going to be a queue behind. And there are 3 Sierras. The one you can see a little bit further back, in fact, 2 rows behind the bright blue one, the Carl Jones Duckham's livery. So that's the 3rd RS500. The Group 44 Jaguar XJS on the right, just as it's going out of the shot there, not actually an ex-Bob Tullius Group 44 Jag, was converted from a road car many years ago, actually by the Pearman brothers. Henry Pearman now runs Eagle Racing, very famous Jaguar E-Type specialist, but that car originally raced with a 5.3 litre V12 manual gearbox, but more recently that's been taken out. The V12 wasn't as reliable as you rather might have hoped a V12 is, and so they've now replaced it with a more modern supercharged V8 Jag engine, which not only sits further back, or some of the weight sits further back than the V12, it's also lighter because it's all alloy and more powerful. That makes a heck of a noise as well. Yes. So that's going to be entertaining. And in fact, we talked to the owner, Melvin Hooker, earlier today, and during tomorrow's lunch break, because we still have a traditional church break here where there is no noise on track and no cars on track, so we don't have any electric championships. What an opportunity that is here at Thruxton. So we'll be hearing some of those interviews during the lunch break tomorrow.
Yes, looking forward to that. Sadly, what we won't be seeing is the BMW of David Jefferson seemingly taking any part in this race. That M3 has been pushed into the pit lane, just in fact on the entrance to the Parc Fermé area, and David is out of the car and opening the boot, I can tell you, so I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon, which is a shame. So there'll be a gap towards the front of the field. Still one BMW at the pointy end though. That is David Brscc, in qualifying half a second quicker than Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3, which I presume could be running in four-wheel drive specification, the Audi A3. If so, could be the perfect conditions, couldn't it, for the Audi? And particularly in the early stages when everybody else is just trying to put the feelers out and find out what grip is available. If you do have four-wheel drive at your disposal, you'll have a lot more of that grip early on.
I think we might find off the line, mightn't we? If he disappears off into the middle distance while everybody else is just basically creating spray and smoke, then we'll know if it is a Quattro or not. Yeah, back in the early days of Audi's touring car experience, remember the Quattro's going pretty well here at Thruxton in the rain, and the following year, when they had been denuded of rear-wheel drive or only front-wheel drive, Ivan Muller racing one here, essentially only using the side windows because he had to keep it fully lit. Now, the BMW of David Jefferson is right outside us. If you open the boot, it's not because you're looking for your sandwiches or your spare wheel, it's because that's where the fuel tank is. So I'm suggesting the engine turned over and just did not fire. Now, unlikely to have not been filled with fuel, more likely, and it's just fired up. So it may join from the pit lane as they come past us and ready for the rolling start.
Indeed so. Race gets underway, and it is a good start by Nick Vaughan on the outside line. The Audi will sweep into the lead then as they head out of Allard, and that does rather suggest that he's got a bit more confidence in these conditions for whatever reason than those around him, although late on the brakes is David Brscc. Closes back in on the Audi, which actually is a little bit wide, so we've got a good prospect of a scrap between the two of them. Then side by side between the two Sierras behind, Mike Manning and AJ Owen. That is Manning on the outside, the Tetsuka liveried machine, and a huge slide from AJ as he tried to get the power down and was not able to do so in a straight line.
Now, part of this might just slightly be that there have been different choices on tyres. That might have been AJ being a little braver and hence spinning up the rears, or maybe just on a slightly tighter line because the Texaco car was on the outside and he wanted to avoid it, and as a result steering more as he applied the power. But yeah, there is definitely going to be some variation in how confident drivers feel. If this is your first time here and there was less spray in qualifying, then I would imagine you're going to be fairly tentative.
Not tentative at all was Nick Vaughan there, very wide through Church Corner, a position lost by AJ Owen against, I think that was Piers Grange sweeping through, and there for second place, Mike Manning on the charge, sweeps up ahead of David Blackie, the BMW which started on pole position, cannot live with the Sierra in a straight line.
No, he's telling me this morning, Mike, that that's clocking well over 145 up Woodham Hill, and the problem is, of course, when you come up Woodham Hill, you're sitting so low in these cars, you're basically seeing clouds, hedge, trees, oh, there's the chicane. He said, I haven't got it right once yet. Well, that looked pretty decent. He has moved up into second place. And again, it's just the grunt of that RS500. You know, the BMW might have a much more advanced chassis and suspension, but boy, it's going to struggle once the turbo gets chiming in on the RS500s.
Oh, my word. And David Blackie really trying to take advantage of perhaps a little bit more agility through the complex for the BMW to try and get up alongside the Sierra, which has its indicator flashing. I don't think Mike Manning's got any intention of pulling out of the way. He's probably just had to do a bit of arm twirling in the early stages, has knocked the indicator on and has probably no knowledge that that is flashing. But anyway, he is closing in on the race leader, I would say. That gap was 1.1 seconds at the start of the lap. Appears to be a little bit less than that as they head towards Church Corner for the second time.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And Mike's got a lot of experience in that car. It is a genuine Eggenberger car, as raced in period by the guys like Pierre Dudonné and particularly Steve Soper. And so it's a proper factory car. I was talking to him again earlier and I said, you know, what's it like over the bumps? He says it can get a little bit hairy because it's not compliant. But it's interesting to compare it with the Audi A3 in front, which obviously is a fairly full, small family hatch, and the BMW behind, which looks like a monster. And you think a Sierra's a big car.
Yeah, absolutely, and goes to show, doesn't it? Cars do get bigger as over time. That certainly has happened, but that Sierra, what it lacks in size, perhaps, certainly makes up for in horsepower, and that horsepower showing there as Mike Manning closes in by about 4/10 that time, steals the fastest lap away, and 3/4 of a second was the gap. It's less than that again, though, Martin, as they arrive down at the complex.
Well, the lead trio are starting to pull away, but you're right, Piers Grange in that Mark II Ford Escort, the white car with the blue highlights, closing in. He's taking AJ Owen with him, and Josh Lawton coming up behind AJ Owen as well, and Josh started in 11th place, so he's now up to 6th position, and just behind him the first of our Honda Civics, that's 169 Ross Craig in his that's one of the original Type R's, isn't it? So that'll be wailing away up to sort of 11,000 RPM or something out round the back here, and being harassed by a humble Fiesta. So again, as the generations improve, you can see how much cars improve over just a decade or so.
Every time we've seen AJ Owen's blue and yellow Sierra, it has been sideways, and that's not really helping his overall lap time. Loses a place there to Josh Lawton in the Civic Type R. Ross Craig that was in the Civic Type R, who sweeps through and has gained a couple of positions, I think, on this lap. So the front-wheel drive Civic, again, a little bit better maybe in these conditions than the rear-wheel drive, a very powerful Sierra, which looks like it might be about to lose another spot before too much longer as they head uphill and back into the chicane once again. The Honda Civic now suddenly looks like one of the fastest cars on the track because it's almost on the tail of Piers Grange, who sits in 4th position. So this is a good battle in the offing here. Piers Grange is under threat, definitely. Josh Lawton looks to the inside line, couldn't quite get the move made at turn 1, but surely, Martin, it's a question of when, not if.
Yeah, I don't think it's even when, is it? It's happening all the time. He's absolutely got the car underneath him. And it doesn't look exactly like a standard showroom Civic. That's one of the more modified cars. If you can identify a Civic part on it, I think you're doing a lot better than the rest of us, apart from the doors. So that car definitely, it didn't manage to get through there in the complex. Let's see what it's like around the far stuff. But again, yeah, the Sierra Cosworth, that is definitely not on dry weather, on wet weather tyres. I think he's definitely on slicks. It really looks like AJ Owen's got a big struggle on his hands. But the Escort is really hanging on well to 4th place. Piers Grange ahead of Josh Lawton. And here AJ Owen with Ian Craig show his nose on the inside. He's got the traction because 2 rear-wheel drive cars, so they both got the same issue. but they've both got the same advantage, is that the front wheels are only trying to do one thing, and that's get you round the corner.
Yes, that being said, though, it's the front-wheel drive Civic that has just gained a position at the expense of Piers Grange into 4th place, so much better traction through Goodwood, made the move stick into Church Corner. Behind them, AJ Owen, for now, does keep Ian Craig at bay. Ross Craig is next in his Civic Type R. One of the EP3 shaped cars, and AJ Owen's got it all crossed up into the chicane. Did well to keep control of the car, not for the first time actually, but that thing is skating around like it's on casters. I'm beginning to agree with you. I think maybe he's gone for not the best tyre choice. That car has got no grip at all. How he's keeping it on the track, I don't know.
Well, ASM Vehicle Recycling hopefully won't be doing anything to provide bits for him, but it is lively, isn't it? But he was barely in front of them as they came out around the fast right-handers, the bottom of the hill, and then by the time they got to the chicane, he'd opened up, you know, another half dozen car legs. The Sierra might be a bit of a handful, but oh boy, does it pick up its skirts and go. When it's going in a straight line, and that's what it was designed to try and do as much as possible, it's absolutely fine. And again, AJ Owen creeps away from Ian Craig and Ross Craig. So Ian Craig in the grey and white checkered livery, and Ross Craig in the blue and white checkered livery, and slipping inside him, Ollie Allen, trying to show his nose with that Type R Civic. But you've got to be really brave to be on the inside, and the problem with being on the inside is you actually put the guys on the outside at jeopardy. So the quicker car's now going by AJ Owen. He's lost 2 spots, but here comes the hill. So here comes the single trump card of the RS500 Sierra Cosworth. He picks back 1 place, and he'll be right on the heels of the car in front. In fact, he might even be looking to go around the outside at the top of the hill.
I think there was a slow Fiesta in that group, possibly a lapped car staying out of the way. Flames spitting from AJ Owen's car as it is off the throttle into the chicane. I'd imagine he's spending quite a lot of time off throttle at the moment, just trying to gingerly coax the car off the corners. He's got the straight line speed, but I don't think he's going to be able to keep Ollie Allen at bay. No, Ollie sweeps up the inside in the front-wheel drive Fiesta and will now demote AJ Owen to 8th position. Worth pointing out that there are lots of different classes at play here as well. So the top 2 cars both running in the Classic Thunder Class B element of Classic Thunder. The leading boss car is Mike Manning in 3rd position. And then the next of the class leaders is Ross Craig in his Honda Civic Type R, leading in Classic Thunder Class D. That car there, number 169, 9th position overall, but leading in its class. There are plenty of other class leaders further back as well, the likes of Allen in the 224 Civic, the number 91 BMW of Oliver Owen leads in Classic Thunder Class C, and lots of those classes with just 1 or 2 entrants. But it doesn't really matter at this stage of the race, does it, Martin? If you find yourself a playmate out there on track, the idea that they might not be in the same class as you doesn't seem all that relevant.
No, it really doesn't, does it? Because again, the class is not related to the grip or the amount of cornering ability you've got. It's predominantly power and weight and age related. So yeah, you can see Mike Manning there just slip back again into 3rd place. David Blackie has got by him, so that was the change for 2nd place. The Puce BMW going by the Texaco Sierra. And again, I think an awful lot of these cars, tyres in period would have been confidential tyres, so they would have been made by Pirelli specifically for that Ford Cosworth rather than for any Group A or even any Group A Ford. So other teams running Fords will have used their own tyre supplier. And if you don't have exactly the car that the car suspension was designed for, then you end up with something that's not quite what Steve Soper had. And then, of course, you factor in that the driver isn't Steve Soper either. So it becomes increasingly difficult to keep the pace up in these pretty greasy conditions. I saw that all these cars had their wipers back on. Looking outside at my telltale puddle, it's not raining in the pit lane, but that obviously, as at Spa, Silverstone and everywhere else, doesn't necessarily mean it's not racing out in the quick stuff.
No, and even if it's not raining, there is still the spray to contend with, and as you now come up against lapped cars, they will be kicking up some spray onto your windshield, so there's always something to be mindful of out there. But yeah, interesting that Mike Manning then, the car that has the most power out of this leading group, the drier the track gets, the slower it gets, and that does rather suggest that, yeah, the tyres, they've had the best out of them, haven't they? And in these quite warm conditions, actually, overheating rubber is a bit of an issue.
Well, we sort of think, yes, of course, it's a Sierra Cosworth. It's got the most power out there, but it only had in period about 300 horsepower, little more, 300, maybe up to 350, something like that, and probably not an awful lot more. But then you think what a supercharged Jaguar V8 has got as a road car, and so you look at that Group 44 XJS and go, well, that's actually probably putting out the same horsepower as a full-fat RS 500, and it's got a 30-year-old chassis under the Jag as well. So in that terms, they're pretty parity. But some of the newer machinery, 300 horsepower in a well-tuned M3, it's not a lot to expect, is it? I'm sure that actually they're probably batting fairly evenly in terms of power with the Cosworth. And then they've got, again, 20 years of suspension development in them. So that all has its effect, particularly when the grip is starting. Although it's less limited. So maybe Mike did start on wet weather tyres, and maybe they are starting to overheat now.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, it is warm. The sun is now shining once again, and that has done wonders for the track conditions. There is noticeably less spray now than there was even 10 minutes ago, I would say, certainly on the racing line. So, yeah, track conditions ever evolving, and if you've looked after your tyres in the early stages, then they might now be in a better position to look after you in the closing stages, which we are very much in. 3.25 minutes to go, so ticking towards the end of what was only a 15-minute race, pretty short race this one, and we are well into the final third. Still some battles to be resolved, though, including this one for 6th position. Ian Craig's BMW, Ollie Allen's Ford Fiesta. They run in completely different classes, by which I mean Craig is running in Classic Thunder, and in the Boss is the Fiesta. Meanwhile, another change for 2nd place. So we'd written off Mike Manning, and all of a sudden he's ahead of David Blackie.
Except not on the timing screen. He appears to have vanished entirely, doesn't he?
But
the Mark 1 human eyeball, and there's the leader.
It's Nick Vaughan who's vanished, yes.
That is right. So Mike Manning leads the race, and the Audi has gone ooh, and stopped.
At the chicane, I think that is, isn't
Yeah.
it? So that's not a good place to be stranded. This then, the battle for the lead. So how this changed, I don't know, but it is of some significance because it's for the lead, it's for the win, with 2.5 minutes to go.
And Josh Lawton in 3rd is bringing himself right into it, because he was 4 seconds back, but he is comfortably the quickest man out there by quite some margin. It's down to 3.7 from 4.1 at the first sector.
Oh!
And if you thought that AJ Owens' Sierra Cosworth was sideways early on, hold my beer.
This
Says
is
David
how
Blackie.
it should be. Too much power, not enough grip, slippery conditions, and this is the kind of spectacle that we get to enjoy. We've got 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. On the last lap, Martin, Lawton was 4 seconds quicker than Blackie, ahead of him, and about 3.5 quicker than Mike Manning. Surely he has to be the favourite, but has he got time not only to catch them, but to find a way through?
He's with them. He is right behind 2nd place.
Oh.
There's David Blackie. Is it 50 miles an hour on an average speed camera there in the chicane as they catch the Fiesta? But yeah, David Blackie with Josh Lawton right behind him, right past him. Sorry, I mean, even before the sentence was completed, he'd gone by. So David Blackie, whatever he started with, he's got nothing under him now, has he, with that enormous slide round the back. You don't provoke a slide like that. You hang on to it and count your lucky stars if you do so. So Mike Manning in the Texaco liveried Sierra Cosworth is the leader. And then in 2nd place, Josh Lawton in the, is that really a Honda Civic? is charging. I mean, that really looks like a time attack car.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's an astonishing piece of home-built engineering. And he's just, ripping into them. He's left David Blackie behind him by a couple of seconds already, and halfway to Mike Manning, and he will go by him, if not up the hill, through and out of the chicane. I think he'll have done him before the start-finish line, even if he doesn't get him in a straight line. And that's not looking too much like a tall order either.
Oh, they've come across the Bastos BMW at the apex of Church Corner, though. That wasn't ideal. 4.2 seconds were between these two at the start of the lap. It's nothing now as we climb the hill into the chicane. Now, will it be a checkered flag this time, or will it be a last lap board? It's going to be really touch and go. 10 seconds to go. If it's a checkered flag, then Mike Manning might just hang on. And I think it may be 5, 4, 3. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Here comes the Civic. The checkered flag awaits. Get the photo finish camera ready. No, it is the Ford that hangs on by 0.2 of a second. Mike Manning victorious. And that checkered flag could not have come soon enough for Mike Manning, who somehow managed to scrabble off the final corner well enough to keep the Civic at arm's length. But that was a terrific race, a terrific battle between the two of them. David Blackie, unfortunately, falling out of contention in the closing stages, mainly really because of that back marker that he came across at the chicane, but he comes home in third position. Class winners, Manning winning the boss element of the race. The Classic Thunder Class B win goes to Lawton. The Classic Thunder Class D victory to Ross Allen. Sorry, Ross Craig, I should say, who finished in 7th position overall. And we wait then for the rest of the class winners to come through further back. But that was a terrific scrap there between Mike Manning and Josh Lawton in the closing stages. And that was a very, very entertaining first Classic Touring Car Racing Championship race of the day. And indeed of the weekend. We've got lots of their different categories racing here, including, later on in the day, a few of the famed Super Tourers that will be lining up on the grid. When are they due out on the track? Let me remind myself. We will have, well, the next race is for the Brscc Fiesta Juniors. Then it's the Classic Thunder and Historic Thunders, Civic Cup, then pre-66 and pre-83s, followed by the Audi TTs, and at about 5:10 we'll have the pre-2003 and Super Tourers out on the track, followed by a race for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. So Mike Manning then is victorious after a fascinating tussle there in the closing stages with Josh Lawton, who has to settle for second place. David Blackie comes home third, ahead of Pierce Grange, Ian Craig, Ollie Allen, Ross Craig, Martin Reynolds and AJ Owen. Colin Voice comes home in 10th position in his Ford Escort, ahead of James Allen, with Joey Binks, Ian Bauer and Oliver Owen, 13th and 14th respectively. Then 15th position for another one of the Classic Thunder Class C cars. That was the BMW on the next page, which came home in 15th position. There we go. Sean Morris. Cliff Pellin is next, ahead of Tim Mizzen and Melvin Hooker. Tim Mizzen also a class winner, ahead of Todd Hawkins and Nick Vaughan, as we saw, pulling off to the side of the road. Unfortunately, we never did see David Jefferson take the start, and he didn't appear again after having some sort of issue at the conclusion of the green flag lap. Well, a terrific start to the day in damp but drying conditions, and that I think will be the theme really going forward through the next couple of races. These track conditions, if it doesn't rain again, are going to keep on changing, and it certainly looks nice and bright overhead. There's a decent breeze blowing the weather through, and those blue skies, they are heading our way. So we are, I think, on course for some nicer weather in the near future. And that's good news, really. A dry Thruxton is probably more enjoyable for most of the drivers than a wet Thruxton. It's just that process of drying that's going to cause a few headaches, I think. But anyway, cars line up in Parc Ferme, and that means it's time to not just hear from, but see Martin Haven in the flesh as he catches up with our podium finishers.
Well, another win for the Texaco Sierra. Originally driven by Klaus Ludwig and Steve Soper, and a winner here by a nose in the hands of Mike Manning. So while he gets his helmet off, second place we've got the Civic of Josh Lawton, and in third place the BMW of David Blackie. So who's going to get out first and talk to us all? Let's talk to Josh. Actually, Josh, if you get your helmet off, come and have a chat with you. That was good. That was absolutely astonishing. Well, you might be unsurprised to learn that you got the fastest lap of the race, and the second fastest lap of the race, and the third fastest lap of the race. And if he qualified 10th, that was close. Another lap, you'd have had him.
Yeah, exactly. We just got the yellow flag. I was just gaining and gaining. I think a lot of the guys, most of the guys was on wets, and I was on intermediate AF52s, Yokohama. And I just had to play a waiting game until the end, and yeah, pretty much paid off. I think I won the Thunder, and we had a really good last lap battle, as I'm sure you saw. But yeah.
It must have been like PlayStation, just passing car after car.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it was dragging on a little, to be honest. I thought I'd sort of lost it, but as the track dried out, it was just coming to me. So yeah, it was a good race.
Brave choice on the tyres, well done indeed. Let's talk to David Blackie. David, you had a great dice with the Sierra. Did you feel a couple of laps from home you had the most enormous moment out round the back?
Yeah, it was. It was one of them. I left off, or I keep my foot in it, and I just kept my foot in it. Luckily, the car just kind of kept going around that corner, lovely. But no, it was perfect. It worked well, luckily.
So what did you start on wets?
Yeah, I was on wets. Yeah, pole, but it's getting too dry for the wets now. It's just last 5 laps we're really struggling.
Yeah, that was our guess. That big moment, that was the wet saying, no, you've had your time. All right, congratulations, top 3. Let's go and see if we can catch our race winner. So, moment for Mike Manning. Mike, you might have had tighter wins, but I'm not sure if you can remember many of them.
I knew he was behind, but played cool. I could beat him on the straights and pull away, and then the last little bit, I see the yellow flag out. I thought it's in the bag. So yeah.
Just in time. What did you start on tyre-wise?
Wets, and they were going off a bit to the end, same as everyone else's was. But hey, it was good.
It was the sensible choice. I think it was probably the only choice, wasn't it, given the light switch power delivery of this thing?
Yeah, 100% in the wets. Yeah, it wasn't maximum power, but hey, it worked. So it was all good. All good. Good day.
See, that's the advantage. You can turn the power down when you don't need it all. Brilliant stuff. Congratulations. There you go, race winner Mike Manning. What a handful this thing would have been on full chat, but he had the option just to bail out on the power, and the wet weather tyres were absolutely the way to go.
Well, now, as they say, for something completely different, although we did have some Ford Fiestas on the grid, actually, in that previous race. This, though, a very different kind of event. This is the first race of the weekend for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, and this, again, a race of some significance as we get towards the business end of the championship, but Jensen O'Neill going, who has been pretty dominant at times this year, comes here to Thruxton with a pretty handy championship advantage, it must be said, and is, well, almost on the verge of wrapping things up with an event to spare. But this, his and everyone on this grid's first time racing at Thruxton, so who knows what's going to happen over the course of this first Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. Cars then heading out on the green flag lap. Let's take a look, shall we, at how they're going to line up on the grid. It is Jensen Mason who was fastest in qualifying earlier on today by exactly 1/10 of a second from Jacob Hodgkiss in second position. Alfie Garford and Finn Leslie will share row number 2, with Tom Merritt and the championship leader Jensen O'Neill going only 6th on the grid. He was one of several drivers who were saying that their qualifying plans were scuppered, rather, by some yellow flags in qualifying earlier on today. Henry Foote and Jack Sant share the 4th row of the grid, row 5 for Archie Davis and Ben Doughty, with Billy Blockley and Jack Burgess on row 6. 7th row, George Foxlow and Callie Clifford. The 7th row, Daniela Sutton, who's managed to stay on her wheels this time, unlike at Silverstone last time out. She has Hayden Gray for company on row 8, Harry Lindley and Aaron Beattie row 9, with Maggie Webster and Bobby Holmes completing the 20-car grid. Now, I mentioned Daniela Sutton there, the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner last year. Daniela joined me in the commentary box, actually, at Silverstone last time out after rolling her car in qualifying. She wasn't able to take part in the races, and she came and joined me in the commentary box. Her dad, I believe, not here this weekend, watching from home, recovering from a pretty serious operation, I believe. So we wish him the very best on his recovery, and I'm sure he's cheering Daniela on.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I was chatting to Daniela and her stepmum this morning. So stepmum is now team manager. Her previous best result in the championship is 5th, I believe. So I was suggesting that if she goes any better than that, then obviously he's not going to be allowed to come back anymore. Yeah, but Dad, when you're not there, I'm even better than when you are. So we wish him all the very best and a speedy recovery. And again, the junior scholarship is up for grabs again this season or this October for the 2025 season. So again, if you're watching tomorrow during the break, we'll be hearing from Daniela and a whole host of the other Fiesta Junior. Was collared by Fiesta Junior drivers going, interview us. I mean, that's how enthusiastic these young drivers are. So we'll be hearing from some of them during the lunch break tomorrow as well. And yeah, Daniela definitely espousing the opportunity that the scholarship has provided. And again, it is open. The competition will be held again in October for the drive and the other prizes that are for not just the winner of the competition for 2025. She said, even if you don't win, it is a fantastic experience because you get to go out and drive the race cars and meet a whole bunch of other young hopeful drivers, young aspirants. She said, you know, just that experience itself was worth its weight in gold. So if you have any interest in getting into junior levels of relatively low-cost motorsport, then look for the details online on the Brscc website, because that is a well worth your time, and somebody is going to win it. And you know, you're not necessarily going up against Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. So there are lots of drivers with fairly wide-ranging experience and lack of experience as well. Some have done very little indeed. So yeah, go and have a look on the website for the scholarship details.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see much increased interest in the scholarship, as there has been in the championship in general over the last few years. It really has gone from strength to strength, and a 20-car grid here at Thruxton, one of the smallest grids we've had all year, as you might expect, really, as we get towards this end of the season, but still, there was a day where the Fiesta Junior Championship will be grateful to get to double figures on their grid. So really huge congratulations to the whole team at the Brscc. Because they have turned this now into genuinely one of the most popular junior racing championships in the country. And we are hopefully about to see why, because not only is it affordable, not only is it accessible, but it does rather tend to provide some really exciting racing. Now, Martin, have you just spotted a gap on the grid?
Yes, I don't think there is an Archie Davis where there ought to be one. That gap ahead of the sort of puce nose of Billy Blockley should have car number 87 in it, and doesn't.
Because car 87 was in the fence in qualifying, I do now remember.
That's right, he was. So he's on the grid sheet, but he wasn't here. And who's starting 20th?
Bobby Holmes.
Because he's not on the grid sheet. So
didn't set a time in qualifying, Martin, so
you
may or may not be at the back. We'll pick that out if we can. Right then, we are waiting for a green flag. When that green flag has been waved at the back of the grid, the red lights will be on, and we will be away and racing for 15 minutes in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, with Jensen O'Neill going, the championship leader, starting 6th and needing to just bag some points to try and wrap the championship up with an event to spare. The lights go out then, away they go. Pretty even start by the looks of it from the front row starters, and on the inside line you reckon it would be Jensen Mason who would hold the advantage into Allard. Finn Leslie there trying to come across and close the door on Thomas Merritt, which he wasn't able to do, so Thomas in the blue number 12 car sweeping through on the inside line, but so far so good for Jensen Mason. He's got the lead heading for the complex. Yeah, ahead of Alfie Garford, who came through from 3rd on the grid. That inside line maybe a little drier than the outside line, so the blue car that starts on the outside, Hodgkiss, has not made it through into 2nd. He's made it through into 3rd place, and the championship leader, Jensen O'Neill, going up to 4th position, 272, the grey car with the puce stripes, side by side for 7th-ish. And that is 138 Henry Foote, and Jack Sant alongside him and trying to get in on the action. Right behind is Ben Doughty. So lots of groups already. In fact, the drivers were saying that this is probably, and the TT Cup drivers were saying the same, this is probably going to break up fairly quickly, this race, into little dicing pockets, depending on who's got what in the locker after qualifying. And a lot of these drivers have had maybe one day of experience at Thruxton before this weekend, and most of them didn't even have that. So they are very much, when you go out in practice and you qualify, you're trying to do one thing. When you're racing, you're trying to do a whole different thing that you've not yet done before. So around the outside, very brave. Hodgkiss does not quite get through. Well, he didn't get through the chicane, I'm afraid, Martin. He went straight across the runoff area and rejoined in 2nd place. Now, I reckon that might be frowned upon if he keeps the place. He is, I think, lifting to wave back through Alfie Garford, so realised that he gained the place by going off the circuit. Heads up driving that from Jacob Hodgkiss. We've seen that from Jacob before. Slots back into 3rd, but of course that bunches that group together and allows Jensen O'Neill going and Finn Leslie to join in the fun. They all arrive at the complex together. Very defensive line taken by Hodgkiss. He does keep O'Neill going back, and Jensen here really in a difficult difficult position, Martin. He's trying to defend this championship lead. He doesn't need any heroics today. He will be in a very good championship position as long as he stays out of trouble. But how do you stay out of trouble when the racing is this close?
Well, attack is always the best form of defence. You don't want to go to sleep sort of sitting in 6th or 7th going, that'll do, particularly here. This is not a circuit for taking your eye off the ball. So I think just driving as quickly as he can is the sensible way. And of course, although we are talking about, you know, having a healthy points lead, you can always have a healthier points lead. Yes. So don't let it slip. There are very few days left to seal the deal. Just go for it with everything that you've got. And I think that's probably the attitude he's adopted. And I have to say, if I was going to advise, that would be my advice as well. Drive like your life depends on it, but don't take any untoward risks.
Well, he's 78 points clear at the top of the championship table. He's 78 points clear of Finn Leslie, who is behind him, the next car behind him. So at the moment, he's keeping the second place man in the championship behind him in the race, but he's off the road. Jensen O'Neill going, had a snap of oversteer there, turning through the middle part of the chicane. That older shape, Mark 6 Fiesta, remember, a little bit snappier sometimes on the rear end. Finn Leslie, though, was very slow off the chicane as well. He's losing a place to Thomas Merritt. So actually, out of all of that, Jensen O'Neill going in an even stronger position than he was going into the chicane, but a good example there of how quickly things can go wrong. Okay, it's relatively low speed, he bounced across the grass, no harm done, but if that snap of oversteer comes at Noble or Church, it can be a very different story.
Yeah, really could be. And again, it doesn't take much, you know, very frequently it's somebody else's incident that takes you out of the race or out of the championship. If you get sideways, somebody behind isn't, they're going to hit you at quite a lot of speed, so you just got to really keep your foot buried. Young Tom Merritt there, just 15 years of age, he's up into 5th position, right in the middle of this little battle. Finn Leslie behind, Henry Foote in front. So these guys with, you know, one eye on trying to move forward, but as always, if you're in a queue of cars, if you make an attempt to get by and it doesn't work, then you find it's not a ladder, it's a snake.
Especially in these cars at this track, because they are not the most powerful of cars. They are limited, actually, in horsepower, being a junior category. And this is a high-speed circuit, but a momentum circuit. So if you do go for a move that doesn't work, the momentum you lose can cost you 2 or 3 positions between there and the next time that you hit the brakes, which might be in 2 or 3 corners' time. It wasn't a great run through Church there for Finn Leslie. He's under threat again now from Thomas Merritt into the chicane. He does manage to sail back through on the inside line, but this is a track now, Martin, that really isn't showing me a huge amount of spray or standing water. If anything, a hint of a dry line now starting to appear, and a lot of the junior drivers have told me they are a little bit concerned about tyre wear, and the drier the track gets, the more of an issue that could become.
Yeah, I think it really is quite dry. Now, the advantage is, of course, that track temperature is pretty low, but when you're cornering at the speed that you're cornering here, the surface temperature is less of an issue. You're hopping the curbs, just keeping his nose in front, just getting his nose in front is Jacob Hodgkiss, squeezes in front of Alfie Garford, and this is just a 1.5 seconds before, or in front of the, ahead of them rather, is the race leader. There's some words in there, make your own sentence up, cut and paste. Jensen Mason, there he is in the dark green car, or very dark green car, ahead of this little battle, and Jacob Hotchkiss finally gets himself back to where he actually qualified in 2nd place. Now obviously in his head, right, done that, now I've got however long remains in the race. I'm sure he's sort of not quite aware, but has a vague idea, just got to catch the leader and catch and catch and catch. So he's got inside 10 minutes, so 2/3 of race distance still to go. And he has got a towing buddy, and actually up the hill, having a car behind you will allow your car to go quicker as well as the car that's in your tow. So any pair of cars will come up the hill quicker than a single car on its own.
As long as they're not going up the hill side by side, because that does tend to rather slow you both down, and that's what was happening there. Jacob Hodgkiss under threat from Garford, who ultimately didn't go around the outside. Then it's Jensen O'Neill going still in 4th. Finn Leslie, I think, was 5th-ish as they came off the chicane, trying to keep Tom Merritt and Henry Foote at bay. And yes, he is. The red car comes through next in line, 5th place.
Now, despite that battle for 2nd place, Jacob Hodgkiss 1.3 seconds back. At the beginning of the previous lap, Alfie Garford was in 2nd. He was 1.45 seconds back. So the gap is coming down fractionally. And again, with 8 minutes remaining, you know, another 4-5 laps, they have to sit down. If you're in 3rd place there, or at the tail of a little group like this, you have to go, okay, I'm just going to bide my time. All you need to be is in contention coming up the hill the last time, and then you can make your move out of the tow.
Yeah, that definitely, I expect, will be the case in a category where, again, drivers were telling me the slipstream is worth 7 or 8 tenths of a second a lap. Now, 7 or 8 tenths of a second is not a lot of time, but on a lap around here in a class as evenly matched as this, that can make a huge difference, particularly if you time it right on the final lap. And
7 or 8 tenths, of course, at the line could be the difference between first and third, the way we're going, so, or 5th, 6th and 7th and 8th. So, yeah, all of that works. The real problem is, of course, you're talking about a lot of young racers, some who have got relatively limited experience, and all they want to do is get ahead of the machine in front. But this queue of 4, this could really work well. And the championship leader, Jensen O'Neill going, being passed around the outside. Are we going to see that move completed by Finn Leslie? Not quite, and Finn has to straight line the chicane, and so does Jensen Lewis going. Didn't quite get through. Now, did he make it through the tyre stacks? Finn Leslie did. Hold the shot. There is the championship leader. So he made it through in one piece and actually only lost 1 spot, at least so far. Henry Foote up to 6th position, and Tom Merritt in the blue car back down to 7th place. He's got sort of shuffled down that queue. He had worked his way to the tail, to the nose of it. Now he's down to the tail of it. But that was the sort of moment that Jason O'Neill going does not need to be having, where somebody else is just tagging him under braking.
There's been a couple of moments that he could have done without in this race already, really. He's been done well to survive them. Finn Leslie sets a fastest lap that he won't be allowed to keep because he didn't really do the club chicane in the manner that he was supposed to, so lap time, I'm sure, will be disallowed as a result. But that was contact there between the top 2 in the championship, remember. Finn Leslie has now got himself ahead of Jensen O'Neill going. It will only be worth a couple of championship points over his rival, but as they say, every little helps, and Jensen does rather look like he might continue to slip backwards here, just not really at home in these conditions, seemingly. So we'll monitor that situation as we move into the final third of the race, which we'll be doing very shortly. This, by the way, the lead grew. 1.1 seconds was the gap. Jensen Mason back to Jacob Hodgkiss at the start of the lap. A little bit less than that, I'd say now.
Well, don't forget that at the start of the previous lap, it was 1.38.
Yes.
So that's come down by very nearly 3 seconds, and they are literally right on him. And again, as you said, with these cars limited to the same horsepower, and again, it's the championship contenders who are going left, right, and centre. Did Jensen come through?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He's just under the timing pylon. So he made it through, and now here comes Tom Merritt. So he's going by on the inside of Henry Foote. Neatly done. If you've all got 75 horsepower, for argument's sake, then a slipstream gives you 85 horsepower, and so those 2 cars in 2nd and 3rd are definitely going much quicker. And again, Tom Merritt on the outside as Henry Foote comes back, doesn't make it through. Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave, and then heading out into the country through Noble. All, of course, named after land speed record greats of the previous past. And why are they celebrated here? This is not why they where they set those records. Well, because this is all about high speed.
Yeah, absolutely. For a long time did hold the unofficial title, didn't it, of fastest racetrack in the United Kingdom. It's certainly pretty fast, and all about that average speed. It's not long straights, it's not a Silverstone or a Snetterton, it's all about these long sweeping corners. In fact, you're hardly ever going in a straight line here at Thruxton, really, but it's all about keeping that minimum speed up, which is something that Jensen O'Neill going is struggling with here. He just does not have the confidence in that car out of Church Corner. He's under threat again. Now, we've already seen him cut across the chicane 3 times in this race. Might it happen again? Here, meanwhile, for the race lead is Jacob Hodgkiss, challenging now Jensen Mason. So that last second evaporated because he had the slipstream, and he's on the tail of the leader now, heading into the final few laps.
I can't quite read the number on that, whoever's disappeared into the boonies, but you're absolutely right. Jensen Mason, having had a 4 or 5 second margin, doesn't even have a car length now, and Jacob Hodgkiss has broken free from Alfie Garford. So Hodgkiss, who made a slightly tardy start from a damper outside line, got dropped down to 3rd place early on. He's got the headlights flashing because Jensen Mason may not know he's there, but Mason will feel the pressure. And unfortunately for him, unlike Mike Manning in the Sierra Cosworth in the first race, the classic races, that was not the checkered flag. He's going to have to do at least 2 more laps here.
Yes, he is, and Jacob Hodgkiss will be motivated here because he is third in the championship, remember, and about, well, exactly 11 points behind Finn Leslie. So if he can win this race, he closes right in on Finn for second place in the championship. That's something worth fighting for still. Not really the kind of thing that Jacob, in his second season in this championship, would have been hoping to be fighting for. As the leader gets a wheel on the grass, turning into Church Corner, that is not the place to be rally crossing. And Jensen Mason just running out of road, somehow got it back on road in front of Hodgkiss. I don't think he ever lifted, but my word, that was a little lapse of concentration that could have had pretty significant consequences. He's now again having to defend up the hill. The slipstream favours Hodgkiss, who's got the run, he's got the momentum, but he does not have an invitation to the inside line, and so Jensen Mason will hang on for now.
And look how Alfie Garford has closed right in as well. A teammate of Jensen Mason is right there, the second of the Vera cars. So that's going to put the pressure on Jacob Hodgkiss as well, because Hodgkiss for the last lap has focused entirely on trying to get by the leader. Now he's got to have a weather eye on his mirrors as well, and Alfie Garford can really help his teammate here. Finn Leslie does take the fastest lap away from Tom Merritt, who's now back up to fifth and had just set it on the previous lap. But it's whether the green and black cars can stay ahead of the blue one, and Jacob Hodgkiss is going to have to go over, under, left, right, up and down, and still find the door closed. This is going to be a real test for Jensen Mason, because it doesn't look like maybe the pre-race tyre pressures were quite right for the conditions. Maybe his tyre temperature is now getting a little bit too hot. But whatever, Jacob Hodgkiss seems to be quicker, but it's all about getting by. And yeah, Jensen Mason is going to have to be really, really on his marks.
Both of these drivers have been winners so far this year. One win for Jensen Mason, that came at Snetterton early in the season. Hodgkiss twice a winner. Of course, Jacob's championship hopes really were thwarted with a disqualification from a race earlier in the year. He's up the inside into Church Corner. They arrive sideways into the fastest corner on the track, and still Jensen Mason has the advantage, but it is very much a three-way slipstreaming train now, heading up the hill, and if anything, Garford closer to Hodgkiss than Hodgkiss is to the leader.
Yeah, Alfie Garford looking to go the long way round the outside of the blue car. Jacob Hodgkiss, this could be a 1-2 for the Vera team, but he's not going to make it through. Just as soon as you get out wide there, the track just starts to level out and drop away, and it's like adverse camber when you're trying to brake and turn at the same time. So he drops back a fraction, but if Jacob Hodgkiss needed a wake-up call to the potential danger behind, that was it. And just in that little defence, he's dropped back a fraction. In a front-wheel drive car like this, particularly one that's not hyper powerful, essentially as soon as the race starts, you weld the throttle pedal to the floor, and particularly around the quick stuff here, they will just absolutely have their knee locked in the right leg, jammed against the floor, and just allow the tail to follow round. If it wags, it doesn't matter, as long as the driving wheels are going in the right direction. But Jensen Mason has got to stay off the grass there on the last lap, and this is still anybody's race.
Proper Fiesta Junior racing this. Hodgkiss almost saw a gap up the inside into Noble, but the door was closed firmly in his face by Jensen Mason. Jacob therefore takes a wider line into the right-hander at Goodwood. That gives him a bit more momentum mid-corner, a bit more speed on the shoot down towards Church. Now Church is not really an overtaking opportunity, but a good exit from Church Corner can certainly yield an opportunity into the chicane, and that's what Hodgkiss is going for. He's got the run. He's less than a car length back. Neither of them using the full width of the road there, because they both want the inside line heading up the hill. Mason, though, I think might just have done enough here to keep Jacob Hodgkiss at bay. How late on the brakes will Jacob be willing to be? He will have to go the long way round. Later on the brakes is Mason, but the red flag is out. The race is being stopped right at the last corner.
Wow.
And that means that in the end it's all a little bit academic. Jensen Mason is going to manage to hang on then, and Jensen Mason is going to claim the victory here at Thruxton. That race will not be restarted, of course. The time had ticked down to 0, and so the race is run. Jensen Mason then the winner, Jacob Hodgkiss in second position, and Alfie Garford comes home in third, Finn Leslie fourth, fifth Tom Merritt, sixth Henry Foot, and Jensen O'Neill going ended up only seventh. So Jensen O'Neill going not the points haul that he was hoping for there, that is for sure, and he'll be a little bit disappointed that he's not been able to sort of put one hand on the championship trophy, because that was very much what he was hoping to do in this one. And in the end it's gone the other way, because he loses a handful of points to Finn Leslie, loses a lot of points ultimately to Jacob Hodgkiss, who again, will be a bit frustrated probably not to have won the race, but he gets second place. That's 46 championship points. That's a reasonable margin, a reasonable points haul from that one. And will it be enough for him to move ahead of Finn Leslie? Well, he was 11 points adrift of Finn. No, I don't think he's outscored him by 11 points. So I think Leslie will still be second, but by a much, much, much reduced margin. So we will see if we can get some official confirmation overnight regarding the updated championship points, but for now the race coming to a slightly premature end, but we were approaching the checkered flag anyway, I suppose, and that means race run and no chance of a restart. So, Jensen Mason wins the first race of the weekend for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Jacob Hodgkiss comes home in second position and Alfie Garford in third. Then it's Finn Leslie, Tom Merritt and Henry Foote with Jensen O'Neill going and George Foxlow next. Maggie Webster and Jack Sant complete the top 10 with Ben Doughty and Jack Burgess 11th and 12th respectively. Harry Lindley was 13th. Billy Blockley came home in 14th position. 15th Aaron Beattie and 16th Hayden Gray. Callie Clifford and Daniela Sutton, unfortunately, both non-finishers. Both of them ending up at the side of the road, a couple of laps from the checkered flag. Well, red flag, in fact, actually, because the race, of course, was stopped just prior to the checkered flag flying, but we got most of the 15 minutes in. The Fiesta Juniors, as I said, will be back out again later on in the weekend. They had their one race today, and they've got two tomorrow. In fact, they will be out pretty bright and early tomorrow. The first race after the church bells break, which is at 10:55, their second race of the weekend, and then they're back out again for race 3 at 3:45. So we have got possibly a brief pause in proceedings. We'll update you on what the plan is moving forward now, obviously, before our third race of the day gets underway. That is scheduled to, sorry, a fourth race, I should say, scheduled to be another Classic Touring Car Racing Championship event. The Classic Thunder and Historic Thunder categories will be heading out onto the track, hopefully without too much of a delay. And another eclectic grid of cars that we will be seeing taking to the circuit. This is where we're going to see some of the older cars actually that race within the Classic Touring Car Racing Championship awnings. So cars then are back into Parc Ferme, and I believe Martin Haven is ready and standing by to have a chat with our podium finishers. So let's head once more over to him.
Well, just arriving in the holding area are our top three. Jensen Mason, our race winner. Second place, Jacob Hodgkiss. And third place, Alfie Garford. Now, they're probably not quite sure why the red flag came out. They will have seen the cars at the side of the circuit in the complex, but little congratulations from Jacob to Jensen. Jacob, get your helmet off. We'll have a word in a moment. I'll go and catch up with Jensen. Happy team, proud dad. These are all the other things that you've got to get used to, of course, is getting the helmet off quickly. Yeah. That's what happens when you call me for an interview during the morning, is that we have to do a second one a little bit later on. So listen, congratulations. How was that? I mean, that was pretty close at the end.
Yeah, it was. Cold just kept catching me in the toe because it's just a massive straight. I just white lined it the whole way down to the last corner, but yeah.
Couple of lurid moments out in the country where you might just have got a wheel onto the white lines, but it was just enough.
Yeah, the wets were going off towards the end. I had quite a lot of front grip and not much rear grip, but yeah.
Well, you've just got to keep the throttle pedal welded to the floor, haven't you, and let the rear do what it does.
Yeah, just got to keep it on the track.
And were you worried that he was getting close on the final lap because you were towing him up the hill, weren't you?
Yeah, I was quite worried that he was going to do something on the final lap and get past, but yeah, I was able to keep him there.
All right, well, listen, congratulations. First one done. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say massive thanks to my sponsors, Weira, World Rubber, Green Group, Tillmaniac. Thanks.
All right, well done. Good job. And, of course, the main sponsors of every young driver, Mum and Dad. Now, where have we lost Jacob to? Where's he gone? And Alfie. Alfie, come to me. Right, listen. No. You can talk to him later. So how was that? You were kind of watching it all develop and you kept dropping back and coming back into it. The tow's a big power here, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think we quite had the pace, but obviously with the tow round here, you've got so much time with full throttle on, so being tucked up behind another car helps. Yeah, unfortunately we weren't in there for the fight at the end because of, I mean, I went for a move and it didn't pay off, but that's racing, isn't it? So.
Well, that's Thruxton, isn't it? The chicane is one of the key areas, and you've got to give it a try. And if it goes wrong, then you've got to find your way through all the extra bollards.
Yeah, there's the thought of go for the move and maybe end up in the wall, or go for the move and have to back out of it, or hopefully it pays off. So yeah, you got to try it, or you wouldn't be racing. So yeah.
All right, top 3 podium result. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's see if we can find Jacob. He's disappeared somewhere. Where's Jacob gone? Aha! That was close.
Yeah, it was unlucky off the start. We couldn't get into third, so we dropped the position to Alfie. Managed to regain it, obviously cut the chicane, but gave us position back. But yeah, overall it was really close, good race. I'm glad with how it went, yeah.
And using the tow is key, obviously, here at Thruxton. But unlike somewhere like Monza, where you just drag racing to the line, here you've got to deal with the chicane. So we could see on the last lap you were just praying that he outbraked himself.
Yeah, I was close, I was nearly there, but you know, there were yellow flags at one of the other overtaking zones as well, so we couldn't quite get there. But yeah, it was a good race from Jensen, good race from Alfie, good race overall. So.
In terms of tyres and the kind of mixed conditions, what's the key? How do you play with the tyre pressures? What do you do to try and get the best out of them?
I think we made the wrong call on wets here. I'm pretty sure it was dry enough to put on cut slicks. But yeah, the play was just to try and keep them cool as cool as they can be, sorry. As cool as they can be by going in the wet patches. But yeah, they were overheating near the end, we're losing some grip, but you know.
Live and learn, that's what junior category racing is all about.
Of course, yeah.
Congratulations, second place and more chance to try again. So fantastic racing at the front, and again, massive slipstreaming efforts here at Thruxton, and you can see just a little bit of rubbing and racing has been going on. So these guys definitely are learning all the tricks. This place is a hard track to overtake on, particularly when there are cars parked at the complex and you can't use that. So it all comes down to the chicane, and the guy in front knows that just as much as the guy who's doing the chasing.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
No, now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
In the assembly area for our classic touring car racing second race. This is the pre-63 and pre-80, pre-66 and pre-83 cars with our pole man, appropriately enough, P1 on the grid, car 1. So what was qualifying like, and do you think that the racing is going to be as close as the times suggest?
I think it'll be closer than the time suggests. I think it'll be very similar to qualifying, because it was very greasy and it's greasy again now. So I think it's going to be very similar. So that's probably, consistency is good.
And what about the Escort? How long have you been racing this car? How comfortable are you feeling on a track that's as quick as this one is?
21 years I've been racing this car, and I adore it. And it's a nice little balanced car, ideal for a bit of damp.
When you drive these things, you find out exactly why they were so successful and continue to be so successful. And they're a great driver's weapon.
Yeah, they are. They flatter the driver, to be honest with you. But it's a pleasure to drive.
All right, well, you've got clear track in front of you, so hopefully that will continue. Good luck to you. So 2 Mark 1 Escorts on the front of the grid. Just heard from Stephen Pettit. This is Mark Fowler. Mark, oh, open face helmet and everything. So how's your experience levels here at Thruxton?
I've been here probably about 12, 14 times, raced here, and it's in this kind of conditions, it's a little bit changeable, but it can be great fun. In the dry, my preference is dry, so.
All right, have fun.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Right, so engines fired, Escorts to the fore, got a Rover V8, Triumph Dolomite Sprint, little Nissan Skyline, one of my favourites, the Avenger, Hillman Imps, Droop Snoop Forenza, all sorts of stuff getting ready to head out.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, this is a race I'm particularly looking forward to. There are lots of cars, 30 of them qualified earlier on this morning. A really eclectic mix here of 1960s generally touring cars. We do have the pre-83 class supposedly incorporated into this, but I suppose by definition all of these cars are pre-83, certainly verging more on the older cars, and they are often, as you will know if you're a bit of a historic racing aficionado, they're often the categories that produce some of the very best action. So looking forward to this. They've got a largely dry racetrack to play on now as well, as the sun continues to beat down on what is an increasingly warm Thruxton circuit. And again, I'm sure lots of these drivers will be very, very pleased to hear that. So Stephen Primet on pole position, then the Mark 1 Ford Escort, 3.2 seconds faster than anybody else in qualifying this morning, but that was in the wet. Now it's dry. Things could well be a lot closer now in these much more favourable conditions. Then it will be Mark Fowler in a similar Escort alongside him. Mark Cholerton in another Escort, albeit an RS2000 example, starts third, and then the Rover SD1 of Nick Williamson alongside him. Carl Shreve's Triumph Dolomite has Graham Smith's Ford Escort alongside him on row 3. On the 4th row, we've got Alex Thistlethwaite in the Ford Mustang and a similar car of Jack Riddell alongside. Is that the same Jack Riddell who we've seen racing in Civic Cup? I believe it is. I get a nod from Phil Kinch behind me, so a little bit different to a Honda Civic, although that grid sheet that I'm going through is a little bit different as well, isn't it? So we might have had a few amendments after qualifying. We'll go off the screen there. Mostyn Rutter starting 7th alongside, starting 8th, I should say, alongside Corker. Yes, this has absolutely no resemblance to the grid sheet in front of me. Jonathan Corker 7th then, alongside Rutter 8th. Then 9th position we've got, by the looks of it, Malcolm Jeffs, who I've got 16th. And the top 10.
Yeah, he's in the Golf GTI. They've separated it by the two classes, pre-66 ahead of pre-83.
Hey, so you've got a printed grid sheet,
I have got a printed,
which I haven't.
Yes,
so,
but my printed grid sheet for the previous race didn't have all the cars on it and didn't have any absences on it either.
Well, you win some, you lose some, don't you?
Yes,
well, since
exactly.
you've got the actual grid sheet, why don't you run us through the grid, Martin? That seems like a good idea.
I was hoping to breathe. So where are we? Alan Thistlethwaite and Jack Riddell in their pair of Mustangs. That's going to be very interesting because as the track dries, they should come through to the fore. But they got a couple of minis right behind Barry Syme, the top mini qualifier, and the Austin Cooper S car number 21, driven by one of the twin brothers, Mike and Alan Davis. It's Mike who's driving it this morning, and that is a car that was bought new from John Cooper by their dad and raced in period in 1964 and has been raced ever since. And in fact, it was used for testing by Downton Engineering over the years. Pat Keneally's Cortina, the first of Lotus Cortinas, and the first of a fleet of Imps, which I'm delighted to see because you didn't used to see Imps racing at all. James Ibbotson in his Imp Super, Phil Grange, Piers Grange rather, in the Mustang, and the Ford Falcon Sprint of Alan Greenhall. Now, that is going to be a massive handful if it's anything other than bone dry. Jake Swan's Anglia and the Lotus Cortina of Ian Thompson are on row, whatever that is, 12. Row 13, Kevin Swan in another angle box and another Imp, Brendan Rooney. Then Michael Loveland in an Imp Deluxe, la-di-da. Alongside him, another sort of Imp. It's the Singer Chamois, which is the sort of fastback Imp Coupe. That's Jeremy Dias. And then Edward Crossley in his Cooper S ahead of Van Tansley's Mustang, Andy Measham's Mini 7, and the only BMW in the field, that's Nathan Beresford in his 1800 Ti ahead of Keith Wright and Richard Bateman on the back row of the grid, and they are both in Lotus Cortinas. And Richard Bateman's been driving that a lot. In fact, on the side of his car, which is there with Batman in the window, is the name of Rowan Atkinson, who was one of his co-drivers in the revival at Goodwood a few years ago. So that car, like many of these others, has been campaigned for a long, long while. And of course, even if you have just a bare mini shell, you can build up a full FIA spec or international spec race mini from that, or indeed any of these cars. Lots of the cars that are racing now, historic Mustangs and Cortinas, particularly the Lotus Cortinas, a lot of them have been built fairly recently, but there are definitely some genuine ones. So the red Mini Cooper right in the middle of the second group of cars you can see there, that's the car of the twin brothers, Mike and Alan Davis, that their dad raced in period. So that was originally sold direct from the Cooper Car Company by John Cooper. That has got a lot of history. So they'll be looking to go well, beat the quick cars, stay ahead of Barry Syme in the pale blue car on the left-hand side with the white Cooper stripes, who is the top qualifying Mini. And then tomorrow, because only one of the brothers qualified it, it'll be Alan who has to start it from the back of the grid. So he's looking forward to the wet weather that is forecast for tomorrow. Away we go. Electrifying start from Stephen Primette in the Mark 1 white Escort, but slow away Mark Fowler's car number 2. The Mexico blue stripes down the side of that. He's dropped down to 4th place already because the RS2000 Mike Chollerton, the one with the sort of droop snoot nose, had a good getaway up into 2nd place. No, it's the Nissan that's got through. So a really quick start from that car. And the blue Dolomite Sprint, there's car number 2. That's Mark Fowler from the 2nd spot on the grid. The Rover got away very quickly as well. Where did Nick Williamson qualify? He qualified in 4th place. Mustang and Ford Falcon running out very wide. The Minis go by. And this is reliving the 1960s in all sorts of different ways.
A fabulous sight they make, don't they, as they stream through Noble. But yeah, this is the cat and mouse racing that this era of touring car racing really is known for, isn't it? The lightweight, nimble, agile, but not very powerful Minis up against the big American lumps of the Ford Mustangs and the Ford Falcons that have just got that grunt and go capability, but do rather struggle when you have to try and change direction through a chicane. And of course, the great thing about Thruxton is you've got a little bit of everything. You've got the high-speed stuff out the back, and then you've got the 2 tight and technical chicanes. There should be really fascinating stuff in that particular group of cars. Let's try and sort this out into the chicane. Then the Datsun of Jonathan Corker started 7th, and as you quite rightly said, up into 2nd place in the early stages and hanging on to that 2nd place. Up into 4th position there goes the Rover of Nick Williamson, just about managing to find a gap in the traffic. And as they slide their way off the chicane and across the line, it's Primette by only 3/4 of a second or so over Corker 2nd, Shreve in 3rd position in the number 14, and there a change of position a little bit further back. That's Jack Riddell, who is the same Jack Riddell, as I said, who races in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, getting ahead of a grass tracking Cortina.
Yeah, that was Pat Keneally's car, I think. Yeah, I called it a Nissan, didn't I? That's modern habits there. It is actually genuinely a Datsun, or was in period at least. So there's the Rover SD1 again. That's not an XTWR factory car that has been built to go racing. And not too many of those do get manufactured. I think there's 2 or 3 that people have built, as well as the ex-factory cars that occasionally come out. But the Escort's out front, and as we heard from our poleman, Stephen Promet, he said the thing is just so forgiving and flatters the driver. Well, definitely that Datsun of Jonathan Corker, only qualified in 7th place, but shot through the front row, car number 85, and right behind a not that distant relative, you would think. Surely that's sort of the Mark II, but no, the Triumph Dolomite Sprint, a very different car, and it was that was a Farina design, so not quite sure which of the Japanese design studio in Datsun had a hand in that, but the Dolomite coming up the hill, 2 litres 16 valve howling away. I think the Datsun's a 1600, and I think it's a single overhead cam engine. I stand to be corrected, but the Dolomite definitely had the legs up the hill, and you would think the Rover should have gobbled them all up, but again, it's got a lot of mass to move with that 3.5 litre V8 under the bonnet. But here, coming out of the chicane, it's certainly got them in acceleration. But right with them, car number 2, that's Mark Fowler, the Arctic white and blue Escort with those Mexico stripes along the flanks. So that's the early Borum Ford Works colours that developed later into a big broad white band down the side of the Mark II cars. And there is a Mark II, the bright blue car, in 5th place. That's the RS2000 Mark Chollerton. In fact, now that's shown as down in 6th. Yes, he is down in 6th place, isn't he? Mark Fowler's in 5th. The Rover, Nick Williamson, up in 4th position. And a little further behind, Mostyn Rutter, he's on the tail of this group. You can just see coming round. There he is, in a Droop Snoop Forenza. So that car, again, he's owned for many years. And that car has been racing in classic touring car racing for the better part of the last 30 seasons.
Yeah, so good battling here, although I'm a little bit surprised to see Mark Fowler towards the back of this group. Mark, remember, qualified on the front row, but he just went round the outside there. Actually was defending from Mark Chollerton, who was trying to get up the inside of him into Church Corner. But yeah, that blue and white Mark I Escort just doesn't seem to have the legs in the race that it did in the much damper qualifying session earlier on. Towards the club chicane we come then once again, late on the brakes for Jonathan Corker. Still makes the apex, but a slightly leery approach into the chicane for the Datsun. The Rover gets a huge slide and off goes Carl Shreve. Carl Shreve, I think something broke on Shreve's car. He's gone straight on and I think into the barriers, and that had to be a steering or suspension breakage of some sort. The curbs pretty unforgiving even for modern machinery, and I wonder whether maybe something broke on the left front corner, and that's a shame. That takes him out of this battle.
It really does take him out of the battle, and the massive moment that the Rover had has allowed the Escorts to gobble it up as well, at least as they come down into the complex. And of course, there the Rover is at a disadvantage, wallowing around, if you like, and the Escort's lighter, nimbler, less power, could go through. Yeah, he's hit it twice. You can see the left-hand side has taken a clout, and then it's sort of half spun round as well. So that's very unfortunate for Carl Shreve. He's out of the car, but everybody here, whether they built the car or bought it originally, they all pay for it themselves. This is your own pocket money for going racing. So that's always a really sad sight. But the good news is at least that he is A-OK. And also that Dolomite isn't the rarest car on the planet, so panels for it won't be the hardest thing to find. So hopefully that car will be back out racing again soon.
Sorry, Martin, safety car being scrambled, so the race is going to be neutralised. Not a huge surprise, that really. That car clearly in a dangerous position, but something had to have broken. I wonder if we can get a replay of that or something, because I wonder if something broke on the left front corner as he hit the curb. The car just wouldn't turn into the right-hander, and hopefully the brakes were working at least. He might have been able to scrub off a little bit of speed before the impact. Stephen Promet, though, won't be particularly happy about this, because he was probably enjoying himself out there, extending the margin over the battle pack behind him. But now Jonathan Corker, who has the fastest lap from earlier on in the race in the Datsun, will be right back on his tail when we go for a restart. Mark Chollerton showing us third.
Somebody also being shown the black and orange flag for mechanical problems. Not sure who that was. Maybe the officials and the observers out around the track have spotted somebody blowing or leaking oil or fuel, which is less than ideal, particularly with a little bit of adverse weather. But yeah, Carl Shreve in the Dolomite. At least it wasn't the first right-hander at the top of Woodham Hill. At least he had made it through the chicane, so speed will have been relatively conservative compared to having a big one and going off at the top of the hill and not turning right at all, not slowing down at all. I wonder whether it could well end up just being traced back to something like a ball joint failing and only one wheel steering, and then that doesn't really work. There's the top Mini going through Barry Syme. So he's ahead of Mike Davis, and the third of the Minis has come back from quite a long way back. I think the next Mini was Ed Crosley, car number 20. He's got a very quick lap in the class, and so he has come up pretty quickly. James Swan is showing on the timing screen as behind Mike Davis, so he's the third of the Minis. And there is the safety car leading the field around, Stephen Promet at the head of it. At least we'll assume he still is, because our screen's gone off. Now it's come back on. Jonathan Corker in second place in the blue and white Datsun. Mark Fowler in third spot. So Jonathan Corker from 7th on the grid. A corking start. I'll fetch my coat.
Well done, well done. Now the race being stopped, unfortunately, just to give us all time to sit back and reflect on what you just said there, Martin. The race then being neutralised properly, and unfortunately that means the cars are going to have to be, well, we will probably get a restart, I would imagine. We weren't quite halfway, I don't think, were we?
You would hope so. It's not a medical emergency intervention, I don't think, because we saw Carl Shreve had got out of the car. I think it will just be to get a flatbed out there and lift the car out of the way, which obviously is not something you want to do with racing cars going around the track, even behind the safety car. And the option to bring them through the pit lane is possibly not one that the organisers are entirely happy with either.
Well, and that would be after the recovery zone anyway, wouldn't it? So it wouldn't really help you too much. There may, of course, be some barrier damage as well. We didn't know exactly how hard that car went into the wall. So a few things for the clerk of the course to be dealing with, and so they've taken the decision to stop the race, but we'll hopefully have some news of a restart for you as and when we can. So cars, well, where the cars are sent will be indicative of what's going on, and whether they're being sent back onto the grid or into the pit lane. There is a marshal waving a yellow flag at the end of the pit lane, but which way he's planning on directing the cars, I'm not entirely sure. Through comes the safety car towards the pit lane. Yes.
Safety car, is he going back out?
I think they're making this decision as we speak, but yeah, hedging their bets, keeping the cars parked at that end of the start-finish straight, so that should they need to go into the pit lane, they can.
Well, and the other option, the other side to that coin, is that actually then the race director is given the option to scramble them out onto the grid as fast as humanly possible, so that if they do want to restart, then it will take as little out of the rest of the day as possible. Because, of course, although the clock might have stopped on this race, it hasn't stopped in the real world, and so the afternoon progresses, and you can see, you know, quite a lot of nice late autumn afternoon sunshine. Not sure that you'd necessarily be planning a barbecue for this evening, or if you did, you might be wanting your coat and your umbrella. That's probably cooking on the barbecue, eat it in the kitchen territory, I think, isn't it? It's not quite as warm as it was 2 or 3 days ago. Well, there's the recovery vehicle just on the far right-hand side. So he is en scène, ready to go and rescue our dolly.
Yes, and is now in position. So, of course, it's all quite close to the pit lane and paddock area, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get the car off the track and out of the way and hopefully give us a restart. We're running pretty much on time, I would say.
We have been, hadn't we? Yeah, pretty much.
Next race due to start at 3:40. Well, it's 3:25 now, so we've got 15 minutes before we are late, if you like, for the next race. So I think that gives us time.
We've only got 8 minutes left of Racington, plus a slow down lap, and if they don't slow down that much and sort of get a scoot on it, and that's one of the things, again, that you don't want aching lapses where there's nothing on track and the spectators just bored, rigid, waiting for something to happen, because that's the old days. But what you've got to try and avoid is not having any leeway at all, and then you end up running into curfews and things, or lack of light, particularly at this time of year. You know, I can remember many times being here at Thruxton, particularly for Easter Bank holiday, where you've got a day like today, but you can clearly see the moon as well in the middle of the afternoon as the sun's disappearing, and you go, hang on a minute, they haven't even started the main race yet, and I can see the moon and the sun's sort of, it's gin o'clock time. So at either end of the year, you definitely run into those issues with the relative paucity of daylight, particularly in the afternoon. Nobody particularly wants to start on track at 6 a.m, so the fact it's dark there is less of an issue, but certainly in the afternoon. Although the cloud has thinned quite nicely, so actually the sun is still poking out. It's quite, as you can see, very few, okay, all the marshals got their fireproof overalls, but very few others have got a coat or even a fleece on, so it is shirt sleeve weather.
I mean, I'm very warm in the commentary box, but I haven't had to venture outside.
It's very warm in here. All the windows are nailed tightly shut, so it's not too noisy.
Yes.
And yeah, it is a very warm room. When I came in from the collecting area just now, I did think, oh, it's really warm here. Somebody get a window open. It's like the heating has clicked in, but nobody's found where the thermostat is.
Well, it'll be that time of year before you know it, won't it?
I think it already is for everybody.
I think you might be right, yes.
If you haven't got your heating on, then you're not a good dad, I think, these days.
Indeed so. But yeah, we are rattling on towards the end of the season, which is a terrifying thought, really. We're in September, got about a month and a half or so left of the motor racing season here in the UK. Plenty more events still to come for the Brscc, though, of course, and a number of those will be given the live stream treatment. In fact, they've got 2 events on this weekend alone. They're also racing over at Donington Park, that event being live streamed. If you've got 2 monitors, then you can follow everything that's going on. We'll also have, of course, the TCR UK finale live streamed from Silverstone on the 12th and 13th of October, and then the final live streamed Brscc event will be the 2024 Formula Ford Festival, the Gerrit van Kerwen anniversary Formula Ford Festival, as it is known this year, on the 19th and 20th of October, and that is going to be a real highlight, as always it is, in the motor racing calendar, and that will conclude the Brscc's on-track action for 2024, and you can follow it all live on their various social media pages. Right, whilst we await news on what the plan is moving forward, we're going to take a very short break here from Thruxton. Don't go anywhere, though. Hopefully we'll have a resumption of racing in just a few minutes' time.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Welcome back to Thruxton, everyone, and well, what a brilliant sight that is. We've got cars back on the grid now ahead of a restart for this Pre-66 touring car race, part of the Classic Touring Car Racing Championships. selection of series that are racing here with us this weekend alongside the Brscc and TCR UK. A red flag unfortunately flew after a little incident up at the chicane. That's all been dealt with though as efficiently as always by the recovery crews and the marshals, and that means we're ready for a race restart over what's going to be 6 minutes, so we're only going to lose about a minute or so of race time, and it means we get to see a resumption of the battle at the front of the field between, well, amongst others, Stephen Promet, who was leading the race. Now, of course, he's going to have a little bit more work to do this time around if he's going to hang on to the race lead. I don't think he'll necessarily be able to escape from people like Mark Chollerton and Mark Fowler in quite the same way that he was on the first attempt to run this race. So hoping to see a little bit more slicing and dicing at the front for the lead, but it was already a very entertaining battle that for second place, wasn't it, Martin?
Press the button. That's what comes when you get a professional in. I think, actually, probably car number one, Stephen Promet's biggest worry is where that wretched Nissan alongside him has come from, because the car alongside him on the grid with the blue nose, Jonathan Corker, qualified 7th, and there he was right behind him at the restart. Now we've just lost our Droop Snoot Forenza as well.
Yes.
That has peeled off into the pit lane from the back of the grid. Mostin Rutter. So he didn't make it back out. And whether the Rover V8 there in the centre of the second row, that was in third place ahead of a little slew of Escorts, whether he will be able to make inroads or not, I'm not entirely sure. But that could be interesting if he can really get that hooked up away from the start. Well, we go around on a final formation lap, and I'm assuming it's going to be another standing start for part 2 because there is no safety car. Lotus Cortinas, the Minis and everything else, mixing it with the slightly newer machinery. So almost everything here is pre-66. Is the only pre-83 car there the Rover V8?
I suspect
I think
so.
it probably is. I mean, everything else, Cortinas, Minis, Mark 1, Mark 2, even Mark 2 Escorts, and very early Mark 2 could have been, that wouldn't have been 66. So that's not pre-66, that's pre-83 definitely. But a lot of the other, yeah, I suppose, okay, the Imps, they're more 70s as well than 60s, aren't they? Very late 60s, but not pre-66. So there's quite a lot of cars that you imagine are 60s cars that are actually probably 70s cars. But the Cortinas, the Minis, the Mustangs, very much in the early category, and the Ford Falcon Sprint as well. The big aircraft carrier that you'll see about halfway down the grid, that's very much in the pre-66 category. But the amazing start of Jonathan Corker. Now, he was on the inside line, so he was on the driver's right of the grid, but I don't think that's going to make any difference now. No. Out around in the country, there are still damp patches, but certainly on the start-finish straights, the grid area looks as dry on either side. So I don't think there's much to be made from that. So Jonathan Corker might be the man to watch. It's definitely the man that Stephen Promet's going to be watching for sure.
Well, Jonathan made a lot of that ground up off the line, didn't he? So that was from 7th on the grid. Well, now from the front row, you have to imagine he will have his sights set on the race lead before we get to the complex for the first time, and then Stephen Promet really will have a little bit of a fight on his hands. The Datsun just seems to accelerate really well, and we saw that a little bit in that battle that he was involved in. That car got off the corners well, didn't it? Off the tight corners particularly, and it's a lightweight car, but is there anything else about the design of that car that might sort of explain why it is quite such a rocket ship in acceleration? Or is it maybe just the way that Jonathan's got the thing set up?
Well, that's and the way that, again, you know, when, like Stephen Promet's been driving his Escort, racing it for 31 years, so he's pretty much understood, you know, what it does. And again, it might be entirely the same with Jonathan Corker. So I'm thinking that Nissan Datsun is probably a 1600cc, but I'm going to go to the reference of all things and just double check, because I'm afraid that my Datsun knowledge may not be quite what it ought to be.
Well, it's infinitely better than mine, Martin, so whatever answer you come up with, I'm prepared to believe. Whilst Martin is going through the history books, we will prepare for a race start, because the cars are lining up now on the grid. There you can see what the lead. actually faster in qualifying. Will start alongside him on the front row for the restart. What have we found, Martin?
I believe it is a 1600cc. Originally, certainly the road car was a 1.6 litre, well, a 1300, 1500 or 1600, so likely to be a 1600 four-speed manual box, so not that dissimilar from a 1600 Escort. Away we go then. So who gets the best of the starts? Is it the white Escort or the white and blue Datsun 85? Looks like our front row starters are pretty even. There's contact in the back. Impon Anglia. That's a very 70s combination with the Avenger in there as well. A couple of Lotus Cortinas, and there's the Escort, the leads from the Datsun. The Rover on the inside in third place. So that is Nick Williamson, who qualified in fourth, was running in third. Somebody's having a big moment there. Right at the tail of the field as they just started to sweep through the complex. I'm not quite sure why. Left a massive black mark. I don't think it was the Falcon spinning its rear wheels up. There is the Ford Falcon sprint car number 77, and that is Alan Greenhalgh.
Yeah, trying to sort of dig his way past some of the less powerful cars out on the back part of the circuit, but not really with a huge amount of success right now. And you can see even through the right-hander there at Goodwood, just that car does not want to rotate through the middle of the corner until, of course, he ventures anywhere near the loud pedal, and then it has all of the rotation in the world, but isn't really going forwards anymore. Side by side for second position here, that's Nick Williamson's Rover with a good run through Church Corner. A very wayward Cortina, though, is pointing the wrong way. It's car 201.
Pat Keneally.
Yeah, Pat Keneally.
He was going very well in the first part of the race, wasn't he? Qualified in 19th place, and he was up in the top half dozen, certainly in the second group of cars. But yeah, big grassy moment, full-on code brown. Race leader comes out of the chicane, Stephen Promet, and in second place is the Rover. Is the Datsun. So back up into second is Jonathan Corker, and now the Rover with the little nimble Escort snapping at his heels. So you got that white RS 1600 with the Mexico stripes, then you've got a yellow 1.6 litre Escort, then you've got the RS 2000, which is the predominantly blue car, the more modern boxy Mark II car, and they are snapping at the heels of the Rover, and right behind them the first of the Mustangs, and that will be Piers Grange, won't it?
Might be Jack Riddell.
Jack Riddell, yes it is. There's Piers Grange, the red one with Barry Syme, and then the red and then Alan Greenhalgh going around the outside of the Anglia. So Ford on Ford. Very different Fords that they built in America to the ones that came out of Dagenham.
Indeed so, and that one being driven particularly flamboyantly, which is exactly what we like to see. There, meanwhile, Mark Fowler still battling away with Mark Chollerton, who has a little nibble at the inside into Church Corner. But we've just seen what can happen if that goes wrong, and so he backs out of the move. Actually, Fowler runs wide anyway and nearly opens the door for the newer shaped Escort behind. Now, Rover versus Datsun in a straight line. You would put your money, wouldn't you, on the SD1, and that is the safest place to put your money, it seems, because through will sweep Nick Williamson, and he sort of gets the car stopped for the corner. Doesn't really carry the traditional racing line, but that car is big enough to block the circuit and prevent, at least immediately, the fight back from Jonathan Corker.
Yeah, proper motorcycle block pass, isn't it? He's only got 2,000cc of spare capacity in the Rover over the Datsun. So Datsun comes back inside him in second place. And again, proper David versus Goliath stuff. The Datsun, yeah, late 60s, introduced in sort of 68, 69 to the UK. You wouldn't have seen many in period. I've never seen a Datsun 510 race before, although they were fairly popular in Australian touring car racing, very successful in period, up against cars like Holdens and the Ford Cortinas. The early Holden Tiranas, I think, would probably have been rivals for them in period, but the Mark 1, Mark 2 Escort, very much more a European-based car, successful in racing, circuit racing, rallying, hill climb, sprinting, everything it turned its hand to. And the Datsun's actually a very similar layout. McPherson struts at the front, leaf spring live rear axle with panhard rod location and stuff, inspired by cars like the Escort and the 1600 TII BMW, very much a market competitor. But of course, late 60s, early 70s, Japanese cars had a very much smaller tenure on any European sales market than they have had since.
Ooh, my word, there was just about a gap there for Mark Chollerton to sweep past Mark Fowler. who for the second lap in a row was quite wide through Church Corner. And here for the second lap in a row, we've got Williamson versus Corker at the chicane. And this time, Jonathan Corker manages to hang on. The Datsun is very squirrely, but has a good run through the chicane. About to begin the final lap of the race. And I reckon he's closing on the leader, yes, by 9/10 of a second that lap, despite the battling that he was doing with Nick Williamson behind. So if Jonathan Corker can just keep Nick Williamson at arm's length, has he got half a chance here of chasing down the race leader?
Well, I think he does, and I think Nick Williamson being kept at arm's length might not be by Jonathan Corker, but rather by Mark Chollerton in the Mark II Escort, the RS2000, because he's just set the fastest race lap to close right in on the back of the Rover. Now, part of that will be the frankly ginormous hole in the air punched by the Rover, but it's a fairly aerodynamic shape, so maybe it's not giving more tow than he might get behind an Escort. There's Mark Fowler in 5th position, the Mark 1 car number 2. So that is our lead quintet. Stephen Promet heads out into the country. Jonathan Corker's with him, but the Rover is ponying along behind. Here comes that extra horsepower. Of course, 5-speed gearbox. It'll have greater top speed as well. So Nick Williamson in 3rd place. The first of our pre-83 cars is closing in on the race leaders. This could be a win for the Rover. It's going to be very spectacular if he somehow gets by both of them. And Jonathan Corker is now thinking about defending 2nd. Can't do it. The Rover's made enough room on the inside. And that is 2nd place. As you said, once it gets on the lock stops, it's blocking the entire road, no matter how slowly it's going. Stephen Promet is going to take the checkered flag, but it is going to be the Rover of Nick Williamson in 2nd by inches from Jonathan Corker's Datsun.
Wow, fantastic stuff there. Williamson played that to perfection, really, didn't he? Got the run out of Church Corner, used that car's strength in a straight line to break into 2nd position, but that really did just sort of hand the win to Stephen Promet, who led every lap of that race, but actually that doesn't really tell the full story. He was under pressure the whole time, particularly that final lap or so, but he managed to withstand the pressure, didn't make a mistake, and therefore held on to claim the win. So Promet the winner, Williamson 2nd, Corker 3rd, and Mark Chollerton comes home in 4th with the fastest lap in that race as well, ahead of Fowler and Graham Smith. So a whole host of Escorts there at the front of the grid. 4 of the top 6 cars were Ford Escorts of one variety or another. And then behind them, in fact, we had more Fords in the shape of the first of the Mustangs. We've got 2 Mustangs, Jack Riddell ahead of Piers Grange. So Grange, who, as I said, we do see racing modified Fords, although in that series he races a Zaxbyed Ford Escort. And in this, he's out there in the Mustang, and he and Jack Riddell, in the end, not that close, 6.7 seconds between them at the flag, but they were pretty evenly matched in qualifying earlier on this morning. The rest of them gone through. There goes the Batman car, and that was Bateman in 25th place overall, 4th within class, which, for the record, is Class G within the pre-66s, but it was a group of pre-83s, 6 of them actually at the front of the pack, who led the field home. Stephen Promet with the win, Nick Williamson coming home in 2nd place ahead of Jonathan Corker, Mark Chollerton, Mark Fowler and Graham Smith. Then the first of the pre-66 cars was Jack Riddell. Here's Grange along, finishing, I should say, just behind him, 2nd place, although they both won their individual classes. Class G for Riddell, A for Piers Grange. Then Barry Simon, Alex Thistlethwaite complete the top 10. Alan Greenhall and Mike Davis 11th and 12th respectively, with Ian Thompson and Kevin Swain in 14th position. 15th Jake Swan ahead of Brendan Rooney and Ant Astley. James Ibbotson and Ed Crosley were next ahead of Pat Keneally, who survived that scary spin at Church Corner to finish in 20th position. Philip Waller, Michael Loveland, Nathan Beresford and Jeremy Dias were next ahead of Richard Bateman and Keith Wright in 26th position, the last driver home. We lost, unfortunately, just before the restart. Mostyn Rutter in the Droop Snoop Vauxhall Forenza, and we also lost the Dolomite of number 14, which I don't think we ever saw. Oh, that of course was Carl Shreve, wasn't it, who went off at the club chicane. I did see, by the way, some footage of that whilst we were at the ad break. He did, I think, clip the tyre stack at the chicane, which is what I'm going to guess broke the steering and sent him off into the tyre wall. So that was the reason for Carl Shreve's exit from the race, unfortunately. But hopefully he'll have the car fixed for race 2 tomorrow. So plenty more racing to come. It's the Miltech Sports Civic Cup coming up next. So back to more modern racing and one-make racing at that. But before then, we'll have a chance to hear from our podium finishers and, well, frankly, whoever else Martin Haven can grab down in the Parc Ferme area. Let's head out into the autumnal sunshine to hear from Martin Haven.
With our race winner, Stephen Promet. Congratulations, that was pretty tight.
Yeah, it was a bit hairy. I was pushing as hard as I dare, and it paid off. So yeah, happy, very happy.
And what's the grip level like? Pretty decent?
Yeah, it's a bit slippier than qualifying, but after we restarted after the red flag, then it gripped up quite a bit, so I just pushed like hell in the first couple of laps and got a bit leery a few times, but held it together, and I was, and she's done me proud.
She certainly has. Congratulations, great stuff. Second place, Nick Williamson in the Rover. Alistair's got in there quicker, so actually we're going to sneak down and have a quick word with our third place man, Jonathan Corker. So let's find out a little bit more about that, because this Datsun is a bit of a rarity. Jonathan, come and tell me about this fabulous device, because I have never seen a Datsun like this racing. So what are you giving away in terms of capacity? Is this 1.6 or is this a 2-litre car?
It's a 2-litre car, yeah. So, yeah, I'm struggling a bit up the hill. Nick mugged me up the hill on the last lap, and I did all I dared to defend, but yeah, he just out-dragged me up there, and yeah, that's probably its little weak point. It's quite good on the fast stuff. It grips well, it's independent rear. So yeah, that's its strong point, but the hill's its weak point.
And what the hell were you doing at the start? You went from 7th to 2nd.
Well, I thought about make up for poor qualifying, hadn't I? I think they were all snoozing, weren't they? I couldn't believe that everyone just stood still. So yeah, that was yeah, put me up there, didn't it?
Well, being able to get off the line is one thing, but finding the gaps is another. Congratulations. That was, and you gave him a good race for it. Any one of you could have been on the top step.
Yeah, it was, yeah, I would say the conditions out the back were tricky. It was just, you know, you couldn't really commit, and then when as soon as you feathered, you know, someone was alongside you. So it was, yeah, had to be a bit brave out the back.
All right,
okay.
Congratulations, well done indeed. Cheers. Right, let's have a quick word with Nick. Rover V8 on the podium. You wouldn't have necessarily expected that. How was the race from your point of view?
Well, the car's had a few problems. It's the first time at the track, so I'm sort of getting used to it, and it's quite a fast track. I got off the line well, actually, and then a couple got me back. I was down to 5th, and then we had a restart, so I was 3rd, and so I actually got a good start again and got to 2nd. I mean, down the back straight, it's really good. Yeah, it's brilliant, actually. It's really. I thought another lap I could have even won. I don't know. I mean, it's talking out maybe too much, but yeah, it was fantastic fun. And it takes, you know, when you're racing this and you're trying to get the power down, but it's spinning out and it's, you know, it's sideways. Yeah, great fun, but. Yeah,
it's a real handful in the chicane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm trying to come out of there. I know the guys are really on me because they've got the better brakes, lighter cars. So getting out of there was sometimes a problem. But yeah, doing all I could. Yeah.
Congratulations!
Thanks very much.
What a great race. Okay, cars are on the grid. Time to go racing once more here at Thruxton.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, cars well along on their outlap from the I'll start that again. Cars are well on their way to the grid from the assembly area, is what I was trying to say, on their outlap. Put those words into some other order, it might make some kind of sense. This is the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, and after a very wet qualifying session earlier on today, we now do have a very exciting 15 minutes, minute race, I think, in prospect here for their first of 3 races this weekend. This is how they will line up for this race then. It is Max Edmondson who starts from the pole position, with Josh Files alongside the 2 heavy hitters really in the championship, both running with Area Motorsport, and both starting together on row 1 then. Alistair Camp and Liam McGill, row number 2, and Alex Kite and Dave Marshall sharing the 3rd row. Dave was right up there in the top 3 for much of the qualifying session, but as others improved, as the conditions got better, he ended up staying down in 6th. Then Spencer Stevenson and Lewis Kent line up on row 4. Row 5, Jamie Petters, good effort from Jamie, and Harvey Caton alongside him with Wes Swain and Jack Riddell. Hopefully has got out of his Ford Mustang in time to jump into his Honda Civic. Completely different beast this for him in his 2nd race of the day. Then we've got Harry England and Jordan Brennan. Owen Hillman a bit further back than you might expect in 15th, alongside Josh Bromley, with Aidan Hassan and Adam Durant on row 9. 10th row, Gary Townsend and Daniel Petters, with Charlotte Birch William Butt and Simon Welch at the back of the grid. So, Miltech Sport Civic Cup reaching not quite the conclusion of the championship, but certainly on its way towards its conclusion now. We have 6 races left in the championship, and after qualifying earlier on this morning, saw Max Edmondson take the pole position. Josh Files starting alongside him. That gap now between the two of them goes up to 30 points in Max Edmondson's favour. We've had a green flag at the back of the grid. I think this is going to be the start of the race. Then the red lights are on, and 15 minutes of racing then getting underway now with Max Edmondson on pole position, heading towards Allard Corner and managing to stay out in front. So Max Edmondson then with the lead, and Alistair Camp moving up to challenge Josh Files for second position. And how's that one going to pan out? So we head towards the complex for the first time. The headlights ablaze for the Area Motorsports EP3s anyway. Campy on the inside line. I don't think he's going to take second position. Sweeping round the outside, Liam McGill, and actually Alistair Camp with a bit of a snap of oversteer through the left-hand element of the complex. Now under threat from the cars behind. Liam McGill is the next car behind, followed by Alex Kite. Petter's there ducking out of line to try and get past Wes Swain, but Jack Oliphant, it's a clean run through the first few corners, and it is a brilliant start that for Max Edmondson.
Yeah, Max Edmondson doing exactly what he wanted to do, exactly what he needed to do, and was leading away from Josh Files. Alistair Camp, the top 3 haven't really sort of fallen over each other at all. I think that's Dave Marshall looking at the inside of the drivers, but as they disappear off into the distance, I'm not entirely sure who it is, but going through Church is going to look for a very sketchy time of it. It's the 97 of Alex Kite, isn't it? And luckily they managed to just about both get through, but Dave Marshall trying to put some moves out there. In fact, Dave started 6th, Alex Kite was 5th, so that may well just be the highest change of position that we're going to have on this opening lap as they go through the final complex for the first time.
Yes, they do. Good lead already then held by Max Edmondson. Like I said, 30 points clear of Josh Files, who is running out of races now, really, to try and close in on him. That's Dave Marshall all over the grass. This group was side-by-side into the chicane. They're side-by-side out of it as well. Spencer Stevenson on the inside of Dave Marshall, leans on Dave, nearly ends up on the grass, does Marshall, but keeps his foot in it. And, well, that's typical Dave Marshall racing, that. He wasn't going to back down, tries to hang on around the outside into the complex, and that might just work. He'll have the inside line for the left-hand element of the complex, but Spencer Stevenson will have the momentum and will, I think, hang on to the position. Yes, he does. So Dave Marshall slipping back a little bit. 9th place, started 6th. We expected a bit better than that from Dave, but we know he's a real racer, and you can see already from the body language of that car, he wants to get that place back.
Yeah, I've been talking to Mark Hughes, actually, who's obviously not racing this weekend, but he is here helping Dave Marshall, and he was saying that Dave was absolutely loving it, and he seemed electric on pace, but it doesn't seem to have sort of carried over into this first race of the weekend, does it? It's a bit unfortunate for Dave, as somebody we speak about a lot, but he's dropped down into 9th position. I was saying that he was fighting with Alex Kite, and I think that was right, but equally, Wesley Swain in the 92 is a little bit further back. It may well have been a 92 instead of a 97 that I could see. So I do apologise if I got those two mixed up. In fact, Alex Kite versus Lewis Kent seems to be, well, heating up. And Alex Kite up the inside of Lewis Kent. That's a late move. Lewis Kent not letting him through, but that was quite hard.
That's actually Harvey Caton trying to get past Alex Kite. So another Area Motorsport car. So they are teammates in your defence. Just to confuse you even more, another Area Motorsport car right behind as well. So yes, the Area Motorsport cars, they do dominate the grid, and easy to mix up slightly. So Harvey Caton then not able ultimately to get past Alex Kite. There is Lewis Kent all on his own, and Caton late up the inside, can't make the corner surely, skate straight on, and he will lose a handful of places as a result. Takes to the grass, that grass will be wet, be careful on the rejoin. Harvey, that was sketchy, but does manage to get back on the road, albeit behind Dave Marshall and just in front of Wesley Swain. So that is Wesley Swain now on the tail of Harvey Caton, and in fact up the inside of Harvey Caton into Noble.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Caton's actually throwing this much speed at it. If I was going, oh, there we go, there's a lot of squeezing, a lot of sort of shifting of the rear end, shall we say. Managed to catch it quite well going through Goodwood and Noble, so it looks like all these drivers are going to just about calm down, and maybe in the setting sun I'll be able to actually figure out which one is which, Andy McKeon, because there is a lot of pro alloys. Oh big moment there by number 12, Spencer Stevenson. That's going to cost him massively going through Church.
Oh, that is not a good place to be having a snap of oversteer. And a couple of laps into the race, you wouldn't really expect that, would you? The rear tyres should be nicely up to temperature. But anyway, through the chicane come Alistair Camp and Liam McGill. Josh Files with the fastest lap of the race then, so that's fractionally quicker than Max Edmondson. I mean, only fractionally, less than half a tenth quicker on that particular lap. They're 3 abreast further back, though. This group just will not leave each other alone. And sandwiched in the middle there was Alex Kite. Through on the inside goes Spencer Stevenson. He will take 2 places for the price of 1 then, so it's Caton 6th, Stevenson 7th. Who's going to be 8th? That's Alex Kite, I think, in 8th position, and immediately trying to go back into 7th place. He goes around the outside of Spencer Stevenson, gets the inside line for the left-hander at Cobb. He's over the curb, he's sideways, he avoids contact with Stevenson, but now has his teammate Wesley Swain up the inside. Fantastic racing, and Wesley Swain hops and bobbles his way through. Kite and Marshall going backwards, and now Petter's getting involved as well.
Yeah, I don't know where Jamie Peters sees a track, because I don't see some there, Jamie. He manages to get away with it. Just about keeps it on the track, even though he wasn't on it for half of that corner. But I'm amazed that he had enough grip to really turn the car back onto the circuit. But here we are, these Civic Cup drivers, they always surprise us, don't they? They're absolutely astonishing. And even, of course, a circuit, like Thruxton, where you think, maybe there's only 1 or 2 positions where people overtake. Here at the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, we like to throw that rule book out the window. Oh, my days, Mr. Swain.
Wesley Swain, now he, of course, had that moment. That means that he'll lose momentum up the hill, although Dave Marshall under threat from Jamie Petters. So Jamie Petters, probably did have to lift out. So good point, actually. Saw Swain having the moment. Dave lifted, and he could be the one losing a place. No, keep Jamie Petters at bay. We should have been coming to Thruxton ages ago, shouldn't we? Why is this the first time the Civic Cup has raced here at Thruxton? This is phenomenal racing, and most of it happening towards the back end of the top 10, admittedly, but brilliant racing between drivers who we've seen on multiple occasions before, battling for podium positions. Jack Riddell is there behind them as well. So Jack Riddell in 11th position, fresh out of that pre-66 touring car race that he just completed, and he's got a grandstand view of Alex Kite launching up the inside of Jamie Petters.
Tell you what, there's no love lost here, is there, at all between any of these drivers, but it is all very clean. Touch wood and everything else. Everybody in the media room, please touch wood. Because at the moment, it's fantastic racing. As Jamie Petters looks like he's going to be on the outside, but it will become the inside, of course. How hard will he hit the curve? Dave Marshall and Wesley Swain sideways. Going into, well, that was through Noble, wasn't it? And into Goodwood now, just about managing to sort themselves out, but there's still battles all over the place. You need about 6 eyes here, Andy.
This is fantastic stuff, isn't it? But it's all about momentum. The right line through one corner is not necessarily the right line through the next one, and that is what's creating this great side-by-side racing. Spencer Stevenson again sideways. These cars are on the edge through Church. There was a slippery surface flag out, I noticed, at Church Corner, so I wonder whether there is a bit of fluid on the track. It could be there for debris as well, of course, but for whatever reason the cars really seem to be dancing around on the limit through the quickest corner on the track, and that of course generates a lot of action when we get up to the chicane.
I think it's the quickest corner in Britain, isn't it, as well? It's not where you want a slippery surface sign, let's put it that way. Spencer Stevenson has certainly been showing that off, as we now see Wesley Swain getting ahead of his Harvey Caton, I think it is, going into the first corner. Dave Marshall is having to watch that one, probably licking his lips as they go down towards the complex. Which way does he go? Does he follow left? Does he follow right? Caton or Swain? And the FN2 of Swain is looking up the inside, but I think it's good momentum carried there by Harvey Caton.
Oh, who pops up over the curb. Can't quite clear where's Swain, though, so Swain will get him back again through Seagrave. The back of the FN2 dancing around there, even at relatively low speed, but he has managed to get himself back ahead of Caton, so that is now a 7th position for Wesley Swain. Out in front, by the way, you're not missing anything. Still Edmondson by 1.7 seconds over Files. Camp in 3rd. Has got Liam McGill quite close behind him, in fairness. Lewis Kent on his own in 5th, and then everyone else battling for 6th. Well, actually, Spencer Stevenson checking out slightly in 6th now. It's really this group that are fighting for 7th on back, and Dave Marshall towards the back of that group, perhaps in danger of losing another spot.
Yeah, I think he finds himself thoroughly engrossed in a battle that he probably is enjoying, but he'd rather it be a couple of places further up, wouldn't he? He'd rather be in this battle with Swain and Caton, to be honest, and they seem to be separating themselves just a touch here, as we've had a lap of, surprise, surprise, actually, no one lunging each other, left or right, or anywhere else as well. So that's why I think you're starting to see a little bit of a gap. That gap will be demolished as soon as someone takes a lunge.
Yeah, absolutely. Spencer Stevenson will not actually be wanting to see them getting along behind. He wants to see them battling, because as they work together, maybe, they start to creep back onto his tail a little bit. Stevenson on that particular lap.
It was his fastest lap, to be fair.
Oh, it was, yeah, 4/10 quicker than the cars behind, so never mind. It was a good theory, but actually he is extending the margin slightly. Jordan Brennan now joining in at the tail end of this group, as we've rather disappointingly moved into the second half of the race now. now, 5 3/4 minutes to go. But because of the effect of the slipstream around here, Jack, I think once things settle down into a battle pack like this, it's so difficult to break away, even if you can get to the front of it.
Yeah, I mean, we often see with tin top racing around Thruxton, it's some of the most exciting that you'll see in Britain or anywhere in the world, really, because of that slipstream effect. And I think it's safe to say that these FN2s particularly are a little bit brickish in the way that they punch through the air, and all the EP3s behind like to get that run. It's not just me saying that. Max Edmondson actually said that to me after qualifying. He said he worked with Alistair Camp. They didn't plan it, but they said they worked together when they found each other out on track, as they see that the FN2 is punching a hole in the air for Harvey Caton.
Yes, well, punching a hole in the air for Harvey Caton, but Harvey not really yet able to capitalise on that. In fact, here comes Alex Kite up the inside of him, so Harvey Caton, rather than gaining a spot, loses one to Kite, who found a EP3-sized gap where I wasn't convinced there was one, but he has managed to slip through and gains another position. So Alex Kite on the comeback trail now, really, up into 8th position, further up the road. Meanwhile, this is for 3rd position. This is Liam McGill. He's trying the Swedish shuffle, as popularised by Rickard Rydell far too many years ago to try and think of, but he didn't quite execute it well enough. Went off the road, and Alistair Camp manages to hang on, but that is a move you can make there at the complex. Go to the outside into Campbell. That's the inside for Cobb, but it didn't quite work on that occasion for Liam McGill.
No, I was chatting to Liam actually quite a lot earlier on in the proper interviews and stuff that we were doing on social media. If you want to go catch any more in-depth interviews that we've been seeing over the course of the weekend, then by all means go to the Civic Cup social media pages. And Liam was saying that his qualifying... his qualifying and his practice pace never really turns into race pace. He feels like next season he's very much keen to think he can actually push for championships. He was aiming for 3rd. It hasn't happened, whatever reasons out there may be. He missed Silverstone due to the fact that he had a child, so that's a pretty good reason, I'd say, more than anything. But congratulations. And he's nodding his sort of, are you sure? Yeah, so he's not in the championship fight. He's not putting any pressure on anybody else, but he is showing that he is championship material for next year.
Absolutely so. And Lewis Kent, I think, another driver who, if he sticks with this for another season, with now a full year under his belt, you would imagine would be up there contending as well. And he, I reckon, closed in on these two slightly on that lap. Liam McGill taking a lot of curb. Of course, they ride those curbs. It looks very spectacular. It looks very dangerous. But if they are starting to run out of left front tyre, that will help rotate the car, won't it, Jack?
It will. I think there is a limit to how the amount that you should be taking, and that was probably on the verge, shall we say. It is very entertaining. We saw it a lot in the TCR race earlier on, didn't we? I can't remember who it was now. It was...
Darren Lewis.
Darren Lewis, that was it. Absolutely launching himself over the curve to try and catch up to the drivers ahead, and it actually worked out to be quite advantageous to him at certain parts. But they definitely have to have the right technique with him. But Alex Kite looks like he got a pretty poor run out there. Wesley Swain around the outside going through Noble is always a little bit tricky. In fact, has Alex Kite got a problem, because he seems to be overtaken there by Dave Marshall as well. Does he look a little bit slow to you?
A little bit, but that might just be because he found himself on the wrong line. You don't really want to be on the inside at Noble, arguably, because that's not where the momentum is. Momentum is key out the back here at Thruxton, and Dave Marshall kept his foot absolutely in it there. He closes back in on Wesley Swain. Kite's got a run on the pair of them, though, and Swain, not for the first time, is out over the exit curb at Church Corner. Here they come then. Here comes the cavalry. They'll all have a run up Woodham Hill, but they're all too busy squabbling with each other. To the inside goes Dave Marshall, to the outside goes Alex Kite. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? It might just be Kite, because he's got room to operate on the outside line. Swain is sideways though, blocks his teammate, and Dave Marshall gets the run, has to go the other side of the tyre stack, and will probably have to give that position back. But how they all got through there without contact, Jack, I'll never know.
I have no idea, to be honest. Nobody wanted to be overtaken around the outside. That's what Alex Kite wanted to do against Dave Marshall, and they're still side by side, rubbing door to door. It's great action for us. I can't imagine the spectators of these two drivers, trackside and at home, obviously having kittens, I imagine, in their living room, as both drivers lock up a little bit of a touch as they go in. No ABS, of course, but Dave Marshall has the move. Is that Harvey Caton trying to claw a position off Alex Kite as well?
Yes, it is, and Harvey might have more momentum off the complex. Not really. It all sort of stagnated a little bit for him, so Alex Kite... he's had a real yo-yo race here, hasn't he? He dropped down towards the back of the top 10. I think he got as high as 7th at one point, now starting to slip backwards again, and has Dave Marshall right in front of him. This has been a brilliant battle between this group all race long. We're going to have one more lap of it to go at the end of this one, as once again Wesley Swain takes a very wide line going through the right hand there at Goodwood. Here, meanwhile, Liam McGill still putting the pressure on Alistair Camp. Camp, you remember, is 3rd in the championship, but not a championship threat. It is very much a two-horse race between Max Edmondson Edmondson and Josh Files. So there's no real reason here for Liam McGill to play the team game and just let Camp have this podium. I think he will go for it if an opportunity presents itself, but there's no doubt in the second half of the race, quicker than the pair of these two, has been Lewis Kent. He has closed what was a 2.5, nearly 3-second gap at one point, down to next to nothing.
We were playing darts earlier, actually, with Lewis Kent, who is he's a fan of darts. And I said, are you happy with qualifying? I think he qualified in 8th place, didn't he? And he sort of said, no. And I went, all right, so we won't talk about it. He went, no. So he's clearly shown that he's actually got pace. Now, this obviously is carried on, though, as we see Wesley Swain, Dave Marshall and Alex Kite. Dave Marshall, Alex Kite with Harvey Caton trying to have a little lunge up the inside into the complex. This is going to go all the way to the checkered flag.
I think you're probably right. Dave Marshall, I think, will hang on for now, and that might just have allowed possibly Wesley Swain to hang on to 7th place. Where's Swain's best finish of the year been, I wonder, because he's up there in 7th place, and I don't recall seeing him inside the top 10 too often this year. We'll try and dig that stat out if we get a moment to take our eyes off the action, which only has a couple of corners remaining because we're on the final lap of the race. Max Edmondson and Josh Files have had a pretty boring run out in front. Everyone else has been right in the thick of a battle, and this one for the bottom step of the podium is going to run right to the flag. Here, though, comes the reigning champion, and Max Edmondson will claim another win to extend his championship lead over his teammate Josh Files. A dominant performance for Max Edmondson. Files comes home in second. Who, though, will join them on the podium? Camp, I think, will hang on. He parks the bus at the chicane, keeps Liam McGill behind him, and actually Lewis Kent with a run against his teammate to the line, but can't quite get there, although he was only fractionally behind as they crossed the timing line. So Camp 3rd, McGill 4th, Lewis Kent 5th, and Marshall's ahead of Swain, where Dave Marshall has got back ahead of Wesley Swain on the final lap of the race. So it will be Stevenson 6th, it will be Marshall 7th, and 8th for Swain. Still his best finish, we believe. So 8th place for Wesley Swain is a career best finish in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, despite losing that place on the final lap. Alex Kite comes home in 9th, and Harvey Caton in 10th. That was sensational stuff. The Miltech Sports Civic Cup already, I think, this year have only increased or improved the reputation that they already had through some fantastic racing over the last few rounds, particularly at Silverstone. But here at Thruxton, they've outdone themselves again. And whilst Max Edmondson had a pretty easy time of being out in front, behind him, some sensational battling that kept us thoroughly entertained. Edmondson, though, is the winner. And for Max Edmondson, that is now, I reckon, a 7th win of the season. So the championship leader and the reigning champion, car number 1, extends his championship lead over Josh Files, who has to settle for 2nd position. Alistair Camp hangs on for 3rd, ahead of Liam McGill and Lewis Kent to complete the top 5. Spencer Stevenson 6th, Dave Marshall 7th, Wesley Swain in 8th, Alex Kite 9th, and Harvey Caton completes the top 10. Jamie Petters ran better than 11th for much of that race, but slipped down to the top 10 in the second half. Jordan Brennan, Jack Riddell and Aidan Hassan were next. 15th place for Will Butt, 16th Charlotte Birch, and 17th Gary Townsend, with Simon Welch, Owen Hillman. Well, in fact, Hillman was the first of the non-finishers, I think, and he led a few of them, unfortunately, who don't see the checkered flag. Daniel Petters, Harry England, Adam Durant and Josh Bromley all retiring from the race. And that was very much their loss, because had they been in the race, they may well have been involved in some of those terrific side-by-side battles that we were enjoying. And a few big stories to come out of that race, particularly in the context of the championship. Max Edmondson then with the win. Did not set the fastest lap, though, crucially, so he actually only outscores Josh Files by 4 points, by my reckoning. And so that will be a 34-point advantage now for Max. But I think I'm right in saying that it's the same rule on drop scores with Civic Cup, isn't it? They can't drop the races from Silverstone. So, you know, you could go to Silverstone with a 35-point lead. One non-finish could absolutely destroy your advantage because you score 40 points for a win. So, you know, if in theory, and I'm not wishing this on him at all, but if in theory Edmondson were to non-finish a race and Josh Files were to win it, they'd be pretty much level again. So it is all still to play for. Files just needs to try and keep that gap as small as possible heading to the Silverstone decider and hope for the best. They've been so evenly matched all year. Edmondson just managing to eke out a couple more race wins throughout this season. And that ultimately is what's given him this championship advantage. But with 3 races to go, 1 more this weekend and 2 at Silverstone next time out, Josh Files definitely running out of time, you'd have to say, to do anything about the championship leader. So cars then have made their way back to Parc Ferme. That means it's time to head over to Jack Oliphant then, who is in amongst the podium finishers and ready to chat to them now.
Max Edmondson is the latest winner, and he's won a fair few of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Just putting his helmet away, getting that hat on, all that good stuff. But Max, I'll be honest, We didn't see much of you. I mean, what was your race? Because the action behind was fast and frantic, but you did exactly what you needed to do, lap after lap after lap.
At the start, I got a pretty level start with Josh, and then I just sort of pulled away, and yeah, that's pretty much it. There was no battling. There was a few moments, but obviously that's what happens when you drive around Thruxton. So yeah, it was a pretty good race, to be fair. I would prefer to battle for it, but obviously I'm not going to wait and go for a battle then. So yeah, I'm happy.
I'm not sure who actually got fastest lap in the end, but is that where your head's at? Is that it's picking up those points? Every single point counts now.
Yeah, because you could lose or win the championship by a point, so you're going to try and get every point that you possibly can get.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, going into tomorrow as well, it's going to be completely different conditions. Is that something that intimidates you? I don't imagine it does. I can't imagine anything intimidates you, to be honest, Max.
No, we just got to learn as we go and just hope that we get some good points again tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Right, OK, well, big congratulations on the race win. We'll have a chat with you a little later on. If you want more action and more interviews from the Milltec Sports Civic Cup, you can catch it on our social media pages and whatnot. But we're going to throw it over to the Pre-03 and Super Tourers in a couple of minutes' time. Andy McEwen, back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. Well, contractually, I'm not allowed to say that this is the highlight of the day for me, but I'm very much looking forward to this race. It is certainly an era of touring car racing, this, that has a lot to answer for, you could say, because this is the reason that I am a motor racing fan. It's the reason I'm a touring car racing fan. It's the reason that an awful lot of the British population are touring car fans. It is, of course, a celebration of touring car racing from the 1990s, and it is not just the super touring category out there. We do have the pre-93 cars as well, but there is no doubt about it that there are plenty of people here at Thruxton for whom the super touring cars do evoke some pretty special memories, and it's fantastic to have them here alongside TCR UK and the Brscc at Thruxton for this one-off appearance. So yeah, really eclectic mix of cars, and really excited to see them stretch their legs in what are much more favourable conditions than we had a little bit earlier in the day, it's got to be said. And that particularly, I think, is good news for this category, because we want to see these cars being driven as hard as they possibly can, and it will be a fascinating race, I think, actually, between not only the Super Tourers but the pre-93 cars further back, and there are a couple of contenders, I think, for class victories in both of those categories. On pole position is Stuart White in the ex-Tom Christensen Honda, which had several wins in period. Tom Christensen twice a winner in the year 2000, and the Honda will have alongside him the number 5 of Jason Hughes, which is one of several cars actually Jason Hughes has raced in this series over the years. Jason himself, a former British touring car driver back in the noughties, and Jason, who we've seen out in his MG that he raced at the time, but actually now out in a Vauxhall Vectra, think either a 1999 or a year 2000 Vauxhall Vectra, which was driven, I believe, at the time by some bloke called Jason Plato, who I believe is kind of a big deal in touring car racing. Right then, to hear more about this fantastic grid of cars, let's head down there and hear from Martin Haven.
Could there be anything better? We're at a sunny Thruxton, and we've got a grid with super tourers at the front. So a whole bunch of ex-factory cars. This ex-Tom Christensen SRE Racing Honda Accord starting on pole position. Got a couple of Vauxhalls as well. Ex-Jason Plato Vauxhall Vectra. Got an Andy Rouse built Mondeo lining up in 3rd place. And one of John Clelland's old girlfriends sitting here, the original Cavalier. That's always going to be spectacular. Alongside that, another of the Sport Hatch Vauxhalls, short-lived, and another Vectra. So these cars would have raced here in period as part of the British Touring Car Championship, but ranged up against them is a whole host of much more modern machinery. Liveries maybe not quite so well known, but in these conditions on this track, if you give these guys half a sniff, they're going to be through for victory as well. Getting the best out of the car, getting the best out of the tyres, and getting the best out of the toe is going to be absolutely the secret to success here. So a lot of the drivers are running cars on the Dunlop tyres that they're all using in the series, and the Goodyear tyres that were not original on the cars. So they're having to adapt what the car does to fit the rubber that is used in the series. So all the more modern machinery, well, it's got a lot more development under the belt. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Not everything is quite the touring car that you might imagine. Lurking over here in the corner, number 24, Jaguar XJS of Mike Seaborn, with a very familiar looking Jaguar livery. Not sure he ever saw a silk cut XJS though.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, well, there you go, up close and personal with some of the stars of the show. The cars now being released out onto the track ahead of what will be a 15-minute race this. Now, a lot of the attention, of course, is on the Super Tourers, but we've also got the pre-93 category out there. In fact, only a handful of actual Super Tourers out there. A lot of the cars that run within their kind of group are also the pre-2003 cars. Although I would argue that the Astra Sport Hatch was a post-2003 car because it didn't debut in the championship until 2005. But anyway, I'm prepared to let that slide, I think, because that's another great addition to the grid. So the grid then as follows. It is the Honda Accord of Stuart White that starts on pole position. Jason Hughes in the Vauxhall Vectra alongside. Then AJ Owen. We've seen him out once already today, now at the wheel of that ex-Andy Rouse prepared Ford Mondeo. A 95 example, I believe that is, of the Mondeo. And then Jim Pocklington, another former British touring car driver, at the wheel of his Vauxhall. Then we've got Roger Stanford in the number 11 machine. He is in another, that Sport Hatch Vauxhall Astra, and Stuart Kay at the back of the Super Touring and pre-03 grid in car number 44. Had a few issues with his Cavalier in qualifying, so hopefully they managed to get that sorted and that car will run well in the race. Then we go into the pre-93 cars. You've got Ian Bauer and Gary Preble at the front of that group in their BMW. Stuart Waite in car number 1. Another BMW E46 has Kevin Willis for company, row 2 of that grid. Row 3 for Oliver Owen and Sean Morris. Then it's William Davison and Kevin Granger. Will Davison, presumably the former BMW 1 late racer Will Davison, who had plenty of success racing in that category. In fact, I think was a former champion. Kevin Granger alongside him. Then it is Joe Dorrington and Mike Seaborn, with Graham Myers and John Hillier making up the next row of the grid. And yep, there they are, down on row 9 overall of the grid. Then it will be Brian Aldous and Michael Harris, Ian Knight and Anton Martin are next. Jamie Sturgis in car number 87. We see Jamie racing TCR machinery from time to time, not in TCR UK, but in some other series. He's got Simon Mann alongside him. And then right at the back of the grid, Michael Collins in another of those BMW M3s, that one an E36 example. Well, Martin Heyman joins me in the commentary box again. Martin, you would have commentated on some Super Tours back in period, maybe not in the UK, but across Europe in the European Touring Car Championship. In fact, I was watching an old clip of that the other day, just to get me in the mood for this weekend. But I was saying whilst you were outside, this is the era of touring car racing that made a motor racing fan out of me. And to see these cars still competing is a real treat.
And out of so many people as well. I mean, you know, grandstand on a Saturday afternoon, 2 races with the 315 from Haydock Park in the middle. And I can remember John Cleland, even in period, saying that they used to go home after a race here at Thruxton, and they'd all sit down and watch it the next week, and they'd go, well, that was dull as ditchwater, what are they going to make out of this? And then you'd turn it off after 20 minutes going, oh my God, when did any of that happen? But half of it was the ranting and the raving, you know, Frank Sittner going off on one, Cleland going off on one, Mike Smith and all the others, you know.
I do miss that.
That were the big household names at the time, and it made stars of them. Still, if you ask people to name a touring car driver, half the names they'll come up with, if they dredge their memory, were from this super touring era, because that's when they were megastars, and when drivers like Paul Radicic came across the globe to race in the championship in that ICS Rouse Sierra. So, yeah, and there was a World Cup for them, and the Super Touring regs just set everywhere on fire, and it was a phenomenal time. And that just sent a little picture actually to John Cleland of one of his old flames. he drives that car occasionally, and he has said to its owner, Jim Pocklington, he said, you know, it even smells like it used to smell. And this is one of the things that actually the factory drivers say about BMW M3s. The original four-cylinder M3 had this insulation built in below the floor pan or inside the car, above the exhaust, so on the floor pan, to stop it burning the inside of the car. And they all say a pucker M3 that has this insulation smells different from an M3 that looks pucker and has all the right bits, but built from a shell that wasn't made in the works. So the cars at the front of the field have all served their time and have all been TV stars, and they're going to get to do it again today. And again, you know, this is absolutely prime hunting ground for these cars. This was always one of the big turning points in the championship. Coming to Thruxton was always putting everybody right under the cudgel.
Absolutely, they really get to stretch their legs around here as well, so looking forward to seeing that. We have lost, I'm afraid, Kevin Granger to the pit lane, one of the pre-93 BMWs, the E46 330 in the pit lane. So that car, I say in the pit lane, actually parked up just on the outside of Parc Ferme, so I think his race is done. Safety car leading them around. It's a rolling start for these cars, which I think, again, is sensible. You don't want to put too much stress through the drivetrains of the Super Tourers because they can be a little bit fragile, and finding spare parts for them not the easiest of things to do anymore. But the field led around by Stuart White in that ex-Tom Christensen Honda Accord, presumably the same Honda that Tom won a couple of races in the year 2000, one at Alton Park and one at Silverstone. In fact, did Tom not win the last Super Touring race at Silverstone?
Well, that's a very good call.
In the dark. I seem to recall that vaguely.
That's a very good shout.
Certainly was up there, wasn't he? So that car leading the field around. Of course, there are parallels to be drawn between the Super Touring regs and the TCR regulations that we're also celebrating this weekend, with TCR UK reaching its 90th race earlier on today. TCR very much was supposed to be a set of regulations to unify international touring car racing. You know, you could take your Cupra and race it in TCR UK, race it in TCR Germany, race it in the World Championship if you wanted to. That was very much the way things worked in the 90s too.
Well, the Super Touring regs weren't designed to do that. They were just designed to be entertaining in Great Britain, weren't they, basically? But that sort of caught fire, and everybody wanted some of it because it was an open source platform, and everybody could access those cars. When you had manufacturers coming in from across the globe, you know, like Nissan and Renault and Volvo and Mazda and all the others, Proton, you know, so many different manufacturers came to try their hand, and those cars were available. But TCR has been designed to be a little bit like the touring car version of GT3, where it's cost-effective, affordable, and the manufacturer can win races and win titles without actually having to field any cars itself. All it's got to do is provide them to customer teams. So TCR very much customer racing, but Super Touring, particularly at its final throws, highly aero-dependent, extraordinarily well-developed cars. I mean, you don't get ProDrive in West Surrey in to build race cars unless they're going to be pretty extreme. Now, it's going to be interesting actually to see how they fare against the newer machinery, the slew of BMWs behind them, because that's going to be an epic battle. But if you can break away from that and try and latch onto the tail of the Super Tourers, that could be a whole new thing.
Here we go then. It is going to be Stuart White in the ex-Tom Christensen car then that leads the field to green. Tom did, by the way, win both of the races at the Championship Decider at Silverstone in the year 2000, so managed to drag that out of the old memory banks. Here we go then, across the line, 2 by 2, and let's go Super Touring racing then. The Honda Accord on the inside, on the outside line, Jason Hughes in the ex-Jason Plato Vectra slots in behind him, and so it will be Honda from Vauxhall from Ford, the order as they head up and over the hill towards the complex. Behind them, the pre-93 cars rumble through. And what a great sight they make, a very BMW heavy grid, but a couple of Civics there towards the back end as well, looking to march their way through the order. But White leading the way, and it is Jason Hughes taking chase. Now in qualifying, Jason was 2.3 seconds slower than White, but that, Martin, was in very different conditions to ones that they are faced with now.
Yeah, and I'm sure because it was qualifying and they've got a couple of races and it's a 2-day meeting and the cars aren't exactly cheap, or yeah, you won't be getting the spares down at Halfords this evening. They were being a little bit cautious perhaps in qualifying. Spoke to Stuart White a little earlier, And he was saying, along with the car, he actually has all the original setup sheets from Dick Bennett's at West Surrey from when the car was running, period. He said they were run on customer-specific Michelin tyres. And he said it's a whole different car. He actually ran on some that were from the old Michelin warehouse that would have been like mahogany, but he said the moment they went on the car, it felt utterly different. However, he's still got a handy lead, and he has got the pace to come all the way down from Dumfries for this weekend. So again, shades of John Cleland then, who always had to load up the motorhome on a Friday night with the wife and the kids to come racing in the British touring cars. And there's the XJC car. And, again, the sport hatch, that sort of largely forgotten part of Vauxhall's British touring car history, but those cars flew the flag for the Griffin and were very spectacular. And already we're seeing some of our lead battles in our second pack of cars, the pre-93, pre-03, really starting to develop.
Yeah, AJ Owen, I believe, at the front of... No, sorry, he's the one there. Pocklington next, then Stanford, Roger Stanford, number 11, who has carted his way through the order, hasn't he, in his Vauxhall Astra. Then Stuart Waite in 6th position, so Stuart Waite, car number 1. The lead BMW is sideways out of the complex, just about hangs on to it, and that will allow Ian Bauer to get alongside. So Ian Bauer was the fastest pre-93 car in qualifying. He lost the class lead at the start, but now sees an opportunity to get it back, sweeps to the outside, gets the inside line for Goodwood, and that little moment, quite big moment really from Stuart Waite, has ultimately cost him the class lead.
It's lucky that it was slow there, because that was heading towards Code Brown territory, wasn't it? That was a big wake-up call. Stay off the edges, because although the tarmac has dried out, I bet those grass fringes are absolutely sopping wet. So there's the Cavalier of Jim Pocklington, 4th place, with the sports hatch behind. That's Roger Stanford. Then Stuart Waite closing in from behind, and look, what are we, end of lap 2, and they're already with the Super Touring cars. So again, it's that vintage that the Super Tourers have. Yes, in period, and to stand here and listen to them howling around the back in practice just rolled the clock back a quarter of a century. But it is a quarter of a century, and these BMWs are a lot more recent.
Yes, they are, and they're nipping at the heels now of the Astra, which is rather delaying now. Ian Bauer, Stuart Waite, therefore, gets a run on him, and bringing with him Kevin Willis in the yellow BMW. As they all arrive at the complex together, they slip up the inside of the Astra, and in the end, I don't really think there's a lot that Roger Stanford can do about that. He will do his best to stay out of their battle and then resume his private scrap with Jim Pocklington once the BMWs have blasted through, which they should now be able to do as they head out onto the back part of the circuit.
Of course, these BMWs should be in Listerine colours, really, shouldn't they? Yes. and a little older than they are to be in period with the Cleland Cavalier, but yeah, they've definitely got the pace. They've got the much more modern suspension, and it's not like, you know, even if they are built from a road car shell, it's not like proper factory racing items aren't available. So these things certainly handle, and I mean, that's threading the eye of the needle, isn't it, going through there.
That was very close indeed. That has just allowed Bauer and Stuart Waite to pull away now from Kevin Willis. And Gary Preble in the Honda Civic, he was the second fastest pre-93 car in qualifying earlier on today. But again, you'd imagine in the wetter conditions, the front-wheel drive Honda Civic might have been a bit more competitive. Now in the dry conditions, the rear-wheel drive BMW is able to stretch their legs and use all of the performance at their disposal. They weave their way through the club chicane. There go the leading 2 BMWs. There is Preble. So Preble actually has found a way past Willis. In fact, so too has Will Davison. So Kevin Willis losing a couple of spots on that lap.
Yeah, and still our top 3 down to AJ Owen, our Super Tourers. AJ Owen in the Mondeo, but it's not going to be long before the Sharks are nipping at their ankles, is it?
Now there's a car you don't see often on the road or on the racetrack, it has to be said. The number 192 car, that is the E36 Touring BMW of John Hillier. And he is not actually just battling with BMWs here. Got a bit of variety, haven't we? Got the Honda Civic just ahead and the VW Corrado of Byron Aldous, who is at the front of that group. Oh, no, and that's AJ Owen. Yep. AJ Owen pulling off in the Mondeo. That is just on the exit of the complex, I believe. Mechanical failure rather than driver error, it would seem. But that's a shame. One of the crowd favourite cars out of the race.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Out of 3rd place, so that puts the Ian Bauer-Stuart Waite battle into context. That's now a podium battle. Gary Preble in the Honda, desperately trying to hang on. This is William Davison, and it was him that was threading the eye of the 3-way needle earlier in the lap. And he didn't only pick off those two, he's picked off Gary Preble in the Honda Civic as well, which now moves him up to 5th position. So a flying run from Will Davison. And where did he start? Only 15th. So again, maybe a little tentative in qualifying. And again, I'm sure for a number of these drivers, first time here at Thruxton, oh, and it's slippery. Okay, let's not be a hero.
Yeah, absolutely. Save that for the race a bit later on. But Will Davison definitely now throwing some heroics at some of his rivals. He's round the outside there of Bauer and goes through pretty easily. That was the Swedish shuffle, wasn't it? An appropriate race to see that reenacted in. And out wide, not for the first time there, goes Bauer onto the grass. I reckon Gary Preble came through as well as a result of that. So the Castrol livery BMW slipping backwards a little bit. Will Davison, though, former one-mate BMW racing champion. And not in these kinds of BMWs, but still, he knows his BMWs. He knows how to win in rear-wheel drive cars, and he's got one more of those BMWs to catch and overhaul, and then he could well be on the way to a class win.
Yeah, and Stuart Waite's in 3rd place, so it'll be an overall podium as well if he does get to the #1 machine. Still our fast 2 Super Tourers are way out front. Stuart White in the Honda and Jason Hughes in that kind of red and grey Masterfit era Cavalier, the last of the Cavs before the Vectras. And there is the change, goes by Preble.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. So William Davison moved on, and that is Oliver Owen, Kevin Willis. Kevin Willis going up. Oh, hang on a minute. Right, where have we... Why? Oh, he's 441, of course, not 44. Ian Bauer, so ahead of Gary Preble. So that's, yeah. It doesn't say 441 on the car. It's 44 and a bit of gaffer tape. We've all been there. Let's not pretend we haven't.
No, absolutely.
Gaffer tape for numbers. It's a genuine, legitimate racing experience.
And the reason for that is because Stuart Kay is running number 44 on his Vauxhall Cavalier, so it's to distinguish the two in case you can't tell the difference.
And he's got his dabs in first, I guess.
Yes, indeed so. We've lost the Corrado, I fear. Baronaldo is off halfway up Woodham Hill. That's why we had yellow flags there last time through. As here Gary Preble attempts to come back at Ian Bauer, but to no avail on the run around Noble Corner. Now, what lap times are Will Davison doing compared to Waite? Well, on the previous lap, he actually more or less matched Waite, but of course Davison was busy overtaking Bauer on that lap, so in clean air might now be able to go a little bit faster. Here, Bauer fending off Preble, the BMW quicker in a straight line, the Civic a little bit better through the corners. We've been talking about that all day, really, haven't we, in these CTCRC races. And then behind them, another good scrap here between Oliver Owen and Kevin Willis. So for 5th position, if you like, in the pre-93 cars, another 2 BMWs tied themselves together. But I'll be very interested at the end of this lap, Martin, to see what that gap is from Stuart Waite back to Will Davison. Is it less now than a second and a half?
And also, Stuart White to Jason Hughes. That's gone out to 28 seconds. Wow. I was just looking at Jason Hughes' last lap in that red and grey Vauxhall. The leader did a 1:22, he did a 1:28. His last lap that he's just completed was a 1:30, but his fastest lap is a 1:23.3, so he's 6 or 7 seconds slower. So there's something definitely ailing that Masterfit Cavalier. So if it's coming past you now, make the most of it, because it might not be coming by again, I fear. And that will then move Stuart White, Will Davison, this battle we're looking at the tail of, up into 2nd place. In fact, they're right with the Cavalier. There it is in front. So that is the red and grey machine, and it is definitely going very much more slowly than ever it was. It's actually lapping a whisker faster than these two in Sector 1, but I'm not sure that's going to continue.
No, so the Vauxhall Vectra of Jason Hughes, I'm afraid, is ailing. He's lapping about 8 seconds slower than he was in qualifying, so definitely an issue with that car. Of course, a slowing red and white Vauxhall Vectra back in period here at Thruxton was not an uncommon sight. There were 2 races Jason Plato will tell you to this day he should have won here at Thruxton in the year 2000, only to be told to pull aside for Ivan Muller to hand the victory to him in the closing stages. That is a car in the fence, is it? At the yes, someone's been through the tyre stack at the chicane.
Boy, haven't they? So who was that was in front of them? It could only have been Stuart White or a back marker.
He's been through,
He's been through.
Yes, it must be a lapped car.
Yeah.
Who, I'm not so sure, but the car up against the barriers and going no further quite clearly. There we go. It's a BMW 153, which is Simon Mann. So Simon Mann's been off. Now, whether he did that on his own or he was going through there side by side with somebody, I don't know. But what it does mean is the safety car is being scrambled. So Stuart White's 31.8 second lead evaporates. It will, I guess, no longer be over Jason Hughes, though, because I suspect that since the line, Stuart White and Will Davison have found a way through.
Well, we'll pick that up further round. Good news is that that's not the only car. So 36 down there as
Sean
well.
Morris.
Right.
But
that's separately, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Goodwood. Noble Goodwood that he's pulled off, perhaps. So a few of them ailing in the closing stages. That's a bit of a shame.
Well, I think that is effectively going to curtail our race, because if the safety car comes out now, it's not going to complete another lap once they've caught it before we run out of time. And so, you're right, I said it was Jason Hughes and the Cavaliers and Vector, of course. So Jason in second place, and as we can see, they're coming slower up the hill behind him. But Stuart White in the Honda is the car that the safety car will pick up.
Yes, he in fact already has gone through, I think, has Stuart White. There, the tyre stack in the middle of the road. That really is the bigger issue than the car that's at the side of the road, of course. You can't have those very heavy tyres in the middle of the track whilst cars go through at racing speed. So understandable decision to throw the safety car out, but I do tend to agree if we get any more racing it will be a one-lap dash, but that will be pushing it, I think, by the time they get back around.
I think that's not happening.
No.
Apart from the fact that the tyre stack isn't going to move behind the safety car, it's certainly not going to blow away on its own accord. It's going to need lifting with, probably not with manpower actually, that's a lot of tyres stacked together. I think it's going to need a little bit of a winch, so the wrecker is going to have to go out there. Yeah, that's effectively the end of it. The safety car will lead them to the line, because by the time they get there we'll be out of time anyway, I think. So I'm going to leave you to it and dash down to talk to our top three.
Indeed so. They may well even choose to throw an early checkered flag if they think that the race is a bit of a lost cause. In fact, there we go, the red flag flies, so they're stopping the race. That will be race done. With 2.25 minutes to go, they're not going to bother restarting that one, which is a shame, but Stuart White won't be too bothered. He managed to keep his car out of trouble. It ran flawlessly, and he picks up a race victory. Jason Hughes will come home, well, possibly in second place, because they never did finish that lap. So the results will go back a lap, and I think he'll be reinstated back ahead of Waite and Davison. So I reckon Hughes will end up second. They're in a different class to the BMWs anyway, of course. So White will win the Super Touring element of the race in the pre-93s. Class B won by Waite, Class C by Gary Preble in his Honda, and Class G by car 91 Oliver Owen. And then Stanford and Pocklington would also pick up class wins a bit further back. So the car's then being guided back into Parc Fermé. And our first pre-93, pre-03 and Super Touring race of the day comes to a slightly premature end, but real treat it was to have the cars out on circuit. And Stuart White will be very, very pleased with the way that race concluded. So, Stuart White, the winner, and by 31.8 seconds in the end over the ailing Jason Hughes, who I don't think we ever really saw the best of in that one. Stuart White came home in third, ahead of Will Davison and Ian Bauer. They, of course, were the top three of the pre-93 cars. Gary Preble, then in sixth position, was a class winner within the pre-93s. Kevin Willis was seventh. Oliver Owen, a class winner too, ahead of Roger Stanford and Jim Pocklington in the Vauxhall Cavalier in 10th position. Joe Dorrington, Graham Myers, Anton Martin and John Hillier were next. In 15th position, we had Ian Knight ahead of Michael Harris and Mike Seaborn. Sean Morris and Stuart Kay were a lap down. Michael Collins likewise, while Simon Mann, AJ Owen and Byron Aldous, I believe, were all non-finishers, stopping out on track with one issue or another. Michael Collins was the one, of course, who went off. No, sorry, Simon Mann, wasn't it, who went off at the chicane to essentially bring out the red flags. In fact, no, sorry, it wasn't Michael Collins, because he has just appeared in front of me in Parc Fermé. So he has managed to get his car back undamaged. There you can see the forklift truck being used to reposition the tyres, as Martin alluded to. You can't really move those with manpower or marshal power in general. You will need some heavy machinery, heavy lifting machinery, and quite a bit of guidance from circuit staff to make sure that it ends up in the right place as well, which it does now. It's back where it ought to be. will be very shortly. And after that, we will be good to go racing again. We've still got one more race to come today. It's for the AirTech Motorsport. Sorry, 3 more races, I should say, to come today. We've got the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. We've got, I think, the Classic and Historic Thunder race for the CTCRC as well, and then the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. I think there's been an amended timetable since the first one was published. They've moved some of the classic touring car races around, but we will see who appears on track. And certainly next up, I can tell you, it will be the Audi TT Cup Championship for their first race of the weekend. So more modern one-make racing. One of the newest championships, in fact, in the United Kingdom is the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, which began last year as a series. It's its first ever year as a championship, and what a big grid they have managed to amass. Right then, back to Parc Fermé then. Let's catch up, shall we, with Martin Haven and our podium finishers.
We're in the carnage that is the collecting area at the end of the race, trying to organise all the cars. Super Tourists are all coming back in down here because they've got no turning circle whatsoever, so the marshals need to get them out. But first off, our race winner, Stuart White. So let's elbow our way in. Stuart, how was that? The car looked like it was pretty nice and tidy under you.
Yeah, the car was perfect. Just wasn't probably quite as much grip as there was this morning, actually, in qualifying. I was surprised. Just moving about a wee bit more, but still really good fun. Just good fun driving it around here.
I bet it is. I mean, it brought back a lot of memories for a lot of people. I'm sure you're enjoying that as much from the inside as we are from the outside.
Yeah, hopefully a lot of people appreciate it and want to see that going around Thruxton and get to hear it again. So yeah, it's good to bring it out.
And you brought the sunshine with you from Dumfries, so...
Oh, surprised the sun came out. But no, it's good to get the sun out and get the slicks on and get it going as it should. That's what you want.
Excellent. Congratulations. Nice done. Well done indeed. So second place, skin of his teeth, I guess. We'll find out what was going on with Jason Hughes. Jason, your last... Oh, right, okay. Oh, sorry, you are. I'm going the wrong car. I need Jason. Here we go. Okay. So tell us about the race. What was going on with you?
After the first lap, power steering, just lost all the power steering. Right. So you have to be like Popeye to steer it with no power steering. So I thought, right, that was it. So I was just trying to hang on, really. And luckily, hung on till the end.
They were catching fast, weren't they? I noticed your last couple of laps were...
Yeah, I could see that. I thought, well, they're coming now. If they get past, they get past. But obviously then, luckily, safety car. So tomorrow, rain, hopefully, and then we'll be all right.
So check the power steering and have spinach for breakfast.
Well, yeah, hopefully, because if there's no power steering, I'll definitely be on spinach for breakfast.
All right, well done for holding on. That muscle pump can't be much fun. Right, so we need now to find our BMW winner. Where's Stuart gone? Right, where's Stuart? Right, we've lost Stuart Waite. Oh, there he is. Right, here we go. Right, I'll squeeze past Alistair. You were nearly there, weren't you? You were really nearly there.
I was in that one.
I know you were.
Yeah, it was another couple of laps. It might have been a different story, but I'll take that.
I'm not sure you'd have caught the Honda, but the Cavalier, the Vectra was really struggling.
Yeah, he had the legs on the straight, but seemed to be better around the corners. But yeah, great to be following a car I grew up watching on the telly.
I know, we're all in the same boat, aren't we? And so what do you do when you get there? You go, oh, I'm going to have to pass him anyway. I don't care who drove it once.
Absolutely, and you got someone coming up pretty quickly behind, and you've got to get on with it.
Well, and that was the thing, actually. It didn't take you guys quite as long as we thought it might do to catch the Super Tourers. So the more modern machinery has definitely got what it takes here, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously technology's moved on a long way, but our cars are quite old in comparison to the Super Tourers, and obviously a lot less advanced from a technology point of view. But yeah, they're pretty good for what they are.
Just bigger cojones than in the driver.
Absolutely, especially around here.
Congratulations, well done. So overall podium. And yeah, super touring cars in the sunshine at Thruxton. This is one of the greatest tracks that these cars raced on in period. It's just great to have them back and to show off in front of the crowd. And hopefully tomorrow, who knows, they might get a break in the weather as well.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, so from classic touring car racing to now the Audi TT Cup Championship, and a very exciting race, I think, ahead of us here. This should be a fascinating slipstream fest, I reckon, in these cars. The Audi TTs that have produced some fabulous action all season long, and I reckon are going to continue to do so now as we move towards the business end of the 2024 championship campaign. Just 2 more events to go, and after the set of races at Silverstone last time out, 6 more races remain in this championship, and it is very finely poised at the top. After the drop scores are calculated, Bradley Burns leads the way by just 3 points over both Matt Luff and Carl Swift. So 3 points separating the top 3 drivers. They've all been race winners, they've all been regular front runners, and well, they're all going to find themselves starting, you would imagine, pretty close together at the front of the grid here, although it hasn't quite worked out all according to plan. They don't lock out the top 3 positions, at least on the grid, but they are all starting on the front couple of rows. Bradley Burns coming out on top in qualifying. That will net him a bonus point, so actually you can make that now a 4-point championship lead that he's got over Luff and Swift, with those 2 sharing the second row of the grid. The interloper is Sam Heading. Sam Heading, who's been one of the revelations of the second half of the season. Former Mazda MX-5 Super Cup racer, moving from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive this year, and he will be starting on the front row of the grid then alongside the championship leader Bradley Burns, with Luke Handley, Morgan Root in behind as well. So a very finely poised championship, probably one of the most finely poised Brscc championships this year. And Martin Haven, I don't know how much you've been following this series, but first ever season, grids getting on for 30 cars for most races, and a championship which sees 4 points covering 3 drivers with 6 races to go. The Brscc have got it right, haven't they?
It's a bona fide success, isn't it? I mean, one of the great things about the Mark 1 TT is that there were a lot of them,
yes,
and there remain a lot of them because they're reliable cars and they tend to stay out of ditches. and the racing package, I mean, that's a pretty cost-effective way of modifying, you know, a second-hand road car into a pucker race car. And I have to say, just looking at the cars and looking at the liveries on the cars, it looks like a much more long-established championship than something that's really a startup. So, yeah, full marks to the Brscc and to the teams for the preparation levels. But the cars really do look stunning.
Could not agree more. Right then, let's run through the grid. We've got 24 of them to get through. It is Bradley Burns on pole position, the championship leader, with Sam Heading looking for a victory there alongside him. Then the joint second-place drivers in the championship, Matt Luff and Carl Swift starting 3rd and 4th, with Luke Handley and Morgan Root together on row 3. 4th row, Ross McCarr and Paul Luty. Jason Pelosi starts 9th alongside Sean Smith, with Ryan Edgecombe and Andrew Dyer together on row number 6. 7th row, Richard Forber and the former mini racer Charlie Budd. Sam Meager and Brad Kaler then are together on the 8th row of the grid. And on row number 9, we've got Daniel Budd, brother to Charlie Budd, and Oliver Devine King. Then, row 10, Jonathan Williams has got Steve Bone alongside Steve a lot further back than he should be, the reigning Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 champion. Patrick Booth and Ruby Smith are next, with Paul Savage and Mark Rice bringing up the rear of the 24-car grid.
And Ruby Smith, of course, the daughter of Sean Smith. Both of them come from an oval racing background, so they started off in hot rods, racing on shale and racing on short ovals. So that's and rear-wheel drive. So coming here to Thruxton front-wheel drive with considerably more speed is quite a big conversion for both of them. They were saying this morning it's it's a bit of an eye-opener, you know. And again, for both of them, converting for the first time ever, and probably also for our Mazda champions, converting from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive is not the work of a moment. No. There's a lot of drivers historically who have struggled with that. So every instinct you have from rear-wheel drive is wrong when you go front-wheel drive and vice versa. So there's an awful lot of relearning going on.
There is indeed. I've got the utmost respect for anyone that can make that transition and pretty quickly find speed. And yeah, there are not many drivers who've been able to do that. Matt Luff is a driver who made the switch from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive. He was an ex-Ginetta junior racer, then did some Mazda MX-5 racing before moving into the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, where he was a champion a couple of years ago. Very much now making his name as a front-wheel drive specialist. Brad Burns, though, of course, who starts on the front row of the grid, has TCR experience across Europe. He's raced one-make Audis as well over in Europe too. A very, very, very experienced campaigner, and he has really come good through the middle part of the season to take this championship lead. He's got the pole position. Can Luffy or Carl Swift, former TCR UK race winner Carl Swift, do anything about him here at Thruxton though? Well, they've got 15 minutes to try and find a way past him and to try and get that championship lead away from Bradley at this pivotal moment in the season. So, the calm before the storm, the last couple of rows of the grid starting to fall into place. The green flag, I believe, has been waved, and we are watching now for the red lights on the starting gantry. There they are. They will go out now. We're away and racing in the Audi TT Cup, and it's a good start made by Brad Burns. Not a great start, though, from Sam Heading. That allows Matt Luff through on the inside line, so Luff through into second position, and Carl Swift must go with Luff. He's got the outside line through. Allard should have the momentum up the hill, and I reckon he will now break into third position, which means the top three in the championship could well be in the top three positions after the first few corners. Swift is actually having a little bit of difficulty there, getting around the outside of Sam Heading. Behind there is a little bit of a collision, I'm afraid. That's the number 52 car. That's Paul Luty then, who's been involved in some contact. Bouncing across the grass, I think might be the 22 of Jason Pelosi. Those two tangling then going through the complex. There's a third car, one of the Rob Boston cars, Morgan Root on the grass. He, I think, also sustained damage in that collision, so that's a shame. A few too many of them, all looking for the same bit of real estate, but for the leaders, Martin, a clean start, and the top three in the championship already going after each other.
Yeah, you can see it was a real arm wrestle, wasn't it, there, all the way through the complex and out into the country from those lead quartet. And I was about to say that when it was damper, the inside starting line seemed to work well, closer to the pit wall, but that wasn't anything to do with traction. That was Sam Heading just not getting it right away from the grid, from the outside the front row. That was really down to the driver getting the clutch and the revs right, I think, rather than anything in terms of other traction. So they stream out around the country, already heading back up to the hill to the chicane, and the leaders are through.
Oh, and someone goes straight on at a real rate of knots. Who was that and where did they end up? That's the real question, because they arrived at the chicane an awful lot quicker than they should have been. Wait and see who doesn't come through maybe then at the end of that opening lap. Of course, there were a few walking wounded further back, weren't there? We'll try and pick that out in a moment, but the rest of them cycling through and up towards the complex for the second time of asking. Burns leads, Luff second, Heading third, so Swift did not find a way past Sam Heading. And I suspect, maybe to your point earlier on, Martin, that again is Sam Heading, another driver who's made the transition from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive, and one of the hardest things to wrap your head around when you do that is how to get the car off the line. It's a completely different starting procedure in a front-wheel drive car, and maybe Sam, only a few rounds into his front-wheel drive racing career, still wrapping his head around that.
I think it might have been Ryan Edgecombe. He's dropped down to 12th place. He lost half a dozen spots at the end of the lap, so... but he did come across the line, so he may have ventured off into the southern reaches of another county, but has come back on into the chicane. But it is Brad Burns out front, who has the lead at the moment from Matt Luff. And that's remaining fairly constant. Half a second isn't much. Certainly at this speed, you are very much starting to pick up the toe up the hill from second place. And again, you can see Matt Luff was closing in there just before Brad Burns hit the brakes. Sam Heading, Carl Swift, that lead quartet, again, they're going to break away from the two or three cars behind, I think, because it is, yeah, Sean Smith in seventh, the end of that little group, Luke Handley, Ross Maker and Sean Smith. That trio, they might struggle a bit to stay in contact as the lead quartet ease away, although already Carl Swift, the fourth place car, is just starting to drop back. He was looking to take second place on the beginning of lap one, but is now just trying to hang on to the back of the group.
Yeah, Carl won the first 4 races of the season. Then he ended up on his lid at Alton Park, had to get a new car out for the rest of the season, and hasn't won a race since. So I think it's fair to say he's maybe not quite gelled with this car as well as he did his original chassis that was quite badly damaged at Alton Park. Almost a look at the inside there from Ross McCarr against Luke Handley. This for 5th position, so behind that leading group by some way already. And it does look to me as though Luke Handley is maybe a little bit slower than Ross McCarr. Ross just can't quite find a way through. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Carl Swift just becoming a little bit detached from the leading trio, and he can't afford this. He is, remember, joint second in the championship, needs to try and be taking points out of Brad Burns and Matt Luff, and that now is looking increasingly less likely. But as that battle rages at the front, there are still plenty of scores to be settled further behind.
Yeah. This is still the battle for 5th place. 51 Luke Handley, Ross McCarr right behind, and right behind them 21 Sean Smith, just keeping his nose in front of Andrew Dyer. Dyer was right on his bumper all the way up. If you turn the headlights up, he would have melted the paint off the back of the car in front. So really using the slipstream, just not quite getting through. Was that a change? Yeah, Ross McCarr went through on Luke Handley, and Handley now trying to come back around the outside of the Martini liveried car. Again, Martini works on everything, doesn't it? Just steal the colours. If you're looking for a livery, don't spend your own money. Use somebody else's. So, yeah, just keeps his nose in front, Ross McCarr, 5th place. And how far are they from Carl Swift? We're 4 seconds back already, but again, that's not going to close much because Luke Handley is making an issue with this, comes down the hill on the inside. That becomes the outside, can't quite find the room to go through, but see what's happened. Sean Smith's there, Andrew Dyer's there, Richard Forber's there as well, closing in. I think Charlie Budd might be on the back of this little group in a moment. So what was a pair has been joined by the 4 cars that were battling behind them.
Yeah, Charlie Budd having a bit of a return to form. He was in the top 5 or 6 in both races at Alton Park earlier this year, really the highlight of his season. But you're right, he's on the back of this group, which makes its way out of Church Corner, heads up the Woodham Hill into the chicane, and it is still Ross McCarr at the front of the group. Then behind, though, are we on for a change? Sean Smith is nibbling on the rear bumper of the number 15 of Andrew Dyer, who's gone past him on this lap. And then behind them, Richard Forber takes the outside line, but can't sweep through. Then come Charlie Budd, and who's that in 11th position? That's Edgecombe, isn't it, in 11th position, who we think may have been off on the first lap. A run comes up the inside line for Richard Forber, and that's a place gained, I think, at the expense of Sean Smith.
Yeah, Sean Smith lost a couple in that lap, and half a lap really, and right behind, Ryan Edgecombe on Charlie Budd. They were side by side as well. I think that probably it was Andrew Dyer made a move on Sean Smith out in the country just before they came into our sight, and that broke the toe really to the Ross McCarr and Luke Handley battle in front of them. But again, as they settle down a little bit, you're looking here once more at 78, and that is Richard Forber ahead of Sean Smith. So Sean down 3 places from where he was this time last lap. And that's the problem with Thruxton. If you're eased offline, then it's like being restrictor plate racing in NASCAR. You're hung out to dry and everybody else goes steaming by. If you have to breathe off the throttle in the country, then you might as well be throwing the anchor out the back of the car. Yeah,
you do see that a lot here, don't you? If a driver makes a little mistake, it's so costly, especially when the racing is as close as this. It's slightly less close at the front, though, than it has been. This gap's been hovering around half a second, Burns back to Love. I reckon it's maybe gone out a little bit in the wrong direction this lap. Let's see, across the line they go. 0.586 becomes 0.727. Bit of bodywork there gets kicked up by the leading group heading through as they accelerate up towards the complex once again. So we're at half race distance more or less. Bradley Burns leading and Matt Luff behind. Matt crucially has set the fastest lap. That is worth a bonus point. So he's limiting the damage being done by Brad Burns out in front, but really needs to be outscoring Brad. This run of momentum that Burns has had of late. He won both races at Croft. He won the first 2 races at the very next event at Silverstone, was second in the 3rd race. So he's only dropped a couple of points really over the last couple of events. And Luff really would have seen this as an opportunity maybe to stop him in his tracks.
And it might yet be, as you said, Matt Luff has got the fastest race lap, and every time Burns tries to make a break, Luff is right back with him. And that slipstream, you know, it's a beautiful looking car, the TT. It's obviously had a lot of time in the wind tunnel as well to make it work well, but it still punches a hole in the air at the speeds they're doing here. And when you're up close to the limiter, anything that helps to pull you along without the engine having to stress itself has got to be helping. So Brad Burns leading from Matt Luff by not very much. Sam Heading not quite in touch. Carl Swift has dropped back, but the rest of the group, the Ross McCarr, Luke Handley train, which is sort of 5th down to about 14th now, they are not quite close enough to challenge. We've got 6.5 minutes just under remaining. Brad Burns the leader from Matt Luff. And at the moment, Sam Heading there in 3rd place. You don't really see how he's going to lose a spot on the podium unless something goes wrong with the car.
Yeah, Carl Swift's, 3 seconds nearly behind him now. That lead gap did come down by about a tenth, so you're absolutely right. Matt Luff seemingly able to respond whenever Brad Burns stretches the margin, but simply responding to that isn't the same as going up there and challenging Brad Burns, is it? That's what Luffy really wants to be doing. There, meanwhile, Ross McCarr, 5th position, Luke Handley 6th, now under all sorts of pressure from Andrew Dyer in the number 15 car. Andrew was one of those drivers who did come out and race with us last year when this championship began as a series of races. He's got a really good run out of the complex, found a gap, wriggles up the inside into Noble, full commitment, never lifted, and he's got the move made. Has he through the left-hander? Yes, that was really good racecraft. He saw the gap, committed to it, and Luke Handley, in fairness, saw him coming.
The problem with Noble is that it's not a corner in isolation. You have to set the car up on the exit for all the fast right-handers that follow. And the more offline you are going into these, the worse it's going to be in the long run all the way around the country. This is a long, fast right-hand corner with a couple of little chicanes interrupting it, basically. That's the entire lap at Thruxton. So if you're just anywhere other than ideal going into the country, then they'll be all over you. But he manages to keep his nose clean, keeps the inside line neat and tidy. And Ross McCarr goes through with a little bit of an advantage, but suddenly there's nothing because Ross did not make the best fist of the chicane, nearly gave that 5th place away. Andrew Dyer, Luke Handley, all over him now like a rash. I mean, he was pulling away as they were coming up the hill. So I'm not quite sure what happened with that Martini livery car.
He outbraked himself, I think. He was way wide of the apex at the first part of the chicane. That, of course, scuppered his run through the middle part of the chicane, and they were on him by the exit. So Ross McCarr has got Andrew Dyer now breathing down his neck. And this, of course, is where Andrew made that challenge against Luke Handley a lap ago. Can he do the same to McCarr? No, this time goes to the outside line. That's because he didn't quite have the same sort of overlap. So they stay single file through Noble. But if Ross McCarr is capable of making one mistake, thinks Andrew Dyer, then maybe I can force him into another bigger mistake and use that as an opportunity to slip through. They head out through Goodwood Corner, just under 4 minutes to go. So Dyer will know that this is probably the last overtake that he is likely to make in this race. They're, 8 seconds behind Carl Swift at the moment. So yeah, 5th is as good as it will get for any one of those drivers, unless some misfortune befalls the leaders, who arrive at the chicane now closer than they have been, I would say, for a few laps, Martin.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Matt Luff all over the back of the race leader, Bradley Burns, in the red and blue machine. Matt Luff in 2nd place, the silver car with the yellow highlights, and Sam Heading still in 3rd. And Carl Swift a long way back now in 4th position, 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds behind Sam Heading in 3rd place, but he is still clear of Ross McCarr and the rest. Now, normally the other 3 are still in view when you get that picture of Carl Swift coming around the left-hander, but he's starting to lose sight of them, never mind touch of them. And out of the top 10 now, Sean Smith. Ryan Edgecombe's got by him, Charlie Budd's got by him. So the ex-Hot Rod race being shuffled back down the order a little as the chasing pack still with Ross McCarr in front. So he managed to hang on out of the chicane that time. But maybe he needs to not look in the mirrors. I sense that might have been the issue, that just as he was getting on the brakes for the chicane, he had a quick check to make sure there was nobody inside or behind him, but then that leaves you that quick check behind. So you don't need to be much off at the chicane. A 1/10 of a second later on the brakes, and suddenly the car's about 50 feet further into the chicane than you want it to be. The chicane's not that big.
No, it's not. So you really have to throw out the anchors then to make sure you don't make contact with the tyre stack, for example. But he's got a good little lead over Dyer this time, heading out of Church Corner. Going to be starting the penultimate lap this time around. So 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. And they head towards the braking zone, pretty equidistantly spaced out now, this group. Although closing in on the brakes is Dyer, because he has outbraked himself this time slightly. Sort of makes the apex, but he will drop away, I reckon, from McCarr. And Luke Handley might now see half an opportunity to start reapplying the pressure to Andrew Dyer, who of course overtook him so spectacularly a few laps ago up at Noble. So 2 more laps to go. The lead gap is back out to 0.6 of a second, so Luff can get close to Burns, but hasn't yet really been able to show his nose and try to make a move. Sam Heading now becoming increasingly lonely in 3rd. Swift's always really been a bit lonely in 4th position, and then this for 5th position. McCarr, Dyer, Handley and Richard Forbes are still tagging along with them. A lap and a half left to settle it.
Yeah, 73 Ross McCarr seems to just ease away all the way around the faster part of the track. And then, you know, when he's halfway up Woodham Hill at the end of the lap, it looks like they're nowhere near him. I wonder if he's just got a little bit of a braking issue, because there's certainly nothing wrong with the car going quickly or going around the fast turns. It's when he gets to the chicane that they suddenly gobble him up. And if he knows that that's the issue, then he's going to have to be very careful. Here, leader again, Bradley Burns. Matt Luff, another fastest lap, down to half a second in it. But he's going to have to be within 2 or 3 tenths coming up the hill to the chicane. He really needs a much stronger toe than he's getting at the moment. What is it, 42? 1 to go, 42 seconds. This is, well, I don't know. Has Matt Luff actually looked like he's got a chance? He's not shown his nose anywhere so far.
No, you do sort of get the feeling that it's all he can do to hang on to Bradley Burns here. Bradley controlling this race really nicely, not yet feeling the need to defend, not making that mistake of looking in the mirrors. And actually, it's Luff who makes a mistake that time, misses the apex slightly into Campbell. And that just puts you maybe a foot closer to the inside line into Cobb, the left-hander, and that scuppers your exit speed from there. Then you're offline into Noble, and one tiny little mistake, a foot wide of the apex, can lead to maybe 2 or 3 tenths of a second lost. And around a track like this, that can be all it takes. They've got a lapped car ahead of them. They will catch that probably at Church, Martin.
I think that's Paul Savage, and if they don't catch him at Church, then they're going to have to pass him up Woodham Hill, because if you're the leader, there he goes through. You do not want to catch him at the chicane. So I think actually Paul Savage there slowing down on the fastest part of the track, seeing cars coming up behind him. He's pretty aware what's going on. I'm sure he will have had the blue flags as well. So final time up the hill, Bradley Burns, one hand on the win.
Yes, and well, not yet one hand on the championship trophy, but certainly he will now almost double his lead over Matt Luff that it was coming into the race. So a significant victory this for Bradley Burns, who comes off the final corner then to claim his 5th win in the last 6 races. A 5th win of the year for Bradley Burns. Matt Luff comes home in 2nd position. Decent score, but would have liked to have got ahead of Bradley given the opportunity. Sam Heading comes home in 3rd, and it's a very lonely 4th place in the end for Carl Swift. Now, what of the 5th place squabble? Well, they're all over the curb through the chicane, but in the end, they're going to cross the line, I think, in the same order they were for the last couple of laps. It is going to be McCarr 5th, Dyer 6th, Handley 7th, and Richard Forber in 8th position. 9th then for Charlie Budd. No, 9th Ryan Edgecombe got ahead of Charlie Budd there right on the last lap, so possibly even into the final chicane there, that position changing hands. But another really, really good race, and Bradley Burns, well, very, very impressive run that he is on at the moment. Bradley Burns, as I said, 5th win from the last 6 races, and if history keeps repeating itself, then he should win race 2, because the last 2 events he's won races 1 and 2 back to back. Of course, one of those events was Croft, which was just a double header. So there was no 3rd race, but last time out at Silverstone he managed to finish 3rd in the 3rd and final race. But that was a significant win, you feel that, in the context of the championship for Bradley Burns then, who manages to fend off Matt Luff to get his 5th win of the year. Luff comes home in 2nd position. It's 3rd then for Sam Heading, 4th Carl Swift, 5th Ross McCarr, 6th Andrew Dyer, with Luke Handley, Richard Forber, Ryan Edgecombe and Charlie Budd completing the top 10. Sean Smith in 11th position is the leading Masters driver home. Bradley Kaler in 12th, Oliver Devine King in 13th, and Daniel Budd in 14th place. 15th for Mark Rice, 16th Steve Foden, Jonathan Williams, Patrick Booth, Jason Pelosi and Ruby Smith complete the top 20. Paul Savage and Morgan Root a lap down, and Sam Meager a retiree, unfortunately, after that incident on the opening lap. So Bradley Burns then with a not commanding win necessarily, but a controlled win, I would describe that really. He never really looked like losing it, did he? As close as Luff was, never more than 7 tenths, I think, between them at any point in that race. It just never looked that likely that Luff was going to really challenge him. And Matt will know, therefore, the significance of trying to, maybe get a slightly better start tomorrow. Started 3rd for this race, of course. Did get a good start, moved into 2nd place ahead of Sam Heading. That was significant. But if he could now start on the front row tomorrow, which I believe he will be, then he might well have a chance of challenging for the lead into turn number 1. All of that to wait until tomorrow, though. For now, it's time to get all of the reaction to race number 1 of the weekend with Martin Haven.
Another cracker from the Audi TT Cup. And we're going to have a chance to catch up with our top three. Well, you made the most of that, didn't you? You had the starting position you needed, you got the start you wanted, but you could never really shake them off.
No, I got quite a good start. It was hard to see her lights, I had to be a bit further back. Yeah, just strung with the brakes a little bit, to be fair. Fast stuff I could get away, but Matt just caught me in the brakes, so something to look at there. But yeah, fast stuff was good and the car was really good.
Good, because that's exactly what we thought. You were at the bottom of Woodham Hill, you were clear, and by the time you got into the chicane, they were all over you. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think something on the brakes need to look at. The car felt good. It was obviously just like my end, but fast stuff was really good. But yeah, just glad to get a win.
I bet you are. And added to that points bonus. Well done indeed. Right, so let's go and catch up with Matt. Second place, that was pretty hard work though.
Cool, yeah, you can tell I'm sweating. Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate really. I think lap after lap we were doing the same times, every single lap. I was closing a little bit in the complex, then out the back he had the legs of me, and it was just a game of cat and mouse going back and forth. I'm happy to come away with second place. I think that's really good for the championship. Fastest lap as well. It would have been nice to get the win, but you know, I can't be too upset with second place.
When you're getting the toe up the hill, when do you start to feel that toe working?
When you reach about 90 miles an hour. As soon as you exit the complex and you got your foot down in fourth gear and you start to change up to fifth, that's when it kicks in, which is a real pain because sometimes you're behind someone, now you haven't got any grip on the front, so it starts washing out wide. But yeah, the toe's huge, you're going so fast, like 140 miles an hour into the chicane, so yeah, no, toe is massive.
Properly exhilarating, and one more to go, and maybe different conditions tomorrow. How do you think about that?
I mean, I'm a fan of the wet weather, so I think it separates men from boys. Yeah, if it's raining tomorrow, I'll be quite happy.
All right, bring it on. Championship game is on. Congratulations on your second place. Right, let's find our third place man, Sam. Well, you were always watching the battle in front and you got close. What did you need to do you think, to really latch on to the top two?
Well, it'd been all right if I'd have got a good start, really. That would have put me more in the battle. But yeah, it's just we struggled for a bit of pace there. I think, obviously, yesterday we were top of the table, which is a bit of a shame because I think we struggled for a bit of heat there. But yeah, we'll have a look at the data, see what we're saying, go again tomorrow.
So what are you thinking, tyre pressures or cambers?
I don't know, I think it's more just heat because we haven't really been doing any testing running sort of behind cars. So I think you're behind cars for 20 minutes, everything just gets hotter and hotter and it just gets worse and worse. So yeah, well, hopefully I'll get a better start tomorrow so I can be up front.
All right, and what about the prospect of rain? How do you regard that?
Well, to be fair, I wouldn't mind it to be raining because we had the one wet run yesterday and we did all right, to be fair. Yeah, I just don't know, it was a bit boring that race, but oh well.
All right, oh, well, congratulations. Got a podium out of it anyway. So, our final race, cars have already left the collecting area for the BRDC all-comers. This could be quite entertaining. It's the biggest spread of machinery you're going to see all day. So let's go and watch the action.
Yes, thank you, Martin. Cars already well on their way from the assembly area then. And yes, the all-comers race, well, it does what it says on the tin, really, doesn't it? If you have a classic touring car of any generation, come and race it in this race. It's a 15-minute race. There will be lots of intra-class battles, and we'll try and monitor those as and when we get going. The grid, though, as follows, and we've got Josh Lawton starting on pole position alongside David Blackie on the front row of the grid. Mike Manning and Oliver Owen sharing row number 2, with Kevin Willis and James Allen together on row 3. Fourth row, Alex Thistlethwaite and Martin Reynolds, with Jim Pocklington and Ian Knight completing the top 10. Then you've got John Hillier and Jonathan Corker on row number 6. Seventh row for Jamie Sturgis and Sean Morris, ahead of Stuart Kay and Melvin Hooker. Nick Williamson and Pat Keneally are next, with Philip Waller, Cavan Granger and Mike Seaborn at the back of the field. We may or may not be missing a couple of them if they've been sort of wounded in action, the cars anyway, from earlier races, but hopefully we've got most of them out there, and a couple of cars that I don't think we have seen yet racing here today. So an eclectic mix of cars, and a couple of them perhaps starting a little bit out of position as well. But at the head of the field, it is the Honda Civic of Josh Lawton, where we saw how well that car went in its race earlier on today. And we know the Civic, that was in much wetter conditions, of course, but we know the Civic is a pretty handy car around Thruxton. David Blackie in the BMW M3 starting alongside him. They were out in the same race, weren't they, earlier on, and they were doing battle for a time. And then Mike Manning's Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500 also we saw going well, and now in drier conditions, perhaps able to deploy all of that power a little bit more securely. Oliver Owen then leads a couple of BMWs, he and Kevin Willis, with James Allen's Honda Civic EP3 lining up next. So, an all-comers race. I like a good all-comers race, Martin, because you do tend to get, again, more of those David and Goliath style battles, obviously, and cars racing against each other that generally would never be sharing the same piece of real estate on a racetrack, and it can sometimes produce some fascinating battles.
Yeah, it does, and we've seen, as you said, we've seen some of these cars in action already, so they know the potential. You can see there with the blue nose, the 85, the Datsun that we saw in the pre-66, pre-72 cars. So those, you know, those are the front runner, the Civic, Josh Lawton Civic. We know that set the fastest lap when it was out already. But there are a bunch of cars in there we haven't seen yet. The Group 44 liveried Jaguar XJS, that's yeah, just there with the Marshall standing behind it. That's the car that's now running a supercharged V8 rather than the V12. The Motul livery BMW 535i, that's a properly sort of period correct livery. Whether it's an original race car or not, I'm not entirely sure, but you don't often see a 5 Series racing. Not since Tom Walkinshaw won the Counties Challenge back in 1978 or 79 or whatever it was. And a Camaro with a BMW Touring right behind. So, yeah, there's something for everyone. Whatever your vintage, there is definitely something in there. Behind the Rover V8, the SD1 Rover, you can see an Avenger. So, again, you don't see many Avengers ever, anywhere. Not entirely unrelated to a Ford Escort in terms of performance and ability, but just the popularity never matched anything that the Escort had. So Avengers kind of all ended up rusting away or in the scrapyard. And then the silk cut Jag at the back, obviously not actually silk cut, but the colour livery is unmistakable, isn't it?
It is certainly one of the more distinctive cars on the grid, and yeah, a couple of the Jags actually towards the tail end. One car I think worth watching probably is a car that wasn't, I don't think, on my grid sheet, but David Jefferson appears to have slotted himself in at the back. Now, he didn't start his race, did he, earlier on, but had qualified towards the front of the grid, so that car out of position, very much so, getting a bit of track time in, having missed his race earlier on, and David Jefferson in the BMW. If they've got the Gremlins fixed, there it is, the grey BMW heading through the final part of the complex, then that should definitely be a car to watch. Whether or not he can sort of cut through some of the slower traffic quickly enough to get away with the leaders, we'll have to wait and see. But if that car's working well, there's no reason why it can't be among the fastest on the track.
Well, you're probably right, I think, but again, traffic might be an issue, and maybe just doing this because he's looking towards tomorrow. I mean, he may already actually have been entered into the race. Some of the drivers I was chatting to said, oh, they're doing the all-comers because for an extra 99 quid you get another why wouldn't you? Yeah. I mean, yes, having spent the time, the effort and the money to prep the car and travel down here and stay down here and the entry fee anyway, for another oneer, yeah, definitely, I'm having a second race.
Yeah, absolutely, and we are more than happy to have them out there. 20 cars hopefully starting the race, well, probably a couple more now, actually, as you say, with them being added onto the tail of the grid. Bone dry Thruxton circuit now greeting the drivers. How things have changed since this morning. It's turned into a glorious afternoon, actually, with the sun beaming down. A good crowd on hand as well, actually. Quite a few people out and about on the spectator areas. It's always a well-supported circuit, Thruxton. Possibly because it doesn't have a race meeting on every weekend like most racetracks do these days, so the locals do tend to come out and support the track, and I know the whole Thruxton team do put a lot of hard work into the upkeep of the place. It always looks great. It's a very friendly place to come. Good to see a good number of people coming out to spend the day or indeed the weekend here with their families and enjoying some top quality club level motorsport. Right then, 2x2 through the chicane we will run. The Honda Civic of Josh Lawton has the pink BMW of David Blackie for company on row 1. Who will get the jump into Allard and who will be in front at the end of 15 minutes? Well, let's find out. The red lights are on. When they go out, they can break ranks. The race gets underway. The BMW accelerates away, but the Honda seemed a little bit quicker, actually. Also a good start further back from Martin Reynolds there, the yellow and white Escort to the outside line, but it will be the pole sitter, Josh Lawton, who hangs on to the lead. Then David Blackie in second position and Mike Manning there in third position. So grid order for the top three as they arrive at the complex for the first time.
Yeah, Escort versus Camaro versus Datsun right behind. Is it all going a little bit wrong? Yes, one of the Jags is off. That's the number 441 car, the Group 44 car of Melvin Hooker. Talk to Melvin, you'll hear from him about the history of that car tomorrow lunchtime. But the Silk Cut Jag has made it through, hoofing off down the straight. That's got to be a lot of battleship to try and get around some of these corners. And the Camaro, I would say, is possibly not the nimblest thing here either, although it is going to certainly hoot up the hill without too much of a fuss. Ain't no substitute for cubes when you've got a hill to climb.
Absolutely, and it's got the Zaxpeed Escort behind it all, hasn't it, which is probably not going to be a slouch in a straight line either. The hill they will head. Datsun comes through as well. Second time we've seen that car out on track. And here comes Jefferson. So Jefferson's silver BMW is making short work of some of the older cars on the grid. The question is, how much of an advantage have the likes of Josh Lawton and David Blackie built up by the time Jefferson gets up there into the top 3 or 4 positions? Probably quite a lot is the answer, because they've already been and gone across the line before Jefferson even arrived at the chicane. He crosses the line momentarily, will cross the line anyway. I can tell you where he is. He is 10th position. He's 14.5 seconds off the lead then.
I was going to say 24th to 10th in one lap, but he, as you said, it's not the distance, it's not the numbers rather, it is the distance, the time he is behind. And what was his lap time? Bear with, caller, I'm just going to squint into the dying sun. 1:33.8. Leader had the fastest lap at 1:19.3. So he's not catching him at all, but he is carving his way through the cars that were on the grid in front of him for certain.
Yeah, that was the first lap though. There was a lot of traffic, so as the field thins out, I'm sure that Jefferson will be able to go more quickly, but yeah, I think Lawton might well be gone now. He's 5.3 seconds clear of Blackie even, and Blackie no slouch, as we saw earlier on today. Pair of battling BMWs, that's also something we've seen a bit of today as they head through the sunlight at Church Corner. And then the Camaro coming through behind, but this then, I reckon, is the battle for 5th position. Am I right? Kevin Willis and Oliver Owen. Yes, it is. Willis has got ahead of Owen on this lap for 5th place. In fact, I think we caught the back end of that move through Goodwood. And the two BMWs continue their squabble now towards the end of another lap.
Yeah, the Camaro are just about hanging on in the chicane, and right behind the BMW has got ahead of the Escort now. Oh, and it's very close on the grass. Luckily, it is dry enough at the moment to hang on there.
Well, that is the second time that car's been on the grass in this race, because that was the car that you can see the tyre tracks on the grass there on the inside into the complex. It went skittling into the Rover on the opening lap, and Ian Bauer being shown as the driver in 141. He was another late addition, I think, to this race. That's why he started at the back, but Bauer is coming through the field quite nicely. Actually, he started behind Jefferson and is ahead of Jefferson on the road in a much older BMW, so he really has made good progress through the traffic. Sweeps to the outside then of Alex Thistlethwaite's Camaro, and that is now 7th position for Bauer, and Jefferson not able to follow him through.
No, he's trying to find a gap past the Camaro, which isn't the easiest thing. And again, you know, you always think about something like Chevy Camaro as being a big, wide car. BMW's not doing that bad on the width it stakes itself. He does squeeze through this time though, so he chases off up the hill after David Bauer, and that wrestles the Camaro of Alex Thistlethwaite down to, what is that, 8th place now, ahead of Martin Reynolds in the yellow and white Zaxpeed Escort.
Which looks up the inside into the chicane, but the Camaro just about late enough on the brakes, I think, to hang on. Yes, it is. It's sort of wallows its way through the chicane. Doesn't really want to change direction, but in fairness, Thistlethwaite doing a good job of wrestling it through. He was a bit slow off the corner, though, so here comes Martin Reynolds, and finally, that move that's been on the cards, really, since the start of the race has now been made. Reynolds moves up into 9th position, and again, it'll be interesting to see now what pace he's got in clean air. Josh Lawton, by the way, 3 laps completed, just the 20 seconds, his lead over David Blackie. That car is in its element.
It really is, isn't it? And it's, I mean, it's a fantastic looking thing, but you really have to squint hard at it. It's only really, I think, in the side profile that you go, oh, that is a Honda, isn't it? It's a very, very different thing. The Jag with a massive lock up there ahead of the BMW 5 Series. Managed to get away with that, but again, you know, as you just go over the rise there and the road starts to drop away into the braking zone, that could be quite tough. Battle for third, Mike Manning and James Allen behind him in the Civic Type R. Steaming up the hill, getting the benefit of the tow.
Yeah, and here comes Bauer. Now, where is Jefferson? Jefferson's nowhere in sight, so Ian Bauer really has broken away from David Jefferson on this lap. The BMW's come through, still squabbling. Kevin Willis and Oliver Owen battling over 5th position. There are no classes as such, this being an all-comers race, so it is just a straight-up fight, and every car you come up against is a rival that you need to try and find a way past, and James Allen is trying to get himself within striking range here of Mike Manning. Again, 2 more different cars you could not hope to see, really. The Sierra Cosworth versus the EP3 Honda Civic, albeit a highly modified EP3 Civic, and is that Oliver Owen slowing? I think, it is, isn't it? That's a shame. That was a good battle.
Yes, it is, and that looks like that's under the bonnet rather than anything else. I mean, possibly transmission, but it looks like it's more engine related. So past him goes David Jefferson in the grey BMW, moves up a spot. And Mike Manning, car number 35, the Texaco liveried ex-Eggenberger Works Sierra, still in 3rd place. David Blackie ahead of him in 2nd. Josh Lawton ahead of everybody else and probably coming up behind these fairly soon, such as his lead. But Mike Manning hanging on to 3rd place. Had a good race earlier out in this car, mixing with a bunch of other Group A cars. So getting plenty of bang for his buck out of the Cosy this weekend. And the first race, of course, that he was out in, that was the one where it's quite greasy, and the Civic runs out very wide past the slower Avenger, but came in very hot behind the Avenger into the chicane, and I think was rather surprised that the Avenger didn't get off the chicane quite at the sort of speed that he needed it to do.
Yes, that was a bit of a close call. Luckily, he made the decision to go left rather than right into the back of the Avenger, hammers the curb through Campbell, and again through Cobb. Look at that, bouncing up on 2 wheels. This thing extremely stiffly sprung, but he's not helping matters by climbing up the curbs like that. Very spectacular driving. But James Allen needs some of that spectacular driving now to have any chance, really, of closing back in on Mike Manning, because he lost quite a bit of time with that lap to traffic at the chicane. Josh Lawton, by the way, has already been through to complete the 6th lap of the race. We just saw David Blackie, the 2nd placed man, half a lap away from completing that same 6th lap. So an utterly dominant performance this from Lawton. Rate at which he's going, really just past half race distance. He could lap the whole field if David Blackie and Mike Manning and the rest drop in performance a bit towards the end. There is Blackie, all on his own, up through the club chicane, and he's not using quite as much curb as some of the others behind him, but keeping nice and neatly on his way, as here the real battling is being done. In fact, no, that's Lawton, isn't it? The speed differential between Lawton and some of the pre-66 cars is astonishing.
Yeah, that's the Nissan, isn't it? Or the Datsun, rather. Yeah, blimey. So that's 10th place. He's just whistled by.
Yeah, this car got quicker throughout its race earlier on, and I do suspect that's because the conditions were coming to it. The drier the track, the quicker this car will go, clearly. And huge amount of downforce, huge amount of lateral grip that car has, and really you need a dry circuit on which to fully demonstrate that, which he very much is doing.
120.1 was his last lap. His fastest lap, though, is a 115.3.
Wow.
So 120 still, even though he was lapping traffic in the top 10. So it's a mighty impressive machine, and yeah, I would like to see that in a time attack challenge. I'm sure that is absolutely what it's been built for, and it may well be that they are just here with the car shaking it down for another event, because it's clearly a Goliath in this field of Davids in terms of its pace. So David Blackie still in 2nd from the Mike Manning-James Allen battle. A little further back, Jonathan Corker just at the bottom of the top 10. Ian Knight, John Hillier delivering the groceries in the Alfa-liveried Touring number 192 behind the Datsun. So Datsun from the late 60s, the Honda from, what are we talking, late 90s, I suppose, mid-90s, late 90s,
Yeah.
and the BMW from the early 90s. So some very different generations of car battling together. Civic is from the early 2000s. I'm being reliably informed by our JDM fanatics in the room.
Yeah, certainly we saw this shape of Civic racing in the BTCC from 2002? 2002, I think.
Yep.
So about that time. Anyway, it's making the challenge now against the Datsun. This is all for position, by the way. It's for 10th place they're squabbling. And Ian Knight is going to slip through on the inside line into the chicane. Yep, through he goes. Nicely done on the brakes. And now John Hillier will look to try and come through as well. But little Datsun standing its ground here and actually has a much superior run off the chicane and comes back now at Ian Knight's Honda and reclaims the spot. Nicely done.
And it's a quick little thing, isn't it? I mean, I've never seen one race before. I've seen Datsun's race before, but never a 510, and never even heard of a 510. So it's McPherson's truck. It's got an independent rear suspension, so not a live axle like the BMW, not a live axle like a Mark II or Mark I Escort, not a live axle like the Avenger that they're about to put a lap on. So a 2-litre, which probably is producing, I don't know, I should think sort of 175, 180 brake horsepower probably, maybe a little less. But with a full independent rear suspension, that's why it's getting off the corner with such alacrity. But he's giving away, what, nearly half a century in design age to the Honda Civic. That's been well driven and well engineered, that Datsun. Having a big moment there as well, as he's determined, isn't he? They shall not pass.
And this is the joy of an all-comers race, really. It is a bit of fun, you know. They are not out there fighting for championship points or even trophies probably this far down the order, but it's just a matter of pride, isn't it? If you can beat a car that is, as Martin quite rightly says, several decades newer than yours, then that really says a lot about you as a driver. Here, though, comes the Civic back up the inside. Ian Knight is, I think, going to reclaim the place. Is he? Corker tries to stand his ground and may well get off the chicane better. That certainly has been the Datsun's strength all day long, and he will look to try and reclaim the position into Allards. In fact, goes to the outside line this time and does, once again, move back into 10th spot, or does he? They're almost three abreast, the BMW on the inside. Oh, and there's contact. Around goes the Datsun towards the barriers, and that is such a shame. Off goes Jonathan Corker. There really wasn't the space there for John Hillier, but he tried to force the issue anyway.
Yeah, I'm afraid John Hillier went into a gap that was never there and became even less there the more he ventured into it, and that's very unfortunate. And again, Jonathan Corker was doing such a good job, but in the Civic, that time at the chicane, really important, keep the door shut on the inside, so Corker had to go the long way around the outside, and as he tried to sweep around wide to keep the momentum up, then that left what seemed like a gap, but unfortunately really wasn't. So the Datsun in the barriers. Luckily, plenty of tyre wall there, but you could see even as it made impact, it was relatively square on, but it will have rippled all the panels, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that is a shame. Hopefully not too badly damaged that we won't see it out again tomorrow, which certainly we wouldn't want. We've had a change here, by the way, for fourth position. Ian Bauer now up ahead of James Allen. So James Allen, who, remember, only a few laps ago was challenging Mike Manning for third position. Well, at the end of that previous lap, these two were about 5 seconds behind Manning. So the Civic, for whatever reason, fading as the race goes on. And Ian Bauer coming good from the back of the grid, remember. Ian Bauer in the Castrol liveried BMW has moved into fourth place now with a lap and a bit to go. I don't think he's got time to chase down Manning. And indeed on the previous lap was only 4/10 quicker than him. So yeah, fourth place probably as good as it will get, but this has been a good drive from the back of the grid.
Unrelated to his drop in pace, there is a problem with that Civic, is that its high intensity rear light keeps flashing on and off over the bumps. So that's definitely not what's making him slow, but that is something that they need to look at, because tomorrow it'll be like following a strobe light. And there's the leader. There is the leader behind the battle for fifth. Okay, so he's got the top 6 in front of him. He's gone by David Jefferson. He's gone by Martin Reynolds. He's gone by Alex Thistlethwaite. And now he is closing in. How long have we got? 20 seconds. If there was another 3 or 4 minutes in the race, he would have lapped the podium.
Yes, I think he may still lap up to 4th place. Yeah, that is astonishing, isn't it? His last lap was quite slow, though, 6 seconds off the pace, and he didn't seem particularly racy out of the first corner, but I think he's sort of proven his point here, isn't he? More interested, I guess, in outright lap time, really, than the race result. Once he established that he was going to win the race, more than likely, then just wanted to set the best lap possible, probably had the best of the tyres now, and he will perhaps now be content just to coast this one home, but he has got James Allen ahead. That's the 5th place car.
Well, again, part of it is where he catches slower traffic, like the Avenger that he just shot by. That's the second time he's passed him. That time he passed him cleanly, but he might have caught other cars at the chicane, which will easily take 2 or 3 seconds away from you.
Yes, speaking of which, did you see the knot of cars ahead that he's now got to try and negotiate? So this is the final couple of corners that he's approaching. Doesn't really need to take any risks here because Josh Lawton is well on his way to winning this CTCRC all-comers race at Thruxton. Does get boxed in behind the Jag, but it doesn't really matter. It's been a dominant display from Josh Lawton, who crosses the line and wins the all-comers race here at towards the end of the day. Anyway, one more race still to come, and it is going to be a long wait until we get our 2nd place man David Blackie. We've already had James Allen through in 5th, Oliver Owen through in 6th position. Here comes Martin Reynolds in 8th place, David Jefferson just ahead of him in 7th. So there, Jefferson from the back of the grid actually didn't make quite the progress that I thought he might, but perhaps still monitoring whatever the issue was with that car earlier on. And we still wait for David Blackie and Mike Manning to arrive, because of course Manning was the best part of a full lap behind Josh Lawton, and he was within 10 seconds of Blackie, so it's nearly a full lap we'll have to wait here for those two to make it through. In fact, they might even be among the last cars still on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap was Ian Bauer, of course, the Castrol BMW. Here comes David Blackie at long last, wrestles the pink BMW into the final corner, having put a lap on Ian Knight's on the Civic there. And David Blackie, 2nd place then in the all-comers race. Pretty satisfied with that, I think. Saw off the challenge early doors from Mike Manning. And Mike should be the next through. There he is, the flame-spitting RS500 Cosworth. Comes through in 3rd position. And Ian Bauer has pitted on the last lap, so I don't know whether he will be credited with 4th position. I guess it doesn't really matter for a huge amount, but not the point. He probably should have come through to see the checkered flag, but maybe felt there was an issue with the car. He's arriving at Parc Fermé now. Didn't seem obvious that there was an issue with the car, so I think maybe a bit of a miscalculation. Perhaps he thought he'd been shown the checkered flag because he would have been in close proximity to the leader, wouldn't he, at the end of his penultimate lap, and perhaps thought that the flag was being waved for him. So let's take a look then, shall we, at how they finished that CTCRC all-comers race. It was a dominant performance in the end for Josh Lawton in that highly modified Honda Civic to claim the win by 1 minute and 10 seconds in the end. David Blackie coming home 2nd in the BMW. Mike Manning was 3rd in the Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500, with Ian Bauer from the back of the grid coming home in 4th position and the last car on the lead lap. Then it was James Allen 5th, Oliver Owen 6th, David Jefferson 7th, also from the back of the grid ahead of Martin Reynolds, Alex Thistlethwaite's Camaro, and Ian Knight's Honda Civic Type R. Melvin Hooker was 11th, Jamie Sturgis 12th, Mike Seymour 13th, and Nick Williamson in 14th position in the SD1 Rover. Then it was Phil Waller and Jonathan Corker. In fact, these were, well, Waller was still running, lapped 3 times. Jonathan Corker ended up in the fence at the first corner. John Hillier also retired on that lap, possibly with damage after the collision. And Kevin Willis was also a non-finisher, sadly retiring with a mechanical issue early in the race. So with that, cars arrive back in Parc Fermé. Martin, I believe, is ready to chat to our podium finishers. So let's head straight over to him and hear from our race winner.
Well, take a look at this. This is Josh Lawton's Honda Civic. If you look at the door, you can see it's forebears and behind the door, but this has been modified more than any Honda I think I've seen, and a stunning win. Right. Slowest thing you've done all day is take your helmet off. Well, good to see you again. Cheers. Tell us about the car then. Who built this and what's it been made for?
I built it, me and my dad. Just everything that you see is me and him. It's built for door-to-door racing. I actually did 45-minute mini endurance races with it. Developed it a little bit more for the classic touring car funders. And yeah, we're in the all-comers. Been dying for some dry weather to put the slicks on, because as you see, it comes alive with the slicks on. But, yeah.
It really came alive. I mean, the thing is just shatteringly fast. Have you thought of taking it out in time attack as well?
Yeah, we've done a round of time attack before, so maybe think about that again, yeah, to see what next year comes. Just about funding, as with all motorsport, but yeah.
Well, it's an astonishing looking thing, and the speed is absolutely relentless, so congratulations, well done all round.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
All right, now then, let's see who we can find. We're looking for Mike Manning, and he is right with us, and we are looking for David Blackie. So the same top three as we had in the Boss and Thunder race, just in a different order. So they've all had a podium finish and a win apiece for the Honda and for the Sierra. So how was that?
It was a bit better than the last one. It was completely dry that time, so we got the slicks on this time, so we didn't lose tyres halfway through, and was nursing it to the end. But no, we got there, but can't keep up with Josh. That thing's a spaceship. So no, it was good. It was good. Aye, no, not bad.
It's an absolute weapon, isn't it?
Aye, it's next level. There's no touching that. I hate to say it, Tim, but yeah, it's a good car. That it's all the aero works well, so no touching it.
Having said that, anybody sitting in the passenger seat of the BMW would have known what they were doing as well. And Mike Manning, second race and second podium of the day.
Yes, good third there. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. Nice to have it dry.
Yeah, the other boys were saying nice to get the slicks on. I'm sure it was the same for you as well.
Yes, it was, yeah, but I couldn't quite catch them, so hey, I'll settle with third.
All right, and then a chance to go out and play again tomorrow.
Yes, I think it's probably going to be wet races tomorrow, which, yeah, suits me. Should have a good dabble tomorrow.
All right, congratulations. Some epic racing here. Fantastic stuff from these boys. So much variety and so much competition. And that Honda, I mean, what a thing for a homebrewed car. It's just remarkable.
Yep, thank you, Martin. That is a real beast, isn't it, that Honda Civic? And we look forward to seeing more of it tomorrow, hopefully in dry conditions, although every weather forecast I've been told about today says we could be in for a little bit more wet weather tomorrow, so we shall wait and see. But for now, it's a glorious afternoon and a brilliant way to wrap up day one of this Brscc and TCR UK race meeting here at Thruxton is with the first race of the weekend for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. They will have a triple header here today. They will have another triple header at Silverstone's International Circuit at the end of the year, but this is another category which sees a driver on the verge of the championship because Alistair Kellett, having won more races than anyone else this year, having been more consistent than anyone else this year, arrives here on 496 points. That is 86 points. In fact, no, it's not 86 points more than his nearest rival, actually. His nearest rival on total points is Gary Miller, but Zach Lucas, once the drop scores are calculated, is a little bit closer. But still, it is 58 points between Alistair Kellett and Zach Lucas at the top of the championship table. And they're both in a very good position then, heading for the final couple of rounds of the championship. But yeah, Alistair Kellett, who is such an experienced campaigner in these Fiestas, is going to be a tough man to beat, that's for sure. He set the pole position time earlier on today as well, so he's taken a bonus point for that. And the bigger bonus, I guess, is that he gets to start from pole position, which can be an advantage here at Thruxton. These are cars that will slipstream pretty well, so if he can't escape at the start of the race, then he might have his hands full of Zach Lucas, who was half a second slower than him in qualifying and starts on the outside of that front row of the grid. But Zach Lucas and Gary Miller, in fairness, both know that their job this weekend is simple. They've got to try and outscore Alistair Kellett, and they've got to try and keep their championship hopes alive going to Silverstone for the finale. So a great looking grid of cars, the Mark 7 Ford Fiesta, which of course has been brought into the Fiesta Junior Championship now. This is a much more highly modified version. They're running on slick tyres, they're turbocharged as well, so they generate an awful lot of power. And they are proper mini touring cars, these, and a great championship campaign they've put on for us this year. And what will the 3 races here at the Thruxton Speed Bowl have in store for us? Well, let's take a look then, shall we, at how they're going to line up then for this first of 3 races this weekend. The final race of the day here on Saturday at Thruxton. Alistair Kellett taking the pole position. Championship leader putting himself in the perfect position to further extend that championship lead. But Zach Lucas, second in the championship, starts alongside him. Then former Fiesta Junior drivers Dan Lewis and Joseph Knight share row 2. Gary Miller, third in the championship, is 5th on the grid alongside Archie Johnson. Then it's Morgan Kidd with Henry Howarth on row 4. Row 5, James Pope and John Cooper. 6th row for the very experienced Simon Horrobin and Connor Blackburn. Charlie Ellis is next alongside Sean Reynolds. Then it's Harry Hayes and Christopher Blackburn with Caitlin May and former Mini Challenge and Renault Clio Cup driver Luke Waugh bringing up the rear of the grid. So cars then make their way around on the warm-up lap, and we've got Alistair Kellett then in a good position, starting from pole position, but I think we could be in for a close race here, Martin. Like I said, these are very evenly matched cars. We saw from the Fiesta Juniors earlier on a very, very good race. These cars much more powerful, but I don't think that that is going to dilute the racing one little bit. I think this could be a good end to the day.
I think you're absolutely right. The fact that they might have a lot more power doesn't mean that they're not equal. No. So they have no more power than each other, which again means use of the slipstream and positioning on track, particularly up to the chicane, is going to be absolutely critical. So it is going to be devil take the hindmost around the country, but you've got to be brave and precise in equal measure at the top of Woodham Hill if you want to make progress up the field. And as so often in these one-make championships, it's the first 100 metres that makes a big difference. If you get a really good start and the gaps open up for you, as opposed to somebody for whom they don't, then that can make a huge difference. And again, qualifying in mixed conditions, you really, in a field of equals, want to start as far up to the front end as you possibly can. And so being on the front couple of rows immediately puts you as a bit of a shoe-in for a potential podium spot, whereas if you're down in 10th or 12th or 14th, then it's going to be an awful lot more of a struggle.
Yes, indeed. So there are a couple of drivers, I'd say, slightly out of position. Simon Horrobin, I mentioned, running through the grid, really should be better than 11th, you would have to say. He's had a bit of an up and down season, Simon, but he's still there 4th in the championship. So Simon has had 2 wins, I seem to recall. Yes, won a race at Alton Park and won a race at Croft. So he's been a winner, but he either seems to win or be on the podium or be at the back end of the top 10 or beyond, and that seems to be the case after qualifying this morning. But I do kind of enjoy days like this that start off wet and then become dry, because if you have a wet qualifying session, mixed qualifying session as was the case for this championship, and then a dry race, often there will be drivers starting out of position, but it's just because they didn't get the setup right or they didn't get the lap at the time at which the track was the quickest in qualifying. And actually, they've got every bit of potential to go up there and still run at the front runner's pace. So it should generate a good bit of overtaking here, hopefully, and a good end to our first day of racing here at Thruxton. There's a couple of cars there pulling into position, including the 777 of Sean Reynolds. Behind him, Christopher Blackburn. And do we have Caitlin May and Luke Waugh at the back? Yes, I think we do. There's Caitlin May with the white car and the, I think, Union flag liveried roof, and Luke Waugh should be there behind the 111.
Have we lost Zach Lucas from the front row of the grid?
Oh, you're right. You're right, we had.
But where? Where did we not see him go off or pull off?
I have to imagine he was there in assembly area. Yeah, you're right. I was that focused on the back of the grid. I hadn't spotted Zach Lucas.
No, I hadn't either. And I'm just lining up thinking, it's not a 3x3 grid.
No.
So we have just the yellow and blue car of Alistair Kellett on the front row of the grid, and you can see the orange car behind him, but there is no 2, 3, 4, so Zach Lucas has gone AWOL.
A second in the championship, Zach Lucas. Luke Waugh, by the way, is a pit lane starter. Just seen him accelerating past our commentary box position, but what on earth has happened to Zach Lucas? We'll get to the bottom of that if we can once the race gets underway, but for now, 20 minutes on the clock. The red lights will go on very shortly. We hope. We have had a green flag from the back of the grid, but there's an element of confusion here, I think.
Marshall's walking around at the back, and you normally don't see that. The starter does not look like he's necessarily ready to start.
Is Zach Lucas at the chicane then? Where is there a car? There's definitely
Well, they've been given the 5-second board, so wherever he isn't in the race.
And the red lights are on. Right, OK, we'll figure that out if we can when the race gets underway, which happens now. And it's a good start made by the pole sitter, Alistair Kellett. Good start too by Dan Lewis, though, who will actually move up to challenge him, I think, into the first corner. 4 abreast further back. Morgan Kidd, that was, up the curb on the inside line. Backed out of that to avoid contact. Sensible stuff. But it's side by side for the lead. Dan Lewis to the outside of Alistair Kellett into the braking zone at the complex. Can he hang it out round the outside? No. Kellett hangs on to the lead. We've got a car bouncing down the grass. That might have been Joseph Knight. Back into the pack. Just avoids contact with everybody else. But it's Kellett the leader. It's Lewis second. It is side by side for third. No, that's Knight actually battling with Gary Miller for third. And Gary Miller, I think, is going to sweep through. So with the loss of Zach Lucas from this race, Gary Miller now moves up to be the only real championship challenger to Alistair Kellett, still out on track.
Big bobble in the middle of the corner there from Dan Lewis in second place. We had Gary Miller from 5th up to 3rd as they head out into the country for the first time. But the lead duo already breaking away. Gary Miller in that plain red car, the Irish driver, is just about there. I'm not sure who's tugging along right behind him, but picking up a decent tow. And that is that Joe Knight? And the blue and white car looks like it might well have been from the outside the front row of the grid, but Gary Miller there in the red machine car number 4. And the Delphi livery car around the outside, that is Joseph Knight. And he's going to squeeze through there. That's a really bold move, and he scrambles over the curbs. And Gary Miller could have gone through quicker, but there was a car in the way. It was the Delphi car of Joseph Knight, and that's, again, you know, blocking the exit at the chicane. But Gary Miller cuts his way through on the inside in the red number 4 machine.
Yep, and Joseph Knight trying to fight back. Then he's on the outside line into the complex. That's not usually the best place to be. And I think Gary Miller is going to sail back through. Yes, he does. Hits the curb, though. Drifts out wide. That's OK. Gives him the inside line for Cobb, but needs to be careful about carrying enough speed out of Seagrave to then retain the position towards Noble, which I think he will. I've just been back and looked on the footage, by the way, Martin. Zach Lucas was never there. He never left the assembly area, so it's not like we missed him pulling off in our defence. He was never actually out on track in the first place, so that's a shame. Must have been a mechanical issue after qualifying. So anyway, Kellett leads, Lewis second, Knight no longer third. It is now Gary Miller up into third position, Joseph Knight in 4th, and then a bit of a gap back to John Cooper, who started 10th on the grid and is 5th at the end of lap 1.
Wow, that's pretty impressive stuff. I wonder if he managed to find a little gap through all the elbowing and argy-bargy when they were 3 and 4 wide in front of him. Here's the battle for third place then. The red car, Gary Miller, streaming up the hill. Joseph Knight right behind him. Red, white and blue.
Yep, here comes the challenge. Are we going to see a move made on the brakes? Oh, it's very close. Henry Howarth maybe got a bit of a helping hand there from Archie Johnson. It was Archie, by the way, who I saw grass tracking at the complex on lap 1. But he has rejoined straight into the thick of battle here, as Joseph Knight and Gary Miller are again side by side. Almost every time we cut to these two, they're trading positions. They are still wheel to wheel heading out of Allard Corner and up towards the complex, where a lap ago Gary Miller was on the inside line. This time around, though, Joseph Knight, well, isn't on the inside because Miller clears him before the braking zone. So Gary holding on to third. Lunge further back from Archie Johnson there. That was going to end in tears, was it not? It nearly did. John Cooper hanging on, but he does look like a driver who qualified in 10th place, doesn't he, really? Maybe not quite as quick as the cars behind, but defending well.
And Morgan Kidd in that magenta livery car, squeezing through a gap that really, I'm not sure where that looked like it was coming from, but it did open up, so that's pretty impressive stuff. Pops up the order as well, up to 7th place ahead of Archie Johnson. And Archie Johnson was right behind Henry Howarth halfway round the last lap.
Yep, and a move made there by Archie Johnson again, actually, to get back ahead of Charlie Ellis, so gaining one of those places back. Charlie Ellis then losing a bit of momentum as well, and Sean Reynolds coming up to challenge too. Out of Church Corner they go then. Luke Waugh, by the way, has been in and out of the pit lane again, so he's obviously facing some mechanical woes too. But this battle, you daren't take your eyes off it, do you? Up the hill they head towards the braking zone. John Cooper again under threat from Henry Howarth, who is late, supremely late on the brakes, but there's nowhere to go with it really. And Morgan Kidd closing in too. They're 3 abreast further back. Someone's going to have to skip the chicane. 2 of them do in the end. Sean Reynolds and Archie Johnson again are the 2 that skip the chicane, and they both get back on the road in front of Charlie Ellis.
Which is something that either they or the stewards are going to have to sort out. I don't think that they're particularly in the mood to be sorting things out, and it might just be that they're both going to say, well, Charlie Ellis came up the inside and shoved everybody wide, where were we supposed to go? But If you leave the door open at Thruxton, that is literally what happened. So I'm afraid there might be a little bit of mea culpa. They need to look at their own line there as opposed to somebody else's pointy elbows, because that's going to happen every time. It is exactly what you expect. I mean, from the very earliest days with the Fiesta SI, this is what Fiesta racing has been all about, isn't it?
And some great touring car drivers have come through the Ford Fiesta Championship back through the 90s in particular. It was a real hotbed of young touring car talent. And the likes of Gordon Sheridan and Colin Turkington, to name but a couple, came through this very championship. It's changed a lot since then, of course. The cars certainly have changed, but still providing us with some good racing and generating a lot of good, promising talent. Morgan Kidd thinking about the inside line at Church Corner. She decided better of that. Now, by backing out of that move, has Morgan now left herself susceptible to a challenge from Archie Johnson, you wonder? Archie trying to reclaim that 7th place, but isn't quite close enough to have a go into the club chicane, and they all get it stopped, hit the apex curve, and stay ultimately in the same positions.
Yeah, purple car is Henry Howarth in 6th, and there was a bit of bollard straddling going on there as well, right behind, wasn't there? Is that wasn't James Pope? That might have been
Sean
Charlie.
Reynolds.
Oh, Sean Reynolds. Okay. James Pope got shuffled back down the order and back up again. Oh no, he's dropped down to 16th place, so he didn't have a great run. But yeah, the purple car ahead of the magenta car, so Henry Howarth ahead of Morgan Kidd still, right behind Archie Johnson, and then everybody else.
Was that Gary Miller going slowly? Was that Gary Miller in the red number 4 that lot just overtook? I think it might have been.
Might well have been.
Let's see.
I'm squinting in the sunshine to try and see. Yeah, there he is, going very slowly indeed. Right front tyre is not pointing in the right direction, I don't think. I suspect he might have a broken steering arm or a ball joint that's gone there.
Possible. They do run a lot of camber on these cars, but that does seem excessive to me.
It just seemed to be steering a bit more right, following the road rather than the line of the car. But whatever it is Gary Miller out of 4th. That means John Cooper's up to 4th, and the Henry Howarth, Morgan Kidd, Archie Johnson, Uncle Tom Cobley train. Whoa, and in fact, Morgan has gone ahead of Henry.
There's a red flag.
Ah, red flags.
Yes, there's a car off there at the exit of the complex, and that is number 47, so that's James Pope.
Yep.
So James Pope has gone off. There's damage to the back of that car. Whether he's on his own, I don't know, but this, I'm going to guess, is the reason for the race being stopped. Now, how long did we have left? We were about halfway, I think, weren't we?
Yeah.
The timing screen's wiped clean now, but we will wait and see.
Oh, checkered flag.
Well, sometimes this is a bit of a quirk of the TSL timing system. It sometimes shows a checkered flag. That just means they've reset it to 0. So what time are we on? 5 to 6.
6 minutes till curfew.
Is it a 6 p.m. curfew?
I don't know.
I think 6:30. And I think that possibly is why Alistair Kellett has just been redirected onto the grid again rather than the pit lane. I think it's 6:30, so we should have time for a restart.
Well, tomorrow, as I've been fond of saying all day today, during our church break, we'll be hearing from some of our Fiesta drivers. Would you like to guess which ones I spoke to earlier?
Are those interviews no longer going to be terribly relevant?
Well, no, because they'll be racing tomorrow, but I may possibly have prejudiced. I just missed out on talking to Gary Miller.
Right.
But the fact that I was going to talk to him and he asked me to come back in a couple of minutes probably kiboshed him. James Pope.
Okay.
Yeah, spoke to him. And the as-yet-to-be-seen Zach Lucas was
good.
another of my victims. So a 100% curse of the commentator record among the Fiesta Championship drivers. So my apologies to all three. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day for them.
Well, and I pity all of those Fiesta Junior drivers who were itching to talk to you earlier on this morning, and I fear for what maybe you've brought for them tomorrow, because they've got more racing to be done, of course.
They have,
but yeah, that's rather unfortunate. So, well, we've had dramas now, though, for 2 of the 3 championship contenders. The one driver who hasn't had any issues of the championship contenders is the points leader, Alistair Kellett. Now, I know Alistair has driven brilliantly this season, there's no doubt about it. He deserves to be the champion if that's the way that this ends up going. He deserves that because he's won more races than anyone else. He's had more podium finishes than anyone else. He's also had less misfortune. That car just doesn't ever seem to break. It broke once at Silverstone. His one non-finish of the year was a mechanical issue in the first race at Silverstone last time out. Apart from that, that car has been bulletproof, and you need that to win a championship as much as you need skill behind the wheel and an ability to score points.
And you do need the rub of the green. You need to be the one that doesn't get caught out in somebody else's accident, but you can't prepare for that. That's what differentiates sometimes between the very best prepared teams. So, yeah, unfortunately there. Well, if we don't get a restart, then James Pope will be a finisher because he retired on the lap on which the red flag came out, I think. So James Pope could possibly still end up avoiding Haven's curse, but it may have done for him. He was down in 17th as the flags came out, and clearly the car's going no further.
Now, I've just had a message from Peter Daly, who says that we will have a 13-minute restart. They have some barrier repairs to be done, because this number 47 Ford Fiesta did not damage itself. It hit the barrier pretty hard coming out of the complex, and that barrier needs to be fixed. So once the barrier is fixed, a 13-minute restart is in order, we are told, which is good news. We didn't want this race to end under the red flag. It's also good news for Gary Miller, because it gives the team a little bit of time here to diagnose the problem, because he was still, crucially, still running at the time of the red flag. He didn't cause the red flag. He wasn't stationary in the pit lane or out on track at the time of the red flag. So the team are able to look at the car, and yeah, there is a ding in the left front corner, isn't there, you've spotted? Could that be that dreaded tyre stack claiming another victim maybe at the chicane?
Yeah, it might be. It's sort of almost high enough to have been car-on-car contact, but it might easily have been, Alistair Douglas, you're in the way. My way, it might well have been contact with a tyre stack. Yeah, you see, the problem is now he is in the pit lane now, so if they restart, he will restart from the pit lane.
Yes, I think you're right, or the back, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, because they are going to start them in the order in which they are on the grid.
Yes, agreed.
Not were on the grid or were in the race, the order in which they have arrived in race order to the grid. So 13 minutes, although it's now saying 10 on the timing screen. So, a little bit of work to do, chance to have a breather.
I think that sounds like a good plan. Let's take a quick break here from Thruxton then. We'll be back with a restart in a few minutes' time.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
Welcome back to Thruxton. Cars regridded then in anticipation of what is going to be a 13-minute restarted race here for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Their first race red flagged after an incident for James Pope down at the complex. He appears fine. The car rather worse for wear, but I think actually the one that came out of that the worst was the barrier, which needed a little bit of TLC, but the work being done by the marshals and the circuit team. I believe actually has been completed now, and we should be able to get the cars out on their green flag lap before too much longer, and that is terrific news. That means we get to see a resumption of some of the entertaining battles we were enjoying before the red flag. It also means we get a slightly different dynamic at the front of the grid this time, because Dan Lewis, who had to start from the second row of the grid, despite the fact Zach Lucas didn't take the start from the outside of row 1, well, this time around, Dan Lewis moves up into that second slot on the grid. He made a really good launch as well from the outside of row 2 the first time around, and now has an opportunity perhaps to take the fight to Alistair Kellett. Dan Lewis, I should say, was a winner in a reversed grid race back at Brands Hatch at the season opener. Really looked as though he was going to be a serious championship contender, but then a string of non-finishes through the middle of the season really ruined any chance he would have of fighting for the title. In fact, 3 non-finishes in a row. The second and third races at Snetterton, and then the first race at Alton Park next time out. He had another non-finish at Croft a couple of months ago, and hasn't ever really looked like having podium potential since then. But now here he is, starting on the front row of the grid. And as I said, made a really good start the first time round, and he'll be thinking, well, there's no reason why I can't do that again.
I think you're probably right. And once everything is reset and there's no aggregate and no, time carried over and all the other nonsense that we used to have to deal to back in the old days, yeah, effectively, he's qualified on the front row of the grid. There's no stagger, so, yeah, away we go. And again, in third place as well, you can see the white nose, green and orange of John Cooper. He's got to fancy his chances. And what about Joseph Knight in the Delphi car? The big problem here is the outside line looks so inviting because everybody goes to the inside. And in theory, it can really work if everybody stays on the inside. The problem is, if there's a bit of a loose cannonball, then everything flies to the outside and comes to get you. So you've got to sort of mitigate against that. But if you're being brave, you can definitely sit on the outside and make up ground on everybody else. It's a longer way round, but everybody else is looking in their mirrors and looking at the inside line, and they're not watching what you're doing because you're far too far out of the periphery. So you kind of can earn yourself a bit of a free pass down into the complex.
Yeah, it's the probably grippier side of the road as well off the line. That is the racing line on the outside there on the start-finish straight. It's not really a straight, it's a constant curve to the right, but it is a grippier side of the road. But of course, if you then get into Allard on the outside, it's very much not the grippier side of the road. That's where all of the rubbish and the dust and the marbles and the debris gets kicked, and so get a good start, yes, but then continuing that run through the first corner can be a little bit of a challenge. There is Caitlin May, the Union Flag liveried car, starting towards the tail end of the field, just alongside the Harry Hayes number 26 car, as one of the course cars makes its way out onto the circuit. But Alistair Kellett has to do this all over again. He had a sizable lead, didn't he, really, before that red flag. But Alistair's been here plenty of times before. He knows how to get these cars off the line. And honestly, with Zach Lucas not starting, with Gary Miller potentially not taking the restart, Kellett could actually allow Dan Lewis to go. If Dan Lewis really wants to win a race, then it might not be in Alistair's best interest to stand in his way, because he's doing more than enough at the moment to give himself a good shot at the championship. Did just spot, though, a red number 4 heading out of, or towards the end of pit lane, and there is a red light at the end of that pit lane, but Gary Miller dutifully parks up next to it and will take the restart from the pits.
Yes. He will not go a lap down, but he will be at the back of everybody else, but at least he'll be running. Now, whether that's germane to point scoring or not remains to be seen, but having had the car sort of pack up a bit on him, they obviously want to make sure that it works before they put it to bed tonight, and you can't just take it out and razz it down the street. Those days are gone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and they were never advised in the first place.
Indeed, so the best you can do is tootle around the back of the paddock, maybe, just to shake it down, but you don't really learn a lot from doing that, as you can imagine. But hopefully they have got that damage or issue fixed. We don't really know what the problem was. The car had obviously had contact on the left front corner, but whether that was the actual cause of him slowing and ultimately pulling into the pit lane, we don't really know, do we? But anyway, he will take the restart. We'll watch his lap times with interest. Of course, he won't be allowed to leave the pit lane until the last car has gone past the pit lane exit. And usually then there's a small delay in someone triggering the button to change the light, then he's got to get the car moving. So realistically, he'll arrive at the complex the best part of 10 seconds off the back of the grid, and he only has 13 minutes to catch up and then start overtaking.
That's 100% right, because of course when they come past the end of the pit lane, they're absolutely flying. They're doing 80 or 90 and he's doing 0. And so yes, it's like pulling onto the motorway from a dead standstill. it's not advisable, and you do get left behind by the passing traffic. So everybody else is sort of fairly well strung out. I think it's at this stage that the safety car is sort of chivvying them along. You should be catching up by now. We don't have 6 warm-up laps. So they need to get themselves back into position and remember where they were, because it's not where they were on the grid previously. It's where they were at the restart. So Alistair Kellett will start at the front of the field, which is where, in fact, he just goes back to the same grid spot that he had at the beginning of the race originally, because nothing much has changed since then. But we'll have to wait and see what Dan Lewis from the outside the front row can do. There he is with the orange and black nose, and then with the sort of green noseband and the green stripe, if you like, not too far behind him. An opportunity to make up space for John Cooper in car 88. And the blue car on the far right-hand side, or left as the driver sits there, the Delphi blue and silver car of Joseph Knight.
It looks a bit like John Cooper starting third. That's because there's a gap where Gary Miller should be, of course. But anyway, he will accelerate into that gap because the lights are out. And Dan Lewis has done it again. Look at the start. Dan Lewis just got on the outside line, and he is going to get the lead away from Alistair Kellett into the first corner. Morgan Kidd there tapping into the side of Simon Horrobin's car. But it is a brilliant start from Lewis and a brilliant start from Joseph Knight, who I think is into second place.
And Henry Howarth coming around the outside in the lilac car, the plain car, looking for third place. And he was about 6th position. He's going to take third place from Kellett. Oh!
My word, Charlie Ellis. That was close.
Right, OK, so Joseph Kellett just hangs on to third, but ahead of the absolute flyer there. From the 42 car of Henry Howarth, the lilac machine. There is the magenta car of Morgan Kidd. She's had a pretty decent start, and the leader's off. Big mistake, gathers it up.
Wow, what brilliant car control from Dan Lewis, but all of a sudden it's Joseph Knight who leads the way. Lewis dropping down the order, back through into second will go Kellett. There's damage to the under tray of that car, isn't there? We saw bits of bodywork flying out from under the car. He is coasting, he's off the pace, and Dan Lewis from hero to zero, I'm afraid, and that had all the hallmarks, Martin, of a cold rear tyre through Noble. It's the first time you really lean on that right rear. And I don't think he had the grip he was expecting.
Yeah, he definitely didn't, did he? Either that or he was way offline. And as a result, it is the silver and blue car number 89, Joseph Knight, who finds that the lead has dropped into his lap. But the pole man and the points leader is right with him. So Joseph Kellett, Alistair Kellett didn't get away from the grid at all well, but that bright yellow and blue car is up to second. Henry Howarth third, John Cooper fourth, and Simon Horrobin, who qualified, when did he qualify on the grid? He was down in 11th place, is shuffling his way up to 5th position and having a look around the back of the green and white car of John Cooper for 4th.
It's always races like these where the veterans seem to pick their way through. John Cooper, Simon Horrobin, terrible qualifying sessions by their standards, but here they are after a red flag and a couple of dramas up there in the top 5. We're getting a safety car though, I'm afraid. So we've obviously got a car, or a bit of a car maybe, in a dangerous position. It could be parts off Dan Lewis's car.
I wonder if it's Dan Lewis's car.
It could well be, because he was coasting, wasn't he? And did he make it through the end of the lap? No, he didn't.
No, so I think he's probably somewhere very fast. That's just out of our camera sight, but you can see brightly waved yellow flags.
I may have seen a roof on the approach to church. I wonder whether he stopped.
Safety car boards are being shown there.
Let's see.
So safety car is going to pick them up. I don't think he got very far. So that little bounce across the grass has done a lot of damage under the car. We could see bits of undertray and stuff, and I wonder whether that's just torn a hose off or an oil line or something, or whether it might even have cracked the sump and suddenly it's lit up like a Christmas tree. But he didn't make it back to the pit lane, did he? And that's why we've got the safety car out. So we've had a red flag. We currently have a safety car. The sun is slipping almost down to the horizon, and there he is.
Yeah.
And that's a real shame for Dan Lewis. He made a great start from the restart grid, got his nose in front, got through the complex in one piece, and then just didn't have quite enough grip and ran out of road and onto the grass.
Yeah, that is a shame. He was driving really well, looking really quick, and, well, looked like he'd absolutely nailed the restart, hadn't he? Got the lead, but a little moment on cold tyres maybe takes him out of contention. It does, though, mean that Joseph Knight inherits the lead. Now, Joseph, I think I'm right in saying, has never won a race in this championship, certainly hasn't this year. It's his second year, I think, racing in the Fiesta Seniors, as it always used to be sort of colloquially known, the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, to give it its full title. But Joseph Knight and Dan Lewis both moving up from the Fiesta Junior Championship a couple of years ago, and this does give me another opportunity. Oh, there's Gary Miller, by the way, before I go into my next point. Gary Miller is out on track, and he benefits from this as well. He catches up all of that lost ground that we were going through earlier on with his slightly delayed start from the pit lane. But yes, Joseph Knight, former Fiesta Junior driver, another opportunity to give the Fiesta Junior scholarship a little bit of a mention, because a lot of drivers do tend to go through the Fiesta Junior Championship into the Fiesta Senior Championship and often then go on to achieve great success elsewhere. Well, if you want to get yourself onto a Fiesta grid in the near future, the Fiesta Junior Scholarship is the way for you to do it. There are still places if you want to enter. You can do so online. The dates that you need to put in your diary are the 28th to the 30th of October. The venue, Blyton Park, as it has been for a while. And if you can win the scholarship, then you get a car to race in the Fiesta Junior Championship. You got your entry fees and registration fees fully paid for, tyres and fuel fully paid for, testing. You also get a mentor, some bloke called Josh Cook. I think he's done a thing or two in touring car racing in recent years. Josh working very closely with the Brscc and the Fiesta Junior Championships to work on driving standards and nurturing that young talent, and he will directly work with the winner of the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. And you also get a Nicky Grist race suit and Stilo helmet as well. So basically you get a free, fully funded season in one of the leading junior categories in Europe, really, and all you have to do is head onto the website and try your luck.
And we are talking young, aren't we? We're talking early to mid-teens.
14 years old, yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. So, but hey, you know, you can start them younger and younger these days, it seems, and it is a great way to do it, because it means by the time they hit 18, 19, crazy as it sounds, they've had 3 or 4 years of racing experience already, and they can go into the senior levels of racing and actually be pretty ready for it.
And the other thing about it is that if you have a youngster who is eager to do this, they don't have to have had racing experience to be any good.
No, absolutely. I could not recommend it enough. So head over to the Brscc website for all of the information. Right then, that timed out pretty well. The green flag waves, the race back underway. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. And Joseph Knight looking now to try and hang on for that first victory. He had a 0.6 of a second cushion at the restart, and he will look to try and extend that now over Alistair Kellett, Henry Howarth in third, Horrib in fourth. All of them single file through the first few corners. The moves, I suspect, if they're going to come, will be towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, very likely once they've built up to speed. John Cooper, car 88, by the way, peeled into the pit lane at the end of the safety car period, so he's dropped back and won't feature. So Gary Miller up to 15th. Still some way from overall points, though. But the race being led by Joseph Knight from the points leader, Alistair Kellett. So if Joe Knight hasn't won a race yet, this might be the one to do it in. 6 minutes just under remaining. Yeah, loose bodywork on the back of the car there. That's Archie Johnson.
Simon Horribin.
Simon Horribin. Oh, yes, that's right. So he's obviously had a scrape or two coming through. Now, it's fine as it is, but when you're doing 130, 40 miles an hour around Thruxton, loose bits tend to get looser rather than stay attached. So as long as there's enough fasteners to keep it attached, then the stewards won't bring him in. But if it gets much looser, then I'm afraid his top 5 result might not result in the top 5.
Try some curb, Simon, why don't you? That was a very agricultural run through the chicane. John Cooper sets the fastest lap. I don't think he did.
No, he's popped up from the pit lane to the lead, which is definitely a keen thing to do if you can manage it, but I'm not sure that relates really. Connor Blackburn and Lucas Hayden we saw battling, but at the front it is still Joseph Knight and Alistair Kellett. Kellett with the yellow highlights on his car, and 89 Joe Knight out front. And now what? Because it's a very different proposition being the hunted compared to being the hunter. A really difficult mindset to instantly switch into if you've never been there before. If you're leading for the first time and you know you've not got long left, you're feeling the pressure. You know it's the points leader. Simon Horobin and Henry Howarth were battling behind for third place, and that is the very slow John Cooper. So he is back out, but whatever he called into the pit lane with, it's not speed.
No, and it's not resolved itself, has it, unfortunately? So he likely will pull back into retirement. Here comes Kellett, though. The challenge is on for the race lead. And Joseph Knight didn't get over to the inside line quickly enough to cover. That was a bit of a rookie mistake, you'd have to say. He invites Alistair Kellett through on the inside line, but then stands his ground on the outside. There's almost a touch between the two of them. And Joseph Knight parks the bus, hangs on to the lead. And this, for me, raises an interesting question for Alistair Kellett, because Kellett does not need to win this race. What he really doesn't need is to get into contact with a young driver looking for his first win in the championship, probably willing to take a few more risks than most other drivers would. Does Kellett really need to get involved in this?
Well, you can imagine the language in the cockpit there from Joseph Knight when Alistair Kellett got along inside him, and he just sat on the outside and went, stop, please stop, please stop. And you're absolutely right. You know, for Alistair Kellett, it is a lose-lose situation if he tries to attack and there is contact, not because there's the inevitability of contact, but he's got far more to lose than he's got to gain just by getting those extra points. But of course, you don't become champion by not winning races, so he's got that instinct built in. And Henry Howarth and Simon Horobin are very, very close behind now, so that's double jeopardy for him. In terms of what you do now, Kellett really has to try and attack Joseph Knight and at least try and put Knight behind him, but he's got to make it clean. And Joe Knight has got to get the door shut up the hill. He can't allow Kellett up the inside again. That's just not going to work. Kellett's coming, though.
The same
and he's
thing
on
again.
the inside again.
Exactly the same again. So maybe Joseph Knight prefers the outside line. It worked last time. What about this time around? No, Kellett's got him this time. And Alistair Kellett to the lead of the race. I really am mystified that Joseph Knight didn't move over that time, because he had actually a bit more of a lead over Kellett exiting Church Corner. But anyway, there's a reason I'm a commentator, not a racing driver, I suppose. He knew what he was doing, and what he was doing was handing the lead to Alistair Kellett. Kellett leads then, Joseph Knight second. Howarth now trying to defend third position from Simon Horobin. But the pace we've seen from Kellett so far today, you would imagine he should be able to control this race from the front.
He should be, shouldn't he? Battle for third we're looking at here. The lilac car, Henry Howarth, car number 42, 14 behind him. The grey and orange, Simon Horobin. And Horobin looked like he was about to make a pass up at the chicane at the end of the lap. Didn't quite get there. An awful lot of these cars, as the season progresses, have got little panel damage here, there and everywhere. And again, that's all part of one-mark racing. The cars, the whole intention of the rule set is to make them as identical as possible to allow the driver to shine. The problem is then they're all identical, and that means the driver has to push a bit as well. Behind them, Archie Johnson, 5th. Morgan Kidd in the plain magenta car in 6th place. So she's had a pretty spectacular race as well. From 7th on the grid, but she's been involved in lots of action. And Sean Reynolds, Charlie Ellis, Caitlin May and Lucas Hayden rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Morgan's been on a run of form lately, actually. Had 3 really good races at Silverstone last time, and now she's challenging to the outside of Archie Johnson for a position inside the top 5. It doesn't quite work this time into the chicane, but signalling her intent. She's got one more lap to try and find a way through, and Morgan Kidd is more and more often now becoming a regular feature at the front of the grid, which is really nice to see considering where she was at the start of the season. And another driver who I think will come into next season, if she does come back next year in this championship, as a regular front runner and maybe race winner. The lead gap going out, Kellett looking strong out in front now. The battles really still to be settled are the ones behind him, including this one for 5th place.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th, Henry Howarth. 5th and Henry Howarth and Simon Horobin. 5th and 6th, Morgan Kidd, Sean Reynolds. This is 7th and 8th. This is just Charlie Ellis and Caitlin May. And that's what happens when you hop the curbs, isn't it? In fact, that's Sean Reynolds, Charlie Ellis. Sean Reynolds hopping the curbs, the car bouncing around. And what's going on there with Simon Horobin? Look, trying a very different line indeed to Henry Howarth. Howarth sweeping out, using all the road to keep the momentum up, and Yeah, Simon Horrobin trying to take a tighter line, but that just did not work at all, and he's sort of lost contact a little bit.
The thinking, I think, is that there's a new patch of tarmac on the inside that is grippier, so maybe if you go in on the tight line, you've got the grippier side of the road, but there's no substitute for momentum, is there really, out at the back of the circuit, and I don't think that really worked for Simon, but Alistair Kellett will be very pleased with this. His two championship rivals both scoring, well, either nothing, or in the case of Gary Miller, very few points, and Alistair Kellett notching up another race victory. Checkered flag flies for the championship leader. Joseph Knight is delighted still with second position. I think that will be his best finish of the year. Yes, he'd had a third place finish last time out at Silverstone, but I do reckon that's Joe Knight's best finish of the season so far. And Henry Howarth. I don't recall Henry Howarth ever having a podium finish either. Martin could double check that with him maybe in the post-race interview, but I think that's going to be two very happy drivers getting their career best finishes. Simon Horrobin comes home in fourth ahead of Archie Johnson, who did see off the challenge from Morgan Kidd, but they were only 0.3 of a second apart at the line. May have lost Harry Hayes here on the last lap because he should have come through ahead of Connor Blackburn and didn't. So I'm not sure where he got to, but anyway, one more car for the Marshals to recover post-race. But our final race of the day, it took a while to get there, but it was worth it when we did get there. Saw some really good battling, and Alistair Kellett moves one fairly sizable step closer to the championship with another race victory. And for Alistair Kellett, that is his 7th win of the year. And actually won a reverse grid race at Silverstone last time out, but it had been a little while since he'd won a race before that, so he'll be very happy to be more regularly now getting back to winning ways. So Alistair Kellett wins for the 7th time this year in the first race of the weekend at Thruxton for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Second place goes to Joseph Knight, and Henry Howarth comes home in third, and I do think that's a career best finish for both of those drivers. Simon Horrobin then is next in fourth ahead of Archie Johnson, with Morgan Kidd, Sean Reynolds, Charlie Ellis, Caitlin May and Lucas Hayden to complete the top 10. Connor Blackburn was 11th, Luke Wall was 12th, with Gary Miller 13th, so he'll score some points. That will likely be a dropped score for Gary, so we'll wait and see how that affects things in the championship. Christopher Blackburn, meanwhile, was 14th ahead of Harry Hayes, who never did make it to the line, and John Cooper we saw in and out of the pit lane after the restart with some sort of mechanical issue. Well, whilst we wait to hear from our podium finishers, a reminder of the plan of action for tomorrow, because it's a full day of racing tomorrow. We kick off bright and early, well, hopefully bright and early, certainly early anyway. We'll wait and see what the weather conditions have in store for us, but it will be at 8:55 our first race. I think we're live at 8:50 in the morning with build-up to that first Classic Touring Car Racing Championship race. Then we have the church bell break, but don't worry, we'll have plenty of interviews and content from the pit lane and paddock to tide you over through that church bell break, and then we go racing with the Fiesta Juniors, the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup are back out, as to are the Fiesta Seniors. We'll also have action from all of the various Classic Touring Car Racing Championship series, and of course 2 races from the TCR UK Championship. The first one kicking off at 3 o'clock, but we'll have build-up of the grid walk from about 2:30 before that, and their second race will round out the weekend at about 5:20. Right then, for the final time today, let's head down to Parc Fermé and hear from Martin Haven with our podium finishers.
In the collecting area for the final time of the day after our Fiesta Challenge race, and a race of, I was going to say 2 parts, but at least 3 parts. So our winner steps out, Alistair Kellett. Right, before you get to say hello to the family, well done. That was interesting in the last couple of laps.
Interesting at the restart. I got a load of wheel spin, missed second gear, made a total hames of it. Joe and they all got past me, and then Dan went off out the back, spun, nearly got collected, got behind Joe, and then it was a great race with Joe. Brilliant, side by side, toe down the back straight. Quite happy to sit in second place, to be honest, but I had to have a go for the lead. And when I got past him, he got past me again and did the same thing again. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, you came up inside him into the chicane the first time. He just sat on the outside, and we were thinking, oh, this could go horribly wrong for you, but you made it through, both of you.
Yeah, I seen him on the outside, and I wasn't going to squeeze him. There was no point. He was fully alongside me. Give him space, went through, done the same thing in the next lap, made sure I braked a little bit later so he couldn't get in, got in, and that was it, done, job done.
Perfect. Great way to end the first day here at Thruxton. Well done indeed. Joseph Knight, well, what about that? What's it like leading a race with that man behind you hoovering up the hill?
Scary, very scary. It's this is such a mental track, and you've got to make the most of every overtaking opportunity. Alistair did it, but it's so much fun leading a race. It's so much fun racing with these guys, and this, like I say, this track is mental, scary. But for a first time here, I'm going to take second any day of the week. It's honestly mega. It's really good. I'm really happy with it.
You are literally shaking with the adrenaline, aren't you? It's absolutely pumping. When you got inside you the first time up Woodham Hill and you just sat there around the outside, how good did that feel?
I was scared. I was nervous that he was either going to maybe not leave me as much room, but like I said, he was he was so much fun to race with. He left me the room. I managed to brave it around the outside. He got past me the next time, but like I say, it's so much fun, and yeah, enjoying every bit of it. Massive thanks to Delphi for all the help they've given me this weekend. It's all paying off, all we're getting into.
And your best result here, and you've got another day to go and do it again.
Exactly. Hopefully can go one place better. I've been saying that a couple of times this year now. Still yet to get that first win, but like I say, I'll take a second any day, but if I can go for the win, I'm going to.
It's a different mindset, being hunted and not hunting. That's what you've got to learn, isn't it? What you've got to teach yourself.
It was. I was saying to myself on the safety car restart, you've been practicing this for years. That's the first time I've led a safety car restart overall. I've been practicing it loads on the sim, loads in my mind, essentially, watching videos on it. I think the restart was good. Obviously, it would have been better to hold in behind for a couple laps longer, but I'm going to take this any day, over the moon.
Well done. Sleep well. I will. Back for more tomorrow. Right, where's Henry disappeared to? Looking for Henry Howarth in third place. Henry. Now then, we were questioning ourselves. First podium in Fiestas?
Yeah, overall, first podium Fiestas, I'm really happy with that.
You should be, and you had to work hard for it, as the car shows, but you came from quite a long way back on the grid.
Yeah, so we were struggling in qualifying, which pushed down the order further than what we expected. But I managed to get a good start, found my space, and managed to squeeze my way through the pack, and here I am in third.
You properly did. I don't know what Teflon they put on the car, but you found gaps that we weren't entirely sure anybody was going to find, so congratulations. What about tomorrow? Ready to come back and do it again?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the extra tyres are definitely going to help this weekend, so hopefully we can carry some momentum into tomorrow.
All right, well, get a good night rest. We'll look forward to it tomorrow. And that's it from day one here in Thruxton. Sunday starts very early. The first race goes away before 9 a.m, so we'll be live on air at 8:50. And that might be our last glimpse of the sun, but there will be plenty more action tomorrow. 14 races here from Thruxton, and you can see all the action live. So till then, from the whole crew here, have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.